Hmm.
We just take a break right now and come back. You're muted, council member.
You are mayor.
We are muting you.
Hi, Councilmember Trujillo. We're ready to start. Are you ready? Can you hear us okay, Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. With that, we will close out the Selma City Council special meeting and adjourn that. But before I do, I'll ask for reportable action from our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one reportable action on closed session item number 2 regarding Mr. Frank Santillan. On October 19th, 2020, there was a confidential resolution number 2020-01 where the council upheld Mr. Santillan's termination. Mr. Santillan subsequently filed a petition in Fresno Superior Court for a writ of mandate to reverse the council's decision. That was heard, and on March 28th, 2022, the Superior Court issued the writ commanding the council to set aside that prior decision. Tonight, pursuant by motion from Councilwoman Guerra and a second by Councilwoman Mendoza Navarro, the vote was unanimous to rescind that pursuant to confidential resolution 2023-01.
Thank you for that. And with that, we will adjourn the Selma City Council special meeting and open the Selma City Council regular meeting on December 4th. It is now 6:06 p.m. in the Selma City Council chambers, 1710 Tucker Street in Selma, our teleconference location tonight of 3610 Hill Street in Selma, California, 93662. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592, and the webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 to raise your hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press *6 to unmute and mute yourself. Tonight's invocation is from Pastor Chad Thompson of the First Christian Church. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Join me in prayer. Loving Creator, we come before you today, seeking your guidance as we gather in this City Council meeting to make decisions that will impact the lives of people. We humbly ask for your grace and understanding. Remind us of the privilege and duty that we have to serve our community. Let us work to seek common ground, to work towards justice, and to be compassionate people. God, grant us the wisdom to make decisions that reflect your compassion. Help us to work towards the principles of kindness, mercy, and justice. Help us to be united in our discussions and decisions. May our hearts be open to your leading. May the decisions tonight align with your will and bring hope and a brighter future for our community. May we have the courage to do what is right and good. May we put the interest of others above our own, and may we act with love for the common good. And may your peace permeate this meeting. Pray this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
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 Let's please stand for the flag salute. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2B. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and to direct their comments towards the city council, not staff. Does anybody have anything they would like to say at this time? Come on up, sir.
You can hear me, huh? Okay, everybody remember me? Remember last time I came, we finished your investigation about what we talked about me staying out of that building? City manager, you have an answer
Sir,
for me?
address the city council, please. Don't
Oh,
address staff.
no, I'm addressing, oh, he's not the council, okay, I address.
He
you.
can meet with you at a perhaps potentially
Oh,
another
later,
time, but
then.
tonight is to discuss with the council
Oh, okay,
to,
but I can say what I want, right?
yeah, say what you want,
Okay,
but just
whatever.
address us on the
Okay, I
council.
got 2 minutes. Did any, or was it only two council person here? Did anybody figure what the college analysis is? With Joe and Blanca? The college analysis, you were here before, right? When I asked that I've been to the college analysis, you knew where it was. Now you know the mayor and Sarah, but two members don't know about it. Where's the college analysis? Do you know? Because I went to it.
What?
You guys don't know? Well, my time's running out, so college analysis prison, I've been to prison, so I know more than most of you will ever learn in your life, because I've been there, I got the experience, and you guys don't ever know what I know, because you haven't been there, but I don't think you can handle it. And you know what? I want to tell you something. Something's going on in the city, and I'm gonna do a further lawsuit, and you guys will have to pay my legal fees if I lose or win, but I'm gonna win. So I'm putting a notice that something's happened in the city. They're trying to keep me out of City Hall. They already banned me from the maintenance yard. So that concerns me. I'm a taxpayer, so in reality, I'm all your bosses, because I'm the boss. I'm a taxpayer, so I override anybody, right? I'm your boss, technically, because I'm taxpayer, one of them, besides all the other payers, but I'm the only one standing here. If the other taxpayers got it here, we will have more power. There will be more gods that over you, right? Because technically there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's one missing, 5 gods. So you just city manager can provide, but you got 4 votes, and I don't have you got them. So somebody had to vote for him. That's 4 votes for him. So not to get rid of him. So I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna file a federal investigation, and I got the right as a citizen, and I'm gonna join that company that filed lawsuit from the socialists for the company that got the contract. I'm gonna join them, and maybe with their power and the news behind us, maybe I can get something done, because you know what? My sister's dying right now, so I'm gonna devote my time, because I mean, after she's gone, my full focus will be in this whole town, because I'm gonna make everybody make what's right. I got 10 seconds, and I think I said enough, but I'm putting you notice that I'm coming after my sister's gone, after she passed away. I can focus all my attention on what's going on in the city, and I plan to run for years.
Mr. Covers, appreciate it. Do we have anyone else who would like to make a statement at this time? Please come up.
Thank you. My name is Jim Jackson, and I live at 1701 Danube Avenue, McCaw Village Mobile Home Park. I am the president of the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League, Chapter 1137 here in Selma. I would like to thank you, Mayor Scott Robinson, and the Selma City Council for being open to hear about mobile home rent stabilization. As we all learning, rent stabilization for mobile homes is completely different from house rent, apartment rent, and condos. We look forward to working with you and the city manager so we can have affordable housing for our senior citizens here in Selma. We all know that there is a shortage of affordable housing for seniors And we are working hard to find a way through mobile home rent stabilization for our seniors in our park to have affordable housing. We're working hard to stop the rent increases that affect the lives of our seniors to where they are unable to pay their rent. I would like to thank the Selma Police Department for their officers that drive through our park, and it gives us our seniors a sense of security as they drive through. Along with that, working with our neighborhood watch. Thank you.
Excellent. Someone else like to come up at this time? No? Come on up.
My name is Victor Solis. I do Solis Appliances here in Selma. Okay, my address 3710 JC Street. So far I've been pulled over. I've been harassed. A lot of things been going on. I need some answers. Been going on for over 3 months. I'm going to try to get my business here, get my shop. I'm mobile right now, so I go anywhere. Okay, so that's basically, that's me. Okay, and I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna keep on going. Anybody okay with that? That's it. That's all I got to say.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Solis. Anybody else have a comment at this time?
Jim Avalos, 1701 Dinuba. I'm going to iterate what Jim Jackson just said. I'm glad that the city is looking into the issue with the mobile park situation for the seniors. It's very critical for the seniors in our community, not, because it involves their lives and how they're going to pay their rent, the medication, everything, because everything goes up except their cost of living sometimes. And there's some hardships in the mobile park. I know, I live in that park and I know who they are. I won't mention their names, but it's very hard. And we have to really, as people in our community, we have to step back and say, hey, would you treat your mother and father that way in life? We have to step back and say, help these people. And that's where I'm here. I'm with the group here as well. And I'm hoping that the city of Selma will look real hard into the issues and help the seniors in this mobile park. Thank you very much.
Do you have anybody else who'd like to say anything at this time? Do we have anybody online or on the phone who would like to weigh in?
As a reminder to the callers that I see online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Okay, great. Thank you. Before we go on to our first presentation, question of clarification for the city manager. I did have a gentleman come to my office and ask what the procedures are. If they are banned from coming into City Hall, is that going to be a process where there is a restraining order or something in writing setting that out? If someone is deemed a nuisance, that'd be something from PD. What would the procedure be for that?
It depends on the specific situation. We are working with the city attorney to define the terms of any restraining order for, threats made or anything like that. But it really depends on the specific situation. I'm not sure specifically which one you're referring to, but we are in contact with the city attorney about that.
Just for privacy reasons, I don't really want to get into the specifics. I just wanted to see if there was a procedure for that. And so the person affected by that could request the city to enumerate its reasons for having them banned from the city premises. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to our first special presentation tonight, which is the retirement appreciation for Fire Division Chief Fabian Uresti.
Chief Webster, I don't think your microphone is working. There you go.
All right. Good evening.
But no
Mayor,
feedback tonight.
Right, I know. I like that. Thank you, Raina. With your permission, I would like to start off by reading a quick bio from Chief Uresti before I invite him up to recognize him for his achievement in years of service. So as Chief Uresti made his announcement for retirement, when I first came here, he said he was going to stick it out for as long as I needed him. And then when he got to know me, he decided that December 28th was going to be. Just kidding. So this is from Chief Uresti. It was late 1999 and I was drinking a cup of coffee after getting off a semi-busy shift with Sequoia Safety Council. I was reading the local newspaper, the Selma Enterprise, when I saw a job announcement for the City of Selma Fire Department. They were recruiting a good-looking, intelligent, and good, well-seasoned, I believe it said highly experienced paramedic. The ad included will train to be a firefighter with so-so pay and excellent benefits. I read it a couple of times and said to myself, good looking, check. Intelligent, check. Good, well-seasoned, check, check. So I went for it and applied. Took a written test, an agility test, and went through an oral interview, and hot dog, I got a call from Chief Peak and started my career with Selma Fire Department in April of 2000. I spent the first several months fumbling around and getting a good understanding of firefighting. I was very fortunate that I was assigned to a great group of firefighters and learned a lot from them. I was never allowed to fail, and I appreciated the support I received early in my career. I got to understand and experience the meaning of never leave anyone behind. I quickly obtained my Firefighter 1 and Firefighter 2, and then quickly became interested in learning how to be an engineer. In 2000 or 2003, I promoted to engineer paramedic and worked for about a dozen plus years as engineer paramedic. And boy, did I truly enjoy every aspect of being an engineer, especially driving code 3 in a fire engine. My second love in the fire service was going out of county. I obtained my qualifications as an engine boss, fireline medic, staging manager, status check-in, and RADO, and was very fortunate to go out and use all those qualifications. Going out of county became my passion, and I looked forward to it every fire season. I took my first helicopter ride and got to spend 7 nights spiked out across from Half Dome. Anthony Rivas and I spent 6 weeks at the Sobranos fire and saved absolutely no one, but we became legends at the medical tent for just being us. I also believe I was the first line medic ever assigned to ground support at a major fire. Ground support is where all the mechanic work happens on the equipment. Not sure if OES has any records or written documentation, but it happened. The crew at ground support called me a genius, a brilliant paramedic, an outstanding team player, and again, the first line medic assigned to ground support. I got to spend days and weeks at some of the most beautiful places in California, but more importantly, I had the opportunity to help communities and assist many, many citizens from wildfire destruction. And the best payback was just getting a thank you from those folks. I promoted to captain in 2017 and helped with the training division and various other small projects. I wasn't a captain for very long, so not a whole lot of experience, but I did enjoy the crew I was assigned to and had some great shifts. In 2019, under the vision and goals of Chief Peterson, I was promoted to division chief and assigned to oversee the implementation of our new EMS division. It took a lot of hard work, and there were many days of too much sugar in the Kool-Aid, but I'm very proud to have been part of our achievement, and I hope to continue to see it expand and grow and develop. The last part wasn't for everybody, but I'm going to share it anyway. And it just says, I have many stories and some great memories of my career, but I know that time is limited. On top of all the information above, I also had a couple Firefighter of the Year awards. I had a few employee recognition awards, and I was union president for a few years. Chief Uresti, please come up and be recognized. So, wow, it's loud. So before I present you with this plaque, Chief, I want to congratulate you on your upcoming retirement. I still have a few more weeks with you, but every single firefighter in this room knows when we sign up for this job that coming to this part of your career is what we all work for. And I want to start off by I want you to look out at your family and your friends that are out here and I want to thank them for everything that you've done and sacrificed by allowing Chief Uresti to serve this community as a firefighter and division chief for our fire department. So thank you for that. Congratulations. I'm excited about you. I'm excited for your future. I know your wife already has a long list of things for you to do. And she's creating a schedule, I guess, for us to come and keep you busy so she can get stuff done. But with that, here's a plaque in recognition of your service to the citizens of Selma. Your your commitment and dedication to the community is greatly appreciated. The Selma City Council thanks you and congratulates you on your retirement with serving the city from April of 2000 to December of 2023. Now you can make some comments.
Thank you, Chief. All right, well, let me first begin by saying thank you to the city of Selma for the opportunity to serve the community of Selma. It was truly a pleasure. It was definitely an adventure. I enjoyed every minute of it. There were some long days, some rough days, but believe me, it was a great experience for me. I remember my first day on the job, and that was my introduction to public service. And I quickly adapted to that and made sure that I was a good public servant. I hope that I made a difference to someone, somewhere, some point in my career that made a difference. I had the privilege of working with some of the best firefighters and EMS folks in the state and in the country. I got to meet a lot of other firefighters throughout the country, throughout the world, and developed some great professional relationship with those folks and made many, many friends. Specifically, Selma Fire Department. I want to thank my shift, B shift, and I appreciate you guys, captains, for taking your guys and looking out for me. Yeah, I'm a little the older guy. I'm not as fast as they were, but they did take care of me. There was always an invite for dinner. There was always, they make sure they were checking up on me. So I appreciate that. Of course, I would be remiss if I don't add some of my other fellow coworkers in the city of Selma. Law enforcement. Developed a lot of great relationship with the law enforcement brothers and sisters, and I appreciate them always having my back. My fellow coworkers for the city of Selma, I thank you all for giving me the opportunity, a minute or two, just to tell my little stories. I had a couple of jokes. Thank you for all your help. Some of you just barely met, and some I've known for a long time, so I appreciate all my coworkers for the city of Selma. Of course, I would not be here if it wasn't for family. I am fortunate that my parents are still alive. So they gave me the opportunity growing up to just work hard, do what you want to do, and just be an honest person. And I stuck with that. Of course, they've helped me with my career to get me to where I'm at. So I appreciate my parents doing that for me. My in-laws, Mary and the late Sam Zertucci, I appreciate their help as well, as they helped us as I try to get through my career, helping with family. My brothers and sisters, my brother-in-laws, sister-in-laws, thank you for being adaptable. As you know, in public service or in public safety in general, Christmas was never Christmas. It was either, December 23rd or, January 2nd was kind of the way we did Christmas. So I appreciate them always being adaptable. My children, I appreciate them. They were my love. They were my inspiration to do good, to be a great example. I always joke with them is like, I really never knew what their birthdays were because we never really celebrate their birthdays on their birthdays, just like my schedule. So we went on with whatever, hey, today is going to be your birthday, so we're going to celebrate your birthday. So that's what we did. I appreciate them. I love them very much. And I thank them for sticking with me through this whole career. My grandchildren, they're not sure what retirement is. But they say they, they're talking about it's fun. We're gonna go these places. We're gonna go Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, camping, things like that. I have yet to tell them about fixed income. So they will quickly find out that's probably not gonna happen all the time. So yeah. And of course, I didn't do this solo. This wasn't just me by myself doing all this. Of course, I had family, but I had a great partner, co-pilot. She was awesome. She was a pretty cool chick, as I always tell her. And that's my wife, Tina. She's the author of about 3 volumes of Honeydews that I think I'm going to start right after I retire. She said she was going to give me a couple of days off, but we were going to hit those. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for being there for me, with me. And thank you for the support. And then finally, again, I want to thank you guys for this recognition. It was an honor for me to work for the City of Selma. I will continue to support the City of Selma. Wherever City of Selma needs me, I will try to be there. Even though I'm retiring, I still love this community and I'll still do the best I can to support this community. So thank you very much.
You want to get a picture?
We're gonna miss you. We gotta listen to you, Jay. Oh, yeah.
May have to surprise you.
Miss
Oh, all right, there you go. Thank you very much.
Talk about, yeah.
Oh, with the water. Yeah.
With the swag.
Yes. Yes.
On the count of 3.
Okay.
Family want a picture?
Come up real quick. Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. Come on up. You want us in the background or want us to move? All right. Okay. Let's pull your picture. Get to the list as we speak.
That's right, that's right.
Legends.
Legends.
Right. It's grandbabies.
Better get mom and dad in that picture.
Yeah.
Come on up.
Baby. Yeah.
All right. Chief, that reception is done, right? Started at 5. We thought we were gonna be done with closed session by that time, but we just kept going. For your retirement. All right. Our next special presentation is for introduction of new staff. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'll give everyone a minute to kind of settle in to their new seats. So we have quite a few new staff. I'd like to start with a department head. We have a new public works director. His name is Michael Hahn, and we are very excited to have him. He has hit the ground running. He comes with a lot of experience, and I'll let him give you his background, but he has already made an impact in the couple of weeks that he's been here, and he's just been such a great team player. And we're very excited to have him. So, Michael, did you want to share your background?
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be in front of all of you as the new director for the City of Selma. This is kind of a unique experience for me. I actually grew up in Clovis, graduated school in '88, moved to the Central Coast in '94. My entire career has been based on heavy civil construction. My father was an underground contractor here locally, so I grew up in the business. Throughout my career, worked for the city of San Luis for 3 years in the engineering department, running the encroachment department. And total, I'm reaching 37 years this coming April. So I feel like I'm as well-rounded as you could get for a position like this. Definitely a challenge what's in front of us, but I think that I have a great team here. And actually, before I go too far, I would like to actually recognize my staff from Public Works. I feel like a lot of times the community oversees Public Works and oversees what we really do to keep the infrastructure and keep the city running. And I think that that is a critical part of a healthy city. So with that being said, if my guys would all, the guys that showed up, if you would just come up to the podium here, and I want them one at a time to just tell you their name and tell you what department and Public Works they work for. Guys, don't be shy. Come on now. So we actually, I actually had the tremendous support of my entire group. This is only my third week here. I think council knows what Public Works has been through. We've been through quite a bit in the last couple of years. But I can tell you this is one of the most resilient bunch of guys that I've ever worked with. I think that everybody has stepped up and filled the gap where needed, and I want everybody to recognize them. So,
hello, I'm George, Public Works Streets.
Hi, I'm Rob Cisneros, Public Works Department, Parks.
Hi, Raul, also Public Works, Parks.
Hi, I'm Frankie, Public Works, Parks.
Yes, Hernandez, Public Works Streets.
David Arpello, Maintenance, Building Maintenance. Thank you.
Again, I have to say I'm really proud of these guys. About half of our crew wasn't able to show up tonight, but I can tell you that when I offered for them to come here, not just to introduce them and be recognized, but to support me as a new director, they were very quick to raise their hands and want to be here. So I have a lot of respect for these guys. Again, I think we have a long road ahead of us. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen, but I think we've got a great group and we're looking to the future. So I don't want to take up too much time. You will get to know me a lot better as we have more of these meetings. I'm sure we'll have plenty to talk about. So with that being said, I appreciate the introductory, Fernando, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. And so we have a few new staff as well. I'd like, and promotions, and like to take the opportunity to recognize them as well. In finance, we recently promoted our former senior accountant to finance manager, Jacob Del Cid, and he's there in the back. We're very lucky to have Jacob, and he's really been a rock star in our finance department. So thank you, Jacob. Congratulations. And then Deputy City Manager Keen has some as well.
I think I have one. I think we introduced Kamara City Planner at the last meeting, but we did have a promotion in community development. Miriam Cruz was previously our face to the public when they came in at the front desk. She would answer everybody's phone calls at City Hall and direct them to who they needed to speak to. She's been promoted to planning and building technician. So she's in charge. She's in charge of tracking building permits, planning permits, and ensuring that timely reviews occur, follow-up occurs, scheduling inspections, finding out where the permits are in the process. So she's hit the ground running. She already had an understanding of the department, and we couldn't be happier to have her in that position.
Administrative Services Director, did you have anybody else to introduce? I think that's it, right? Okay. All right, that does it for that part of the presentation.
That was a great presentation. Thank you and welcome, everybody. Really exciting. Right now, we will move on to our last special presentation of the evening, which is a Pacific Gas and Electric presentation.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Erica Cabrera, and I have with me the newest member of the PG&E Local Government Affairs team. So I have a presentation that will provide just a general update, and I think Raina has that. We can pull it up. So in PG&E fashion, we always start every meeting and every presentation with the safety message. And so it's a reminder for preparedness tips to always be prepared in case of a natural disaster or an emergency. It's a good reminder to build a disaster supply kit for you and your family or your business, and make sure to include water, medication, flashlights, first aid kits, and a list of emergency contact information and more. And we have on our website our emergency preparedness page. So this evening, we're just going to talk about safety tips, resources, winter bill savings, new business overview, and then if anyone has any questions. So as I mentioned, I am the local government affairs representative that has been covering the city of Selma for a number of years. I am now leading the Central Valley Central Coast region. So Jose Verduzco will be your new point of contact. Some winter safety tips. Just a reminder that in case of emergency, some people may want to utilize a generator. So there are some tips that we need to follow to ensure you have the right generator for your power needs, either portable or permanent standby generator, to follow all instructions provided by the manufacturer before operating, and to plan and test a generator before use. Don't wait till you have an emergency moment. Also, do not run a portable battery in the rain, operate your generator in your garage, ignore instructions, or store fuel inside your home. With the holidays before us, we want to make sure that we are utilizing some safety tips. So stay safe, and to save some energy as you're installing your Christmas lights, use LED holiday lights to save energy and reduce cost. Keep outdoor string lighting 10 feet away from power lines. Place decorations away from fireplaces and other heat sources to reduce fire hazards. And also use candles with caution, or consider LED candles as a safe alternative.
Hello, Jose Verduzco. Winter bill savings, there's two, the CARE and FARA PG&E discount programs that'll help eligible customers pay their energy bills. Over 1.4 million customers receive a discount through these two programs. CARE provides a monthly discount of 20% or more on gas and electricity. Participants qualify through income guidelines or if enrolled in certain public assistance programs. Family Electric Rate Assistance Program provides a monthly discount of 18% on electricity. Must be a household with 3 or more people that meet the qualifying guidelines. Prepare for the all customers budget billing. Offset high winter heating peak bills by averaging your energy costs to determine a more predictable monthly payment amount. Go Green Home Energy Finance. Get help financing your energy savings improvements to make it comfortable and efficient. Energy efficiency financing, and eligible businesses can receive an interest free. Replace old equipment with more energy efficient models.
Add that there is a medical baseline rate as well. So if a customer has a medical need, you would need to go online. You can download the form. They would need to have it signed by a physician that buys whatever type of medical. If they have certain medical device that requires them to use a little bit more, go ahead and submit that, but it does have to be verified by a physician.
Find a lot of resources on our website, the Outage Center, the latest updates on outages by city, county, or specific addresses. All of it's pretty user friendly. The reported app where you could submit 211 free and confidential support. That's the 211 and the Safety Action Center, create an emergency plan to keep you and
New business is what we categorize as if a customer's submitting an application for a new business service. That could be that you have a new construction building that's going up. It could be that you're retrofitting and that your energy usage you believe will be greater. You need to upsize a panel. Some city and municipality jobs fall under a new business. And so we have heard plenty of times that we were not meeting customers' needs. And so back in 2022, our leadership heard, some of the issues, the pain points that our customers had. The schedule was based on ready first, first out versus what the customer needed their date. Construction customer metric was attainment, completed the work in PG&E's work schedule, which kind of masked the customer's impact of delays, cancellations, and rescheduling. So that could be, we're going to tell a customer we're going to go out, and then we say, oops, sorry, our scheduling, we have to move jobs around. And so service planning driven focus on meeting the customer's needs was not the primary focus. It was more of an enterprise and internal focus. And so we've really revamped that process. And so it's kind of like, how did we get here? So the customer need dates at the time, we had a backlog of about 10,000 jobs, and we were not prioritizing the customer's need dates. And we had a new executive team that came in and realized that we needed to really deliver for our hometowns. And how do we do that? So it was understanding the construction attainment. We were doing benchmarking, and what we revealed is customer on-time delivery. And so as you can see here, here is our process. Intake, application is the initial scope. Previously, as we mentioned, that it was first in, first out. And so customers were submitting applications hoping that it would hold their spot. But what we realized is that there was a lot of deficiency in that. And so it really was counterproductive to what we were trying to achieve at that time. So now it's the design phase. To create an order, we need to ensure that all necessary documents are received from the customer and it's ready to design. And so if customers know, here are the 5 or 6 items that we need, and we verify that it's there, then we're getting them to the design phase. And so the design phase is when it goes through engineering and to determine, do we have the capacity on that line? Do we need to make any transformer improvements? Or what are the customer needs? What are customer improvements do they need to make if it's already a previously existing facility? And then dependencies. And so the dependencies are the design completion, and we send a contract to the customer so they know, here's your design to work with your electrical engineer that is helping you construct the building. And once you approve the design that we have given you, if it's PG designed or customer designed, then it's ready for a contract. You pay your contract, and then we are able to get the customer on the schedule for when they need the completion. Part of this process also is us asking the customer, when do you need to be energized? And there are some parameters on that, because when we first unveiled it, a customer would say, I need to be energized tomorrow, but that's really not realistic because they were used to the old methodology of first in, put me on the schedule. But what we realized is there are some projects, if you put an application in today, you're not going to be ready tomorrow, and we're not going to be ready tomorrow. So there are some parameters depending on the scope of the work. And so this is kind of a snapshot of where we are now. So the application portal enhancements. So ensures customers ready to initiate that work, the request for services fielding. The intake is the qualifications to ensure that everything is accurate. It's assigned to an individual on our new business team. and they make contact with the customer within 72 hours. And then the design phase. So back as of October 2022, it was taking on average 116 days for us to get a job designed. And what we have seen as of last week, it is taking an average of 71 days, which is a tremendous improvement. And nearly half those jobs are being completed around that 40-day mark. And then the dependencies, what we are also working to do is before we would say everything needed to be cleared, and then we'd get you on the schedule. Now, after a contract is paid and we're able to manage some of those smaller milestones, then we could go ahead and put a job on the construction schedule. And during this process, we worked in partnership with the State Building Industry Association. And so we had benchmarking, we had input from even the local chapter. I know that Mike Prandini recently retired, but allowed him an opportunity to also weigh in so that we're getting it from, you know, a local perspective. We know in the Bay Area, Central Valley, Sacramento area, everything's different. So we were ensuring to hear from all entities. I know that was a lot of information, so anyway. Any questions?
Council have any questions or comments?
I just have a real quick comment. I know one of the things, you know, being in the housing industry, that was one of the things that, well, we can't get PG&E out here, you know, or the delays from PG&E. I know, I think there was a project in Kingsburg at the time when I was working in Fresno. That was one of the holdups. And so I'm glad that this is now in place. Thank you.
Just one thing in terms of the service with PG&E, I hear really good things, and I've experienced really good service with PG&E with the people. The rates seem high, and it seems like the bills are going up, and I hear there's a lot of pain from including myself. The increase in rates, when will the rates start leveling off? It seems like there've been a lot of increases lately.
So our latest general rate case filing was adopted last month, and for most Selma residents, there's a small portion of Selma that is served by SoCal Gas, kind of near the Lincoln area. Most bundled customers will see a pretty substantial rate increase in 2024. And that will be approximately about $32 for the average customer per month for an increase. With that being said, though, the increases are going to be incrementally smaller the years following. So in 2024, it would be $4.50. And then actually in 2025, it would be, 2024 is 32, 25 is a 450. And in 26, it's actually almost going to be a decrease of $8 per month. So it's an up and then kind of tapering down. I had a slide in the appendix, Raina. So there is an additional proposal before the CPUC that we're expecting decision in 2024. And that is a fixed charge. And so the fixed charge proposal will actually decrease electric bills based off of what has been submitted for lower income residential customers and homes with higher than average usage bills. So in the Central Valley, we use more energy than those customers on the Central Coast, but we're all connected to the same grid. And if you look at your bill, there are line items for additional charges that are not necessarily for based off of consumption. It could be for PPP, which is the what's helps fund the CARE program. And so that's based off of a volumetric rate. So if you use a little bit more in the Central Valley, your volumetric rate tends to be a little bit higher, but you can still have a CARE customer on the Central Coast, and that customer base is not paying the same rate essentially into them. And so what this would do is there would be multiple tiers associated with the fixed charge. So that's why we say that the lower income residential customers would see the benefit there, especially in the Valley. That's still going through the CPUC. It's going to be determined in 2024. So it kind of does do a cleanup of the bill too of all the charges that you see.
You guys are on the 3-year rate plan, is that right?
We are on a 3-year rate plan, but this is in addition, and this is based off of legislation that was passed in 2022, AB 205.
So Erica, just so that I'm clear, overall, regardless of your income ability, everyone is going to get a rate increase. Is that correct? Because that's how I read it. So even for our elderlies or people that have a medical issue that are on these fixed plans, are they going to have to resubmit supplements to their application, or does it automatically give them a discount? Because $32 is an increase.
If you're on care, fair, or
Mhm.
medical baseline, you do have to requalify over time. So it's not an annual basis. The contact center handles that. So sometimes they'll say, it's time for you to verify your enrollment, and then you submit re-enrollment documentation for that.
So is PG&E, or are they reaching out to those folks?
Customers do get contacted when it's time for them to verify their re-enrollment status.
Oh, okay, that's great. Thank you.
And then the last piece, I know I'd spoken with the city manager about several months ago. As you know, we have closed our customer service offices, and so we have one off of Second and Sylvia. And that we're hoping, it's going through the final process. The CPUC has approved as to declare it a surplus property. And so it should be listed hopefully by the end of Q2. So we're working with a broker. And I know that there might be a couple of different entities that are, so it is almost listed with a broker for sale. And then in the meantime, we're still maintaining the exterior of mowing the lawns and keeping up with the landscape.
Erica, I'd just like to thank you for the presentation and welcome, Jose. I really look forward to working with you. I know my staff, is always hoping to have an open line of communication with PG&E. So we hope that we're going to have the same with you like we did with Erica.
Yeah, looking forward to working with your team in the city of Selma. I'll give you my work cell phone as soon as I get a chance. Right now, the business cards haven't come in yet. Anything you need, email, call me, text me at any time, 24/7. That's what we're all about. Yeah, look forward to working with the city of Selma and any needs you need.
Did anybody here tonight have any input they would like to give or any questions for our PG&E representatives? Anybody on the phone or online? Councilman Trujillo? Okay. With that, we will move on to our consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does council have any an item or items they would like to have removed from the consent calendar tonight?
Mayor, I'd like to remove item J.
Okay. I would like to remove items E and F. Anyone else? Is there a motion to approve items A through D and G through I?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, thank you. Okay, item E. Manager?
Yeah, did you have any specific questions?
Just wanted to kind of weigh in. This is adding for the clerical assistant, really not what I'm asking about here. It's for the animal services manager and the animal services officer. Based on our discussions up to this point tonight, there's been a little more, it's become a little more full, a little more I understand it a little more. But this would be adding to this, if I understand it correctly, adding to the city payroll an animal services manager and animal services officer that would be under the auspices or under the in the category of the Selma PD. Is that correct?
Well, we're not currently asking to budget for those positions. What we're asking for is to create the positions and to approve the job description. We are we don't intend to hire for those positions right now. But in the case that the city, for example, at some point needs to bring the animal control services in-house, we already have those positions created. But right now, we're not looking to allocate just to create the positions.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Right. And that would, in my opinion, would add more payroll, more workers' comp and general liability exposure to the city. So it add more exposure, which was what the shelter was designed to avoid in the first place. Okay. Anybody have any comments on this agenda item? Okay. Item F. I also asked for that to be taken off consideration of resolution rejecting bids for the Clarkson Lift Station improvement projects.
So the reason that we're looking to, or we're asking council to reject the bids is because we received two bids. One of them came in significantly higher than the engineer's estimate. The other one, the bidder, Sierra Construction, let us know that their bid contained an error, and so we could not accept it. What we plan to do is, if the council approves the rejection of all the bids, is go back out, rebid it, and then hopefully we get some more bids, some more competition that will hopefully lower the cost of the project. But we still fully intend to move forward with the project.
Got it. So the last week we checked in, there were some issues with the plans going back, specifically with SKF. The plans had kind of gone back and forth with the city. That's been taken care of. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, the issue was that it took about a year for SKF to review and approve the plans. We got past that and we went out to bid, and the bid process, this is the resulting bids from that.
Okay. And then also, we've talked about this before, these construction projects tend to get more expensive in time. In your opinion, do you think that this will, the city will be able to go out and get this rebid and do it get a lower bids than the 2.886 by going back out to bid and getting more competitive bids?
We believe we will. There's not that much time passing in between the bids. I mean, we're probably gonna lose a month. And so that doesn't make a huge difference in terms of cost increases. And we still feel that we're gonna be able to complete the project within the timeline.
Because just from what we've talked about in our discussions the last couple of years, this is a key to west side of the town, and there's a 72 unit residential job that's ready to roll as soon as this Clarkson Lift Station improvement is done. So I think this city has moved forward towards the residential development, and this will really help. So I'm looking forward to a good bid coming in on that Clarkson Lift Station to get this going.
City manager, just remind me again, what's our time frame? Is it for still the first quarter of 24 to have this lift station completed?
Right, it'll probably take 3 to 4 months to complete the project. City engineer, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we do intend to complete it at least within the second quarter.
Anybody else? Anybody else who's here tonight? Any comments? Anybody online or on the phone? Okay, last item. I believe it's the check register.
Okay. Page 56, check number 82812. It says here for Joe Peralta, cut tree or cut right tree service. And it says public work ponding base tree removal in the amount of $6,136. Which ponding base?
There were several ponding basins that we cleared the trees out. This invoice in particular was the ponding basin on Orange Avenue. There's two actually on Orange Avenue, if I'm not mistaken. But there's some additional work that was done at Schaefer Park, if I'm not mistaken. But we use this service for pretty much all of our ponding basins.
Okay, so several ponding bases, not just one. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then next page, I'm not sure what check number it is, but it ends in 31. So it should be 828 30, what? Selma Collision Center, Fleet Unit 8561 repairs for 22,362. What was that for?
Okay, that particular check was for the repair of one of our ambulances that was involved in a traffic collision on Highway 99, and that is going through our RMA for reimbursement. So we had to pay for the repair prior to receiving reimbursement from the outcome of between the insurance companies.
So is this considered a total loss or is it repairable?
The repairs have been completed. It is not a total loss. The value of an ambulance is about 175,000. So this was for some substructure and some panels, paint, graphics, and then some mechanical equipment of the ambulance itself. But it is not a total loss, and is back in service today, transporting patients.
Okay. And then I have another one, and I'm going to ask this again. Check number 82938. A check made out to Mayor Pro Tem Beverly Cho, and it says for a rec special event refund for $500. And here we are again. I'm asking the same thing. Why would we be writing out a check to a council member?
Can you repeat that check number?
Check number 82938, printed on 11/15/23 to Beverly Cho.
Yeah, that was actually voided, and it should have been reflected in the check register. The refund was actually made out to the Central Valley Lions Club.
Okay.
Because it was, they had a special event. They applied for, the waiver of $500 per the municipal code or the ordinance. But that was a mistake that we caught and we sent back.
So then that would reflect next month's.
That's correct.
Okay, that's it for me.
I've got one, 82870 Hanson Bridget, administrative investigation review. We have a couple cases with them. Which one is this?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I couldn't tell you.
Gotcha.
I can certainly find out and let you know.
Yeah, I know the city council has commissioned a couple of studies from them, a couple of reviews. Okay, thank you. If you could just let me know, just shoot me an email. Thanks. All council an email. Thank you.
I have a question. Going back, I know, Mr. Mayor, you brought up the lift station being rejected because of the two bids. One of the fascinating items that just comes at me is the statement that our city manager stated that it took us a year to get the SKF approval in regards to that project. Council, I'd love for you guys to entertain and understand that, think of this. We're a municipality needing growth, needing projects, needing buildings, needing homes brought to our community. And we're asking our partner for information, and it's taken almost a year for them to provide the information. Myself, being a 24-year in sales and construction concrete, I understand how development works. And Mr. Mayor, you're right. Starting a project, we end up starting a project now, and 2-3 years later, we end up putting a price tag. Question in regards, and I bring this up because Mr. Mayor brought it up. Staff, are we looking at facilitating with SKF the fact that, when we're starting to do a project, and because it takes us X amount of months to get this information, there's a cost factor, and are we relaying the cost factor just so they can understand the importance that when we request something, it's not because we just want to pick on them. It's because we have a due diligence on ourselves to make sure that we adhere to our community and have true representation. Are we relaying the message that, the fact that you're delaying giving us information is actually costing the city of Selma cost? It's costing us in development fees of that lift station. And that's a question I have for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we meet regularly with SKF, and they're fully aware of the implications of delays, especially to critical infrastructure like our lift stations. In this particular case, there was a combination of factors from my understanding. They don't have a district engineer yet that replaced the general manager when she was promoted to general manager from district engineer. They also, the level of plan review required for this particular infrastructure was beyond probably the capability of some of their existing staff. So the first reviews did not contain, enough detail. And so they ended up sending it to a consultant. And then which later on down the line, almost a year later, that consultant who reviewed it again came back with things that were completely different from what their original staff gave us. And so, to answer your question, Councilman Trujillo, we frequently make them aware of the cost, at least to the city's growth and development of any delays to this critical infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
But today we're asking to not approve these bids, right? You're wanting us to reject it. So that's on the city's part to delay the project, not on SKF's project,
No,
I mean-
the rejection of the bids has nothing to do with SKF, correct?
right? Okay, just want to make that clarification.
I don't think anybody's blaming SKF here. I think we'll get to SKF later tonight. It's an agenda item. But, it just underscores the importance of the city and the organizations it partners with and is part owner of the partnership aspect, how we have to be together and communicate and have that free flow of information, how important that is, because you see the very way it affects our growth residentially. There's a developer who's ready to move forward on this, but, they're waiting, and there are other projects on the west side that are waiting for the Clarkson lift station to be enhanced and improved so that there's more capacity added over there. So it's
Mr. Mayor,
definitely
if I
an
may-
important factor.
If I may, I'd just like to reiterate that, I'm not here to pinpoint any fingers at no one. I just need to know that, we have subcontractors that we hold accountable. Us as a municipal government, we have timeframes. We know how the municipal government moves. I in no way, shape, or form am saying that it's all on SKF. All I'm saying is that, Mr. Mayor, you are correct. Dialogue is very important. I think that we need to initiate the dialogue. I think we need to reach out a little more, because at the end of the day, no dialogue is costing the city of Selma. So I want to clarify that I'm not in no way, shape, or form pointing fingers at anyone. I'm just saying that we do have to maintain our due diligence and make sure and account for timeframes when they are accounted for, and move on and do what we got to do to better our community.
I agree, Councilman Trujillo, and it was really important when the city manager came to me and said we were having this delay in the back and forth, and as the city's SKF representative appointed by the city, I was able to help with the board and with the discussion with our deputy city manager Keen and with city manager Santillan and with the general manager of SKF to move things along. I think that's all of us working together, the political part and the staff and the folks that do the actual work, getting together and being on the same page so that we can avoid these complications in the future. Okay, with that, we will, I'll ask for a motion to approve, starting with item E. Is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Item F, is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Is
I'll
there a
second.
second? Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item J, is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Okay, on to regular business. First item is presentation to accept fiscal year 2021-2022 financial statements with the independent auditors report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is a very important item that the council is considering at this time. You may be aware that the city's audits for a while were behind. So the city was behind on its audits, which was holding up, some very important initiatives within the city, in particular, the financing that the city council approved staff to pursue for the development of critical infrastructure for our wastewater collection system. And so our finance department has been working diligently with our new auditing firm, Bryant Jolly CPAs, to be able to get us caught up, in particular with the 21-22 audit. And with the council's approval of this audit, we will begin working on the 22-23 audit, which we hope to have complete in the spring of next year. And at that point, we'll be fully caught up with our audits. We do have Mr. Ryan Jolly from Bryant Jolly CPAs to go over the audit report with the council, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for having me here tonight, and thank you for the introduction. This is our first year working with the city, so we appreciate the opportunity to work with your city and also your staff. So they've done a great job, and as a city manager was saying, this first year was, it's always a little bit of a struggle. We're working closely with your other consultants, so now that this one's out of the way, I'm confident we can get back on track and get you guys current on your audits. I'm going to go over just real high level, and then I can address any specific questions you have. There's about 100 pages here, and it's a lot of information. So, but just want to give you the highlights. Just beyond the table of contents is the independent auditor's report. This is where we issued an unqualified opinion stating that the city's books and records are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. In that report, it lists our responsibilities and also the city's responsibilities regarding the financial statements. But being an unqualified opinion means it's a clean audit report for the city. The body of the financial statements have your overall consolidated statement of net position that shows the total governmental activities and business type activities on a full accrual basis, which means it lists all the assets and liabilities of the city. Overall, the city has a net position, which is assets less liabilities, of just under 85 million. Getting into the specific funds of the city, the one that's of usually most interest is the general fund. The general fund is healthy this year. The general fund, starting on page 11, had a net increase in fund balance of just over 9.2 million. A large part of that, about 6 million, is related to some coronavirus relief funds that were received by the city. So those are one. Overall, the general fund has a fund balance ending of 21.2 million. The other funds of the city are operating as intended. I don't have any specific funds to make comments on or have concerns about. This includes the non-major funds of the city, the non-major governmental funds, and then also the business type activity funds, which are your enterprise funds. Beyond the financial statements, you get into the notes of the financial statements. This gives you detailed explanation of the accounting policies followed by the city, and also more detailed information on all the significant assets and liabilities of the city. The only change this year compared to prior years is the new GASB 96 that was implemented. This has to do with leases that the city serves as the leasee or the leaseor, where we report now a lease asset and a corresponding lease liability, and then amortize that lease over the term of the lease. So that's a new asset and liability that's being reflected in the financial statements, and also a new footnote that gives more specific information. Beyond that is some supplementary information on the pension plans of the city, also on the post-employment benefits of the city. Gives you we're working up to a 10-year history right now. We're at about 9 years of information there. That's starting on pages 67 through 69. And then getting into the back, the financial statements, this is our non-major funds. This gives you a detailed presentation of each of those funds for your special revenue funds, your debt service, and your capital projects funds. Also this year, as I mentioned, the city received the federal funds related to the coronavirus relief funds. So this involved a single audit this year. That's a separate package that is being presented. Part of that audit is looking at your internal controls for the city. The first report and as part of that packet is regarding those internal controls. We didn't identify any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. This has to do with looking at proper segregation of duties and the different significant transaction classes of the city's financial systems. Also, there's another report regarding the specific program audit we did for the coronavirus funds, and there were no findings related to that audit either. Overall, the city has a clean audit report. Like I said, it's city looks, in my opinion, into being good fiscal health and is now ready to move on to the June 30, 2023 audit. I want to also just thank Jacob. He did a great job being our liaison with the consultants and also just getting us the information from the city. Working with Fernando and all of your staff was a pleasure. So thank you for everyone's help getting this done so quickly. I'm now available for any specific questions.
So have any questions for Mr. Jolly?
I just have a real quick one. As far as the audit, the auditor, we didn't have an auditor before, or what happened to our auditor before?
The previous auditor, the city's agreement with that auditor expired and we went out to RFP
Right,
earlier
okay.
this year. And through that process, we hired Mr. Jolly.
Thank you for refreshing my memory. And the contract was 3 years with 2 renewables or?
5 years.
5 years, okay. Thank you.
How long do you think it'll take you to do the next audit?
We're usually as ready. It kind of depends on when the city, when their consultant is ready for us, then we'll jump right on it. So I think we're shooting for spring. Everything's gotten a little bit more delayed. No city has finished their audit we do 11 out of the 15 cities in Fresno County. None of them are currently finishing their June 23 audit. There's just been a lot of new GASBs. It's gotten way more complicated, as you've seen, that you brought on an extra consultant. In general, I'd say almost all of my cities now are in that position where they're working with 2 separate CPA firms, one kind of helping with the preparation, the other one doing the audit. And it's just, unfortunately, it's just because of the amount of technical information they're making us implement on a yearly basis. As soon as you guys are ready, we'll get going on it.
I think my question would be more for the city manager. I think I would have liked to have received this or maybe table it so we could do a workshop and get all these questions, because you're talking 110 pages, not on top of all these other 100 and some pages that we only get 2-3 days to look at. I mean, it's a lot. And for us to be able to make sound decision, all my questions, I mean, I could probably keep you here all night
Yeah, for sure.
because this
I would
is
need
very
my work papers.
detailed and I have detailed questions and I don't want to keep you here all night because we got to get going. So I would have probably, preferred to have a workshop. Since we do workshops on other things, this is something that we should incorporate as a workshop in order to get information, provided to council so that we can make, like you said, I can make a sound decision come budget time. So for me, I would probably like to table it, to be honest.
Yeah, and just to your point, Councilmember Guerra, I don't believe that the city has ever done a workshop for audit approvals. It's a pretty standard thing, and I think if we would have had a finding in the audit report or something of concern, absolutely. But as Mr. Jolly expressed, it's a clean audit. The financial statements are what they are. The books are in order, and it's just a matter of council adopting them so that we can get started with the audit for the next, for the past fiscal year. Additionally, as you know, Councilmember Guerra, this is a very critical item for us to be able to get the financing for the sewer infrastructure that we're pursuing. Given that we don't have another council meeting until the middle of January, the approval of this audit, which is a clean audit, again, will allow us to get moving on that financing, which the council as a whole has expressed as a priority. So that, from our perspective, and I apologize, we didn't receive this, and it is a very quick turnaround from the auditor, from Mr. Jolly and his team. Please pass along my appreciation to Luis on your team, because he worked really hard to turn this around in such a short time period, along with our city staff. So it was we did everything we could to get this to council as quickly as possible before the end of the year.
Well, thank you for that explanation, City Manager. But now that opens another question for me. You need this to pass, but my understanding was with the lift station, that was supposed to be paid by ARPA money. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. I'm not referring to the lift station. We're talking about the sewer infrastructure for Amberwood and for Dinuba. Clarkson is being paid for with ARPA.
Okay. So you're looking at another loan, is that correct?
Yes, as you recall, council had previously approved us pursuing that.
Okay, can I get in here and just, Mr. Jolly, first of all, I want to thank your firm for following up on doing a diligent audit. You know, the only way I can perceive for myself as representing a council, as a council member representing the municipal government, I understand, and this is how I place my decision on, you know, when I hear someone accepting a thorough audit. The first thing, you know, as my practice for work is the definition of practice. How do you practice your work? And your practice is do you practice the proper? And you know, I'm an elected official. I'd love to tell you that I have all the degrees in the world and tell you that I know and I can read every binding contract that the municipal government presents itself. But I got to be honest and say no. But I know that we have hired the most educated people that can represent the city well. And I know that, you know, I'm a tax practitioner, so I practice Circular 230, and I understand that the practice has to be proper. And as long as I practice the practice right, we're correct. So the fact that the municipal government gave way to hire Jolly and Associates to confide and do an audit, and they come to us, and they are the distinguished professionals in this body and language. We go with your opinion, and your opinion is telling us that this is a clear, good audit. So understanding that I practice taxation, and I understand that the practice needs to be, you know, complete, and you followed through with your audit, and you found that the audit is complete. I have to accept it and say that we are correct. Now it has nothing to do, and this is going to be my fifth year in council, it is my fifth year in council, and all the years we've, first of all, I don't think we've ever had a audit report from our last financial individual that came and did I apologize, we had two of them, but prior to that, we didn't have any audits, so I can't refer back to when we had a workshop to actually discuss the completed audit of the municipal government. So for me, I accept the fact that you're telling us we have a good bill in sale, and we're going to be able to represent the city and say that the city is confining with their accounting practices and is following through. And I'm sure that if you see something out of the order, you'll represent and contact our staff, and they'll be able to pick it up and clean it up really good. And for that, I thank you again for the expediting of the audit. And so understanding just me as a council member and not a 13-degree person here, I understand that you've looked at it. Your firm has been objectively looked at it and approved it and said that we're good. So I accept your evaluation. Thank you.
And I just want to add to that, as well as actually going through the audit process myself for a 22 audit. it does take a lot of work from staff, and it does take a lot of work and coordination with the auditors to make sure that we're producing as staff, the correct reports that you're asking for. And, you know, the biggest part of it is the budget, right? So, and we look at the budget every year, and so that's a big part of it, the assets, the, liabilities, just everything. And so, I know it's a lot of work. And when you're behind, 22, time is of the essence. And so the, because you're reviewing this as the first time, you probably took a little bit longer because you were not familiar with what our finances look like. So, the next year, the only thing I'm hearing that's gonna be delayed is because of these new, government requirements or accounting practices that are instituted by either state government, what have you. So with that, I'm in agreement with this. I mean, there's a lot of numbers here. I agree. 100 pages is a lot. But again, we have all year to look at it, and we've been looking at this. And if you're saying that, there's a clean audit, there was nothing that you see out of the ordinary, then, you know, I'm sure you have insurances if something happens, that for liability. So, I'm in agreement with this. Thank you.
That would be me. I'm the commercial insurance guy on the council. We all have our livelihoods that we do here, so I'm not an expert in accounting. I'm sure everything's great. I agree with Council Member Guerra. I just would have liked a little more time. We haven't had an audit in a couple of years, and I'd like some more time to digest. We got 13 items on the agenda tonight and a 2-hour closed session with 4 items on that. So we've had a lot of stuff, a lot of volume thrown at us, and I would just like a little more time to get, has nothing to do with you.
No, I
For all your
understand.
work,
I
just,
agree.
I would like some more time to digest the numbers, but it sounds really good, what you're saying.
My point of view is that this audit was, like you say, a long time coming, and it's very crucial for this loan with our infrastructure that we need to continue our subdivisions and the future of Selma. And like I say, I would accept your audit statement because that's what we need, and time is the essence. It's been a long time to get to this point, and we're finally almost there. So I think we need to finish it. Thank you.
Is there any comment from the public tonight about the audit? 22-23 fiscal year?
And 57 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. Mike, just a quick question. In 2023, there was a $14 million loan taken out by the city with the high interest rate. And I know there's another $20 million, 22, 20, I'm not too sure, but it's in the 20s. It was a 3-2 vote to have that get another credit with this high interest rate loan. Do they need this audit to pass to get that $20 million loan with a high interest rate, or is that already passed? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this a stepping stone to getting a credit rating for $20 million? I think that was the sort of nominal number put out there for Amberwood. I don't know if that's even a real number.
The council approved pursuing up to $20 million for not just Amberwood, but the Dinuba trunk line and other sewer and lift station upgrades throughout the city, including Rose Avenue Lift Station. The priority projects for that funding have been Amberwood and Dinuba have been designated as the priority projects for that. To address the comment from the citizen, the previous loan I believe she was referring to is with regard to the pension obligation bond. It was a restructuring of our existing debt. We basically refinanced at a lower rate, not a higher rate. And so the city is actually saving about $500,000 a year because of that loan restructuring.
And that'll be reflected in the 22-23 audited financial report, or the one that they're going to do next. Got it. Okay, bringing it back, is there any additional comment from the public at this time, online or on the phone? that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Is there a motion to approve the 2021-22 fiscal year independent auditors report?
I'll make a motion.
approve.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, next item is consideration of a resolution approving waste services contract with Mid Valley Disposal.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. What you have before you is a consideration of an agreement with Mid Valley Disposal for solid waste collection services within the city of Selma for both residential and commercial service. As you are aware, the city went through an extensive request for proposal process whereby the city, with the engagement of private citizens, selected Mid Valley Disposal from a group of four proposers. And Mid Valley was deemed by the council to be the best option for the city beginning July 1st, 2024. At this time, we have been in negotiations with Mr. Kalpakop and his team from Mid Valley Disposal, nailing down a solid agreement that protects the city and makes all the terms clear for both parties. And we are very happy and satisfied, along with our legal team, with the agreement that's being presented today. As I mentioned, the agreement won't kick in until July 1st, but in the meantime, Mid Valley will be busy preparing the transition in the background, purchasing the equipment necessary to service Selma efficiently and effectively. And we're very happy to recommend approval of the agreement that's in your packet. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I believe Mid Valley Disposal is here as well.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for city manager or for the folks from Mid Valley Disposal who come out tonight? Welcome. Thank you for coming out. I got a question.
Yeah.
Where are the rates? Contract.
The rates were part of the proposal that was submitted. I don't believe that they were included as an appendix, which was our oversight, but they will be. They were already included within the selection process when council approved Mid Valley as the selected entity.
Kind of an important part of a contract is the rates, right?
Absolutely.
Are they incorporated by reference in here, or were they just supposed to
Yeah.
be in the appendix?
Right.
Okay, the exhibit A.
I don't know specifically what exhibit off the top of my head. Yes, exhibit A.
Could we table this until we were able to see the rates? I just like to see it as part of the contract. I mean, to me, that's really critical because that's what it comes down to. I don't know if anyone else agrees with me on council, but I think it's important to have. Oh, you don't?
No,
You don't care about the
Because we
rates?
saw, yeah.
All right.
No, I care about the rates. We already saw them in the proposal.
When you want to see them in the contract?
Contract. I would like to see it
They're
in the
referencing the
contract,
contract.
so
I'm
I
sure
would
they're
like
referencing that.
to table it as well.
I'm not saying anything's wrong. I would just like to see it as part of the contract. This is what we're voting on. This is why you guys elect us to watch this.
Once the contract is executed, we will absolutely send out the full agreement with all the attachments included. The other aspect of it is there's still some very minor language that needs to be worked out in terms of some of the procedural things within the agreement, but nothing of substance is going to change. But yeah, we can send out the rates to the council and to the public.
You
I'd
know,
be
I
glad to
just,
vote after that, but I'm uncomfortable with voting on a contract where I don't see the most important part of the contract. Pardon me, Councilman Trujillo, go ahead.
no, I just, I understand, we've gone through a couple of, I think, 2-3 months of some heated discussions in regards to just a lot of topics in regards to just justification. And, the only thing I'll do is just outweigh how my representation for this municipal government and how I represent my community and how I do it. And one of the things was we had a pretty long, lengthy discussion in regards to how the rates were come and how every agency was represented. I think the rates have been talked and been discussed plenty of times. I think that staff has done an outstanding job on doing a presentation that, gives them, I commend you guys for the amount of work you put into it to give us all, turn every stone and let us know that we are representing our community proudly to make sure that we give them the best rate and service, So in that part, but also I want to make sure that everybody understands and out the public of our community that, I have a weekly meeting with our city manager, and we it's probably about 3 to 4 hours that we meet and we discuss and we turn every stone and every and we talk about every issue from what's here. So I mean, if you don't have the knowledge and we don't have the information, we've discussed this for 2, 3 months. So I respectfully understand and agree with every individuality of a representation in our council, but at the end of the day, this item has been brought to our council for many times, and I have no reason to believe that we don't have a solid contract that's representing our community and giving the best rates. And so I agree with moving forward. And it's just my opinion. I'm not attacking anybody personally. I'm not. But I meet and I feel, and again I thank my staff because they make themselves available when I have a concern, or if I'm looking at the rates, or looking at just anything in general. So for that matter, I just want to let everybody know that I agree with this contract. I think it's solid. So for that, but I thank you. And Mr. Mayor, if I can ask after this item, we can take a 5-minute break. I'd really appreciate it if it's okay with you.
Definitely. 5 sounds good. Everybody good with a 5-minute break? Okay. All right, bringing them back. Thank you for your comment, Councilman. Does anybody else have a comment at this time?
Yeah, I have a comment. I think that because the way this contract was awarded by the 3 council members, I have a lot of questions that I'd like to get cleared up with our legal counsel. So for this, I am saying we need to table this for a future date so that we can get all these questions answered.
Anybody from the public with any comments at this time?
Teresa Salas, 1701 Dinuba Avenue. I was one of the citizens on the committee that evaluated the proposals that were submitted to the city. And I myself personally took a lot of time studying everything, the proposals that were submitted, including all the rates that were submitted. And we made our recommendation. The council accepted our recommendation and made their choice. So I don't know what going over all of that more questions will change, because those numbers were still the same numbers, and the acceptance of that by the council has already been made. They've already voted. And so I think that by delaying it, which means delaying it into next year, you are hindering the new company from preparing to step in and do the service for our city. Mid-Valley is very prominent throughout the valley, doing lots of other cities, not just Selma. So I think they're very experienced in what they're doing. And I think that the council made a good decision by going with Mid-Valley. And I'm happy to see them become part of the city of Selma and see what kind of service they'll be giving us.
Anyone else with a comment?
My name's Lorena Betancourt, 1326 Goldrich Street. And it doesn't seem like everybody feels comfortable with the rates. I myself would like to hear what the rates are as a citizen, because I know it's going to affect us. So I understand there's been a lot of time and effort put into the paperwork and the rates and everything. But I agree with you guys that I think it should be tabled until everybody feels comfortable and it's actually in the contract. Because who's to say that after the contract comes out, something's not going to change? So, thank you.
Ten 57 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. Also, I believe, was it $25,000 or $35,000 consultant that was on this to help recommend. And who did that consultant recommend? The citizens paid, was it $25,000 for the consultant or 35,000?
I think his name was Mr. Ballier.
And who did he recommend?
He said, yeah, I think he said very good things about Mid Valley, but I
Okay.
think he said if it was up to him personally, he'd go with the other bidder, Caglia.
Regular. And so you guys are gonna, this is one of the, I believe, the biggest
If he were making a
vendor to
decision.
have for the citizens of Selma to pay. And we don't know the rates, if they're increased, decreased. We don't know what's the contamination. Is there going to be a contamination fee? Meaning if your pizza cartridge goes in the wrong trash can, that could be automatic 15, 20, 10. We don't know what amount that's going to be either. So we don't know the contamination fee as well. Is that correct? Or do we know that? What that's going to be? So I'm just really confused to the fact that you guys are ready to vote for something with the citizens not even aware of what our rates are going to be. We just heard our PG&E rates are going to go up. The water is going to go up. Insurance is going to go up. Everything is going to go up. And we're hurting. We have seniors here that are hurting. And the day this does happen and there's an increase, we are going to come to wherever we need to go, and please explain why you went with this company. Thank you.
Someone else with a comment?
Jim Avalos, 1701 Dinuba. I don't envy you guys' position, one thing. But earlier, somebody made a comment. When we do out to bid, we try to maintain the lowest bid, and the bid went high. And so the decision was to go out to bid again. And when it comes to process in the city, as far as I know, when it comes to the citizens, representing the citizen, you guys represent the people in this city of Selma. And the idea is to make sure the citizens of Selma get the best rates and the best service at the same time. And you want to make sure, because we're dealing in our community, we have the seniors on one side, we have the middle class, the other ones, but at the same time, they all want a fair rate, economical rate, so they can have affordable living. The seniors could be happy. The moderates could buy cars, invest in our community. But when you do not show the cost factor on the bids, on the rate bids, what's gonna be the cost factor? That's not a smart move. I think the citizens themselves have to really step up and say, hey, we want to see the cost factor. What's going to cost, for the garbage? What's going to cost for the water, PG&E, the presentation? They want to see those rates and with their own eyes. And your responsible is to make sure that citizens get a fair rate and at a lower cost to help a city of Selma grow in the right direction. If the rates are too high, these poor people, the seniors, are going to be punished. The moderates are going to say, well, I can't afford a car no more. We got to cut back. We don't want to do that. We want to keep our city growing, and we got to be smart how we do it and keep our rates down and moderate and everywhere we can, and work with our allies as far as waste management, or whoever the garbage person is, Cal Water, SKF, they're partners. We have to make sure that we're doing a fair job for our community, and they're getting their fair shake too as well. And thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody on the phone? Anybody online? Okay, just bringing it back. Any parting comments?
Yes, I do. With this we have to remember, that in 2024, the city, or throughout the state, there's going to be penalties imposed on cities and citizens that do not comply with, what is it, or AB 1380,
1383.
83, especially with our restaurants, right? So our restaurants, they have to put their waste in the proper waste disposal. We should have already been educated on all of this. Again, 2024 is when that is going to be implemented, the penalties. And so the penalties for not putting your pizza box in the right garbage are going to be minimal compared to the non-compliance with the AB 1383. And again, this is across the state. It's not just here in the city of Selma. And again, it affects our restaurants, which will affect everyone else's rates. You know, their food, when they go out to eat, it's going to affect them, because what happens is that the restaurants are going to have to up their prices because they're not complying with 1383. And so we went through a whole bidding process for, months, and we had all of these discussions, and we did have those rates that were presented. And so I feel it would be bad practice if a company said this is what the rates are going to be, and then they're going to have to change them just because they felt like they could. So for me, I'll wait till if anybody else has any comments, but we're sitting here at December 4th today. This contract goes into effect July 1st. So if we don't put this contract in place, that company can't do what they have to do to get us prepared to be compliant with the AB 1383. And so any delays that we have on this, we're not going to have another meeting until July 16th. So any delays that we put on this contract is only going to delay. January 16th is our next council meeting. And so any delays is just going to, delay our compliance, and we're already hitting 2024. So does anybody else have any comments before I make a motion?
I do. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. But I see what you're saying. Time is of the essence. But who's ever said democracy was a really fast form of government? We're not IBM here designing the new quantum computer. We're a public entity, and that's why we have these meetings rather than deciding all this stuff behind closed doors, where we could probably be done with this agenda in about 15, 20 minutes. City has an amazing staff, advanced degrees. They're all experts. They're really, really good and hard workers, and they care about our city genuinely. They make mistakes. We are a separate set of eyeballs up here. That's what we're here to do. That's why the folks elected us, to be that set of eyeballs that looks over this great work that the city does. Case in point, the city left off the trash assessment on the recent property taxes. Check your property tax bill out. The waste management trash assessment isn't on there. It happens. But see, that's why we're here. We're here to look at this. And when I don't see the rates on a contract, I don't feel like I'm doing my job if I don't say, whoa, I know it's going to take some time, but let's just do it right. Let's bring a contract back and let's have the darn rates on there. I think that's why you guys elected us, to have that oversight. So anyway, that's my point of view. So does anybody have another comment, or is there a motion? Okay.
I make a motion to approve the contract with the rates included on there. Thank you.
I'll second.
Just questioning the motion.
There's no rate.
There are no rates. So would we be approving the contract contingent on
Contingent on the rates being there.
Well,
contract
you
being
would be
published
approving
with the rates?
Yeah, I apologize. You would be approving the agreement with the appropriate exhibits included at execution. Is that appropriate, City Attorney?
Correct, which were on the bid that they submitted.
Correct.
They're on the bid, but they're
And
not
we're
on the contract that we're
considered
approving.
we're considered when Mid-Valley was approved as the contractor.
Oh, correct. But to your point, it would be what the motion is for those rates that were submitted in the bid to be attached.
Okay, then why wouldn't we wait till that contract comes back in front of us? So we could actually see the rates and
That'd be
approve
fine.
it.
That's up to the council. I'm just
Got it.
clarifying the motion.
Okay. That would be my motion, but we have a motion on the floor. If I'm understanding correctly, to approve this contract
With the appropriate exhibits,
with the appropriate exhibits.
which are the rates that were in the proposal that we saw over and over a couple months ago.
We didn't see them over and over. A lot of these folks are seeing this stuff for the
Well-
first time. That's why we go over this stuff again. But, okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra.
I abstain.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Okay, with that, we'll take a 5-minute break and we will
Thank you.
return at 8 o'clock. Do we have Councilman Trujillo on the line?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you for giving me the break. I needed.
Absolutely. Thanks for suggesting that. Okay. Everybody, we're back and we're going to move on now to item 3, which is the introduction and waiver of the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Selma, amending section 632 of the Selma Municipal Code relating to animal control.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item, as you recall, was requested by the council to bring back as a result of the study session that the city conducted with regard to Second Chance Animal Shelter, as well as the animal control services being provided in the city. If you recall, our municipal code was amended in 2014 to basically designate Second Chance Animal Shelter as the city's sole provider of animal control services, sheltering and service, animal control services within the city. So that basically transferred the control of that operation over to Second Chance from the chief of police. What we're doing now with this proposed ordinance amendment is to basically revert back to the way that it was, with the caveat that if we still need to contract out those services, which we likely will, we still retain that ability to do so at the discretion of the chief of police, but we're not specifying what agency or what organization would be providing those services. From a general perspective, a local agency never wants to dictate or specify within its municipal code a particular contractor to provide services, because that could change at any time for whatever reason. Maybe that contractor goes out of business, or we end up finding somebody else who provides better service or better rates or what have you. So it's just a matter of best practice to not specify any particular contractor within our municipal code, while still retaining the authority, the oversight, and the flexibility to be able to contract with another outside agency. So that is what you have before you tonight with this item, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation, City Manager. Does council have any questions or any statements at this time?
I just have, just for point of clarification, that language that is redlined in the municipal code right now, that was approved by council back 10 years ago?
2014, correct.
2014, okay, so almost 10 years ago.
Mhm.
So, and that was giving a nonprofit organization authority to be the, what was it called? The, like, animal control.
Animal control
Animal
officer.
control
Mhm.
officer, okay, where its state law says that the chief of police is the control officer. Is that correct?
Our municipal code says that.
Oh, okay. Okay, I just wanted, again, to just point of clarification that that is the reason why we're changing this, is because it should have not been a nonprofit. Thank you.
I would respond to that by actually reading this code. I was on the council when this code was changed, and so I know why it was changed. And it was changed so that the animal control officer that was employed by Second Chance Animal Shelter could administer administrative citations. It was sort of spun at the last workshop that this was somehow lowering our public safety. It was putting public safety in the hands of Second Chance Animal Shelter. But if you look at the last paragraph that's redlined, it says, in performing these duties, the animal control officer employed by SCAS shall contact and defer any such enforcement or other animal control activity as deemed necessary by any peace officer, that'd be of the Selma Police Department, with respect to each of the following: where an animal presents a threat to the public safety, when an animal bites any persons, when an animal is creating a traffic hazard, when the owner handler of the animal has been arrested by the Selma Police Department, when the animal has been gravely injured. So Selma Second Chance Animal Shelter was never there to usurp the function of the Selma Police Department. It was there to enhance a service that our city has needed, which is to rescue stray animals and get them off the streets. And we started as a kill shelter, and then we went into as the shelter went into a no-kill status. And we even took cats for a while until that was not practical anymore. But never, ever did the Second Chance Animal Shelter usurp or try to replace the authority of the PD. And as a case in point, whenever there would be a bike quarantine, the Selma PD would have a hearing and would decide whether or not that animal was returned to the owner or whether that animal was put down as a danger to the public safety. That was never Second Chance's decision. So I just wanted to dispel or clear up any kind of misconception that there was any less public safety with Second Chance. The PD was firmly in control, and it's through state law that the PD is firmly in control of any animal control operations. That is state law, and city law can't go against state law. So that is, that's something that, it was a good partnership between the Selma PD and between Second Chance, with Second Chance assisting the city rather than trying to replace law enforcement. Do we have any
Mr. Mayor,
comments from anybody? Oh, Councilman Trujillo?
yeah, you know, I know that we've gone rounds and rounds.
I can't hear you, Councilman.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I think just, I just like to make sure that, you know, the community knows that, you know, this, you know, in, you know, municipal governments, you know, we talk about 10 years, 20 years back, we do what we have to do to make sure that we accommodate our community. You know, civic leaders, stakeholders step up to the game and, you know, represent themselves, and community makes decisions that, you know what, will best adhere at that point for the community. But right now, you know, the community is growing, and we have, you know, we've selected some leaders to, and our staff, you know, our manager and our staff, and, you know, they're coming in and giving us some opinions, and to a point to changing some of our codes. And, you know, we can go back and kick around and kick some codes off and say, hey, why do we do this? Why do we do that? But at the end of the day, our leadership, and I'm talking about the whole, all of us, our leadership is to better serve our community. And, you know, if 10 years ago, the verbiage was to adhere with the animal shelter to give so they can, you know, be able to provide a good service to our community, that's what it is. But from now, right now, the way I look at it is, hey, let's open it up and let's move it on, and let's put it back to the direction that our city staff is recommending, and move forward, and let's go, you know, and no hard feelings to anyone, but at the same time, understand that, you know, at the end of the point, at the end of the day, we are wanting to better our services to our residents, our services and our safety. And if this is gonna get better our services and our safety to our community, then let's move on and let's take care of it. That's I'm not picking anybody's side. I'm not kicking around anybody. I'm just stating that, you know, what was good 10, 12, 15, 18 years ago, and what happens now, what we're doing, we're just moving on with the generational what we're better in our community and moving forward with that. So that's why we're doing this, and I hope everybody, you know, agrees with it. And I understand we'll have some different opinions, but at the end of the day, you know, it's to better our community service and safety. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Do we have any input from the public at this time on this topic? Please come up.
Lorena Betancourt, 1326 Goldrich Street. So I'm here to support Second Chance Animal Shelter. There's a lot with this whole, especially the comments that I just heard. You know, it just sounds like, let's move on, who cares? Big deal, right? It is a big deal. It's a big deal to a lot of us that do rescue. My concern with the city taking over the shelter completely and removing Second Chance is because of an experience that I had. I've done a lot of animal rescue for years now, and my very first rescue that I did was here in Selma. Years ago, when the city had control of the shelter, I ran over a dog. I was devastated, didn't know what to do at the time, called PD. When the officer showed up, he laughed at me for stopping. He's like, oh, I can't believe you even stopped. It's just a dog. What do you want me to do? There's nothing we can do. I'll take him. Yeah, I'll take him to the country and just shoot him. And I was like, are you serious? So I was horrified with what I was hearing. I decided to take the animal myself, the dog, to the vet. That was my very first rescue. This was a long time ago. I have great respect for Chief Alcaraz and Selma PD. I've established great relationships, working relationships with them. But at this point, I believe that Second Chance has done a great job with the rescue, with the animals. There's a lot of strays, unfortunately. My opinion, I think that what the city should concentrate on, what PD should concentrate on is enforcing the chip, getting the animals chipped, neutered, the dog licenses. That would be a tremendous help. Let the experts do the rescue. Let them handle it. I know that the chief and the Selma PD have a lot more things that they have to do in keeping us safe, the community. Let the shelter keep the animals safe. I mean, I don't understand why they have to be removed. I understand your explanation, Mayor. Thank you for explaining that of, the codes and the ordinance and all of that. But I think it'd be a huge mistake to remove Second Chance from doing the rescue and from taking in the animals and taking care of the animals. I've worked through a lot of towns around the area. I've worked with a lot of rescues. And Parlier is one of them, that they don't have a shelter, they don't have animal control, PD doesn't care. They shoot the animals or they just let them run around town. You see animals running around everywhere. I don't want to live in a community like that. One, I care about our community and I care about the animals. So please consider that and let them do what they have to do, what they've been doing. It's been working great. I've seen a great difference in town. So please continue to do that. Thank you.
I'm Brenda Prado. I'm from Kingsburg. My question is, why on earth would you want to go backwards, back to the way it used to be? I was there back then when the shelter was out on McCall. You don't want to go backwards. That's when the PD had control of animal services in town. It makes no sense. Unless you've done it yourself, you don't understand what it entails to run a shelter or rescue. How is the city going to do that? Is my question. Are you guys allowed to answer questions? Or is it just for me to speak?
It's your input and then we'll discuss it. After you get done, you're giving your input and we'll talk about it.
Okay, well, I'd really like to know why this has come up now. And where does this leave the city of Kingsburg? I noticed, when I looked online that there wasn't, one second. That would be from the Professional Services Agreement Amendment number 1 that I guess was passed in July, where additionally consultants shall seize all pickup of animals from Kingsburg or Fowler, which Second Chance hasn't had a contract with Fowler for, I believe, a year now. Due to the capacity limitations at the shelter following a 60-day notice period to respective agencies. So my question is, how can the city of Selma decide about a contract that Kingsburg has with Second Chance? And my opinion is, leave things the way they are. Allow them, now that you guys are finally paying them a decent amount monthly to where they have more resources to get things done, at least see how that goes. And don't allow this to pass. Thank you.
Come on up. Anybody like to comment?
I love my animals. The ones that are born against that. Do you have pets? You have pets, Blanca? You have a pet yourself? You don't. How about Joe? Do you have a pet? How about that man? Does he have a pet? Did he have one? Well, I'm not gonna allow that. Animal shelter is gonna stay there because I'm gonna fight for it. You know what? The police officers have enough. They don't have enough manpower to do their job and keeping us safe. What business do they have to get into the dog business? This animal shelter is gonna stay. I'm gonna fight for it. I'm retired. I can spend some free time and help you guys take up. You're not gonna close the animal shelter if I have to do something about it. You know what? You three guys have been born show and Blanca together, but this time I'm gonna put a stop to it. If I have to put a federal lawsuit to keep it open, I will. You know what? The police don't have no business controlling the dog population. What they should focus is on people and safety. Hey, there's a code violation right there on Dockery and beyond. There's a business person that's got over a 2-ton trailer and truck, and it's supposed to be in a garage, and it's right there where I can hit it. I told the city, he said it's all right, they're running business. Anything over 2 tons is supposed to be in a garage. Now, they can't even take care of that, and they're gonna get involved in the animals. I love animals and I love my dog, and nobody's gonna close animals if I have something to do about it, because you know what? I love animals, and nobody should do that. I volunteer to help. The police have no business. They got enough in their plate, and let them do their job. Don't you close the animal shelter, because I'm gonna run against, well, you're not gonna run next year's yard. I'm gonna run for your place, and if I win, I'm gonna make sure that shelter never closes if I have to. And you know what? Then you'll have your 3 votes against 2. And you know what? I better say nothing because I'm pissed off, because I love my dog and I would die for my dog. And if I was hurt my dog, I don't know what I would do, but I wouldn't, I better not say nothing, because then you're gonna say I make threats. But you're not gonna close that animal shelter if I have something to do. Because you know what? I'll do whatever in my power to do. And if I have to file a federal lawsuit, my senior citizen, and I'll bring in the feds, because I'm gonna bring them in. And you know what? I'll do that for an animal, because what right do you have to kill an animal? You have no right. You're supposed to protect an animal, because that's a human being. Even if it's a dog, you know, a dog is a man's pet friend, or anybody, if you really love your dog. How dare you try to close down the shelter and have the police take it? Let them take care of the citizens. And you know what?
Thank you, Mr.
I'll
Evans.
volunteer and do the
Appreciate it.
job.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it won't
Thank you.
close it.
Good evening, Parveen Sandu, 2477 Country Club Lane. I am the current president for Second Chance Animal Shelter. Thank you for allowing us to come and make public comment. This ordinance was created 9-10 years ago for a reason. And I do agree with my counterparts. Why are we going backwards? Second Chance was here to assist PD. You know, currently to date, we assist PD with bite quarantines, with cases and all of that. We do not make that determination of if this dog needs to be put down, whatever. That comes from the police department. We do care for the dogs. Over the years, we have achieved, I feel like, the greatest achievement, this whole community, and it's not just Second Chance, it's the rescuers, it's PD, it's citizens, of being a no-kill shelter. And just last week, from the Best Friends Network, we were awarded with the recognition for being a no-kill shelter for 2022. We want to maintain that record. City of Selma has worked way too hard for achieving that, and we need to stay that way. We need to build better relationships with our city and with our residents, and inform them and educate them of how to be better dog owners, cat owners, animal owners. It takes a village, and every single person here supporting is from the animal rescue world, and they realize the struggle. Now, if the police department and the city want to take on that struggle, you know, we're here to help as well. But that requires additional resources and funding. And I believe that if we're to be being able to save the city money and divert those, you know, resources and that time to us, while the city can go ahead and take care of other things like protecting the citizens, I think it's a good value. You know, thank you for letting us be a part, and we want to continue to be a part of the city and part of the solution. Getting rid of Second Chance or taking away a lot of the powers that are already been assigned to second chance is not the solution. The solution is to go and work with the community and make City of Selma a better place to live for both humans and for our pets, because we all know that our pets are a part of our lives and our world. Thank you.
Hello, council. I would also like to support the Second Chance Animal Shelter being a no-kill facility. I think that we should do the most ethical decision, and to me, that would be that it continues to be a no-kill facility. Just how the president said, we have to continue to try and find solutions to this problem of there being a high population of animals. The solution is not to euthanize or have to limit the amount of animals that can be in the shelter. And I would like that the shelter here in Selma continue to be a good example for surrounding cities that that were a no-kill shelter. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment at this time?
Hi, my name's Tommy, 2562 Jackson Street. I also want to show support for the Second Chance Animal Shelter. So they are volunteer-based, and they need more support from the city instead of taking that on through the police department and having to create new jobs and pay for employees. They can just give that money to the shelter to support them and help them rescue more animals. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Irene Prieto of Selma. I say it's a wrong move to try and go backwards, as everyone is saying. I believe that Second Chance is going to improve and do a lot better with a lot of us rescues stepping up and wanting to help the shelter. I was one of the 3 who ran City of Fowler Shelter for almost 10 years. And it's a job, and you have to love what you're doing to make the animals survive. We never killed one dog for space, ever, at the City of Fowler for that. And I believe we can continue to do a good thing at Second Chance if you allow us to continue, because we want to step up. Us rescues want to start helping a little more. And when we started seeing things were going on that should not have been going on, well, we all learn from our mistakes, and we need to go forward and not backwards. I want to know what will be happening to the animals when the city takes over. They will all be killed, correct? Because there's too many. How is the city going to take care of them? They're not going to take care of them. Immediately, they're going to start killing them. And that's not the right thing to do right now. We need to stay here with Second Chance and let everybody try, just give everybody another chance, a second chance. And I think everybody would do better and a lot more animals would live. The problem here is spay and neuter. The city of Selma needs to have a program for spay and neuter so that the people can have a program where they can go get their animals done free, because there's an overpopulation of the animals. There's a lot of low-income people who cannot afford, especially all the rates going up on spay and neuter. People with money can't even afford it. It's just too high to spay and neuter. And if you guys can just have a program, just try it one time. You guys have the funds to do it. Spay and neuter is the problem here. And people need to be a little more responsible, but Second Chance needs another chance. Thank you.
Lizette Hurtado. I just want to also show support for Second Chance. My sister does a lot of rescues. I've rescued 3 dogs myself. They're like my, none of us want to see this as a no-kill shelter. It's kind of ridiculous to even consider it. I also feel that it's ridiculous to even consider putting that on the police department, because how are we supposed to feel safe when they're going to be busy with all the dogs roaming around. My opinion, I personally, if it does become that, if I'm gonna see a dog, I'm gonna feed it on the street and hope that they're gonna find shelter themselves, because I would never take it to kill shelter, because why would I pick a dog up so that they can go and get killed? Like, nobody's gonna want to do that. So we are gonna see a lot of dogs, unfortunately, running around, I believe. And then at the same time, they're gonna be so busy with, I'm sorry to say, but stupid calls like that when they should be busy with the real calls that we also need them on. So I don't think that that's a good move either. And I think that you guys should really, really consider it. I think they've been doing a great job this whole time. And like she said, that was changed for a reason. And yes, we do have to adapt, but adapting by killing the animals that are there right now is not the option, or is not a good option, in my opinion. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone on the phone or online? Or speakers?
Hi, good evening. I'm here from Fresno. And I'm here because I just want you to know that Selma's animal control issue has been spilling out into other cities, in the sense that Second Chance has not been given the resources that they need, and like sustainable, realistic solutions. And so there have been people from Fresno, Clovis, Visalia, Exeter that I personally know who have been advocating on behalf of these animals, trying to get them into other rescues, because Second Chance has been told they need to get their numbers down so low so quickly that it's not realistic. And so I really feel like you guys need to be doing your part to meet Second Chance where they are, meet the community where they're at in terms of resolving these issues. I agree with everyone. Most people who have, some knowledge of animal overpopulation understand that spay and neuter is the place to start. That is where attention needs to be given. People need to be educated on responsible pet ownership. What I understand is that Second Chance has been asking for access to dog license lists, mandatory microchipping, mandatory spay and neutering requirements when licensing dogs, updated ordinances that hold owners accountable for dog abandonment, and none of those things have been met. So I feel like those are things that are easily doable and are probably a lot more cost effective for the city of Selma than creating new positions in the police department to take over this issue. Yeah, sorry, I have other points. Hang on. I just want to say, I just don't think it's wise to abandon what the city has already invested in, and what the community clearly supports. I think it's a matter of partnering with your contractor more effectively rather than jumping ship and then throwing it all in the hands of the police department. I just don't know if that would be the best use of their time and energy, like everyone else is saying. I think when it comes to public safety, people are more concerned about other people than animals, and that's where law enforcement's attention should be going. It sounds like everyone has a common goal. I'm sure the government doesn't want to be dealing with a ton of strays or putting animals down at an insane rate. The community doesn't want that. None of the rescues want that. These neighboring cities don't want that. So I think it's about finding the right solutions that are humane and sustainable and get to the root of the issue rather than being a Band-Aid solution. Because if you don't address spay and neuter, you're just always going to be playing catch up, right? There's always going to be animals proliferating everywhere. There's always going to be strays. There's always going to be shelters that are over capacity. And I also want to say, because they've been given this deadline of by the end of the year to get their animals down to 60, I believe about 100 animals would have to be euthanized. Don't be part of a mass euthanization around Christmas. Like, not a good look. And even the Grinch had a dog that he loved. Come on now. Like,
hello, everybody. My name is Angelica, 3741 Bryan Street. So I do want to say that the Second Chance Animal Shelter has been doing a great job. And not only have they been providing solutions, so I do hope that you guys also kind of meet them halfway. And I think we as a community has already stated what we would like that Second Chance Animal Shelter to stay and continue being a no-kill shelter. So I hope that you guys take that into consideration and make the decision to let it stay and continue working with the police department. Thank you.
Mill Street, Rose Rock. Also, we're forgetting the fact that if it does go, the three do vote that way, to get rid of the shelter. We do know that that'll be under the department, the city of Selma, and what's gonna happen when they get bit. The workers' comp's insurance is gonna continue to go up. I will be requesting on more PRA to see where we are from the last time, I believe, and I will update it. So the citizens will know what we're paying. Quarterly, we were additional $800,000 that we're paying quarterly. Make sure you guys hear that correctly. And again, I will update once I do get another update of that insurance. So what's gonna happen when the city worker gets bit? The city worker's gonna get bit and they're gonna have to replace that worker while the city employee's home. We're gonna need another person to step in that position. So that's more funding coming out. If PD starts getting bitten, what's gonna happen? PD is gonna have to go off on workers' comp, and then we're gonna have to replace the police department. We really need the police department to be going after the two-legged criminals, not our criminals, our cute little bird dogs. We don't need that. We need, so much crime is going on in our town. It is very obvious when you see a lot of stuff on news around Selma. Our department needs to be supported by public safety. And I'm really looking forward to those body cams. We heard that they're coming, and we look forward to seeing those body cameras so we can continue to support our public safety, but for going after criminals, not for our fur kids. We're also forgetting the fact that we have community service for our elementary school, for our high school kids. We also have community service for people who need community service from the courts and other places, and they're able to come volunteer at Second Chance Animal Shelter. So there's other services that we're able to provide for all neighboring cities. So please take that into consideration as well. Thank you.
Avalos, 1701. Guys, believe it or not, second chance, you make me proud, you know, I'll tell you, you got that award. I'm a part of the process, be on the council that took the dog shelter off of McCall Avenue. If you would have seen the dog shelter way back then, you ever see the TV about those dogs in the freezing cold? That's the way it was like over there, unfortunately. And it was sad. It was true. I'm not lying. And the council at the time, we made a decision to take these dogs out of that environment and create a safe environment for the dogs. Because, you know, if you had dogs or animals or pets, hamsters, or whatever, you take care of them. And council at the time, we made a decision to build that shelter way back then. And Second Chance took it over. Well, not only did they they take it over, they actually, they made me proud what I see now, getting that award. And I see other cities looking at Second Chance. What they're doing is phenomenal. At the time, the reason why we did that for the Second Chance, we didn't want the officers or the service officers to handle the dogs. We wanted the officers ourselves to be on the streets, and not only on the streets, but also in our schools with our kids, educating our kids about who the officers are, public safety. As far as our fire department, we want them in our education schools. We wanted to keep the crime minimized because they were the future. The kids were the future. Second Chance turned around and took this over, and they made me proud because I went over there and I seen they have high school kids teaching high school kids work ethics from the high school. They're working with Proteus program. I understood. I got it. They're doing things that they're phenomenal. Not, not just taking care of dogs, but also educating our youth about taking care of animals. And as the cost factor is way less what if we would, at the time, would be taking, the city would take care of, the financial status. We wanted more service officers and public safety on the streets. We thought that was super important because it was crucial. And when Second Chance took it over, guys, hey, other cities are looking at it. We should be proud of Selma Second Chance. We should advertise it. Hey, these people are doing the job. They'll educate other cities, Clovis, Fresno, what we do. And today they made me proud. These people, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Teresa Saul, 1701 Danube Avenue. I don't have any pets, but I do commend Second Chance Animal Shelter for what they do because it takes a very special person to be able to pick up a stray, pick up an animal that's been hurt, and to take care of them. But my understanding from this agenda item is they're just removing the wording from the city municipal code saying that it has to be Second Chance that's in charge of animal control. My understanding that Second Chance is still going to be taking care of the animals, but if something should change in the future, it's in the hands of the police chief to say, we're not going to go with Second Chance, we're going to go with a different company if Second Chance decides that they don't want to do it anymore, rather than having to come back to the council to change the municipal code again. That's what I'm reading here. In this just says it's removing the wording that it's going to be strictly in the hands of Second Chance. I think they're doing a fantastic job. I don't think that that's what what you're voting on, to take it away from Second Chance. You're just voting to take the wording out of the municipal code that it's going to go to Second Chance all the time. And some of the other points that have been brought by the people who support Second Chance, I support those things too. I live in Mobile Home Park. We have this little dog that's been running around there for about 3 weeks now. We can't catch him. And if we do, and I've read lots of news around Selma, people pick up these dogs and they're not chipped. How do you get them back to their owner? How do you find where they belong? So having city ordinances that support chipping your animals and spaying and neutering, those kind of things are helpful to the community, Second Chance, to the police department, to everybody. But I think that we're not voting to take anything away from Second Chance right now. I think we're just taking that wording out of that municipal code that says that it has to go to Second Chance. That's what I'm understanding. I don't say that I don't support the animal shelter, because I do. I know lots of people who are part of the board, et cetera, and I think they're doing a fantastic job. The animal shelter is overcrowded. Whether they euthanize, whether they give them away and foster them or whatever, I think that needs to also be addressed, because you can't have 200 dogs in a place that's meant for 75 dogs. It's unsanitary, it's unhealthy for the animals. So those things need to be addressed also. But working together with the city, I'm hoping that those things can be addressed to make things better for Second Chance, for the city, for the police department, and for everyone's pets.
Anybody else with any input at this time? Do we have anybody on the phone or online who'd like to say anything? Oh, Mr. Solis, go ahead.
Hey, I got a question on this one here. Okay, they're all talking about dogs. But where do you think the canines come from? Where do they come from? They're strays. Okay? You guys need to understand that. Any dog can be trained the way you want it trained. It doesn't have to be a German Shepherd. I want you guys to realize that. Okay?
Thanks.
'Cause I love the dogs. I love cats too.
Okay. Thank you. Any input online or on the phone? Okay.
I just want to state that I think that they need to be watched.
You need to introduce yourself. There needs to be oversight.
Can you identify yourself, ma'am?
I think it's you now. Can they hear me? I think so.
We can hear you, but you need to identify yourself. Tell us who you are. where
Rebecca
you're
of Selma. I can't tell if I'm okay. Oh,
We can hear you.
anywho, okay. I just would like to state that if Second Chance is going to continue being contracted with the city, that the city oversees them, because everyone's stating that they're doing a great job, but from what I'm seeing from the public is that they are not doing a great job. Has anybody actually physically seen what the shelter looks like? How they are communicating with the community? Is it on the phone? I don't know. I mean, I would like to see some better outcomes from the shelter if this is going to continue, because from what I'm seeing right now, it's not going the way it should be going. I don't want to do, I'm not for the shelter and I'm not against it, but I do want to see improvement, because what's going on right now is not improvement. This is not for the animals. The way they're being housed is not humane, and the way that they are reaching out to the community is not how, that's not how it should work. Having gates locked and not answering phones, not answering PD calls. When you call PD and you state, is there an animal control officer on duty? And they tell you, I don't know. Having an ACO, what's the word? On call when it's after hours and it takes a long ass time for somebody to come get to you, get an animal that's injured. And I don't understand why cats aren't being accepted when we're not just a dog city, there are cats as well. And is there any information about what the chief has to say about going to the surprise visit to the shelter? Okay, that's all I got. I don't know how to turn this off.
Say thank you and then.
Okay.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment, Rebecca. Anyone else with a comment?
As a reminder to the callers I see on Zoom, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. Thank you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Angela Pena from 2937 D Street. Some of you may recognize my name because I was the one that had the situation last year with Zeus. So I just have to kind of piggyback off of what Rebecca just said, that if the contract is going to continue, I would like to see how the city and PD can work more with the shelter. I'm not for or against it either, but just from everything that we experienced, the lack of support we really got on it from all parties involved, the lies, and just going forward. I mean, I have to continue to speak on that because, I mean, like I said, it's been over a year and I haven't really seen any improvements. And from everything I see on social media, from what everybody else experiences, you know, it, like Rebecca said, it's something that needs to just be overseen more. So I'm not for or against it. I'm definitely against euthanizing these poor babies. They don't deserve that. So I would just like to see more partnership between everybody to improve the situation for these animals. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to the council. You know, the next agenda item is a little bit further on this topic as well. So this won't be the last item about the shelter tonight. Okay, so if there's no more debate, is there a motion to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance, City of Selma, amending section 632 of the Selma Municipal Code relating to animal control?
I'll make a motion, but before I make a motion, this motion and this change has nothing to do with killing any dogs or, doing any of that. Is just basically removing the agency, a specific agency to the ordinance. It has nothing to do with what's gonna happen next. This is just removing that language. So I make a motion to amend the ordinance as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Joe,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Item number 4, consideration of amendment number 2 to City of Selma's agreement with Second Chance Animal Shelter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The item before you related to the previous item is with regard to the Second Chance Animal Shelter. As the council recalls, the original agreement, 3-year agreement with Second Chance Animal Shelter was due to expire on June 30th of this year, 2023. The council voted at that time to extend the contract for an additional 6 months while also more than tripling the monthly contribution that Second Chance would be receiving for that extended period, going from about $9,000 to $30,000 a month because of, the challenges with the increased population within the community. With that additional funding came certain milestones and goals that the council wanted to see Second Chance meet, particularly with regard to performance of animal control activities, addressing the overpopulation at the shelter, improving the conditions for the animals within the shelter, and also providing better accounting and transparency of the funds that were being contributed to Second Chance Animal Shelter for animal control activities. Since that time of the extension, staff has been working and dialoguing with Second Chance Animal Shelter, trying to get them compliant with the terms of the agreement that the council adopted. And we have not seen really any improvement within the operation that would make city staff feel comfortable with continuing to move forward with Second Chance Animal Shelter as the city's designated animal control agency. We had a study session workshop where we discussed the challenges that Second Chance Animal Shelter was facing, what the options were for the city, what we're legally required to do as a local agency tasked with public safety. And staff has considered quite a few options. One of them, as we've heard tonight, is potentially bringing the animal control services back within the purview of the police department under the police chief. But we've also reached out to other agencies and seeing who has capacity out there to be able to provide humane shelter and animal control services to the animals in Selma, to continue to provide that public safety component as well as humane sheltering services. So we've done quite a bit of due diligence. On Friday, our police chief and other staff, our public works director and a representative of Fresno Humane Society toured the animal shelter, and I've been there as well. The members of the board were gracious enough to give me a tour earlier this year of the shelter. And what I can tell you is that the shelter, Second Chance Animal Shelter, is not meeting the standard that the city requires for that type of service. A lot of the animals are living in very deplorable conditions, creating a lot of liability for the city. And they're understaffed, they're under-resourced, and they just do not have the capacity to continue to operate in a way that keeps the city, first of all, providing the services to the community that the community expects, but also it creates a lot of liability for the city as well as a contractor of the agents of the city. And so what the recommendation at this time is, as well as the accountability and the transparency, we've asked, the executive director of the shelter to provide better accounting of the funds. You know, we hear every month that the, you know, payroll checks are bouncing even though the budget was tripled. And, you know, there's a lot of concern about how the animal shelter is being managed, you know, the operations, the day-to-day, and as well, you know, just the overall conditions of the shelter, particularly as they affect the animals themselves. We haven't seen a decrease in the animal population. We've seen an increase, and I know a lot of that comes down to the ability to find, you know, foster care and you know, getting those adoptions up, and they're working really hard to be able to do that. We're certainly not the only community with those challenges, but at the end of the day, the operation of the shelter needs to be better. And so what we found in our assessment is that the Second Chance Animal Shelter is just doesn't have the capacity to serve the city of Selma in the current capacity. However, that doesn't mean that they can't continue to serve the city of Selma in a different capacity as a partner to whether the city or a different agency, because the work that they do, as we've mentioned previously, is very important to the community. So what we're proposing at this point is to allow the current agreement to expire on December 31st. We've been working with the Fresno Humane Society, who has agreed to come in as a consultant to look at the operations of Second Chance Animal Shelter with a view towards maintaining the operations going forward. And so that relationship still has to be established, but within the month of December, they're willing to come in, take a look at, you know, really the most important thing is looking at the health of the animals, looking at which animals, you know, what the condition is, looking at, you know, what animals can be relocated, or, you know, just assessing them in general as far as their health goes. And then moving on from there as far as logistical improvements, streamlining the operations, but also creating better transparency and accountability for the taxpayer funding. You know, we're paying them $360,000 a year, which is about the third largest contract that the city has. So that's quite a lot of money. And so we need to be able to see a very good service coming from any contractor that is receiving that amount of money from the city. So at this time, that is the recommendation of staff to allow the contract to expire, to not take action on Second Chance Animal Shelter's current agreement. And then we would bring in Fresno Humane Society to continue to assess the operations with the view of continuing the operations going forward. And that doesn't mean that they'll be the permanent contractor, but at least, you know, the Fresno, the Selma Police Department can work with both Second Chance and Fresno Humane Society to find the best way forward while keeping the services at a high level for the city of Selma. Happy to answer any questions.
Council have any questions for city manager?
City Manager, what was the amount that you stated that you're paying out to Second Chance?
$30,000 a month. So annually, that would be $360,000.
How much has been paid so far?
So the 5 months that have been paid, you're looking at 60, no. Thank you. So we haven't paid out the month of December at this point, but with that, it would be $180,000.
You mentioned, city manager, that and this is something I haven't heard, that Second Chance might still have another capacity with the city in terms of animal rescue. What would that role consist of?
You know, that just remains to be seen. Like we mentioned before, they're a highly valued organization within the community. It's just a matter of capacity. They don't have the capacity clearly to be the primary contractor for the city, but we don't know after Fresno Humane comes in and looks at the operation whether, you know, they can partner in terms of continuing to find homes for these pets that end up in the shelter. It's too early to tell. We just don't know yet what that role could be.
And I'm assuming there'll be a potential contract with Fresno Humane that will be subject to the review of the city council.
Yeah, any long-term contract that is entered into with Fresno Humane or any contractor would come to the city. Not necessarily the initial contract to do the consulting, to do the initial operations, but eventually you will see a contract if that's the route that that the council wants to go in.
Okay. And I would hope that in that contract, there would be something that states that no animal would be euthanized and put down just for space. Because that's what our guiding philosophy and animal care.
I
has
don't
shown for the
think.
last 10 years.
Oh, I apologize, Mayor. Go ahead.
Yep.
Oh, I don't think that that's currently in Second Chance's current contract, the way I've read it. And so the city's intent is not necessarily, to run a no-kill shelter. If that's what we're able to achieve, that is absolutely the best case scenario. What we're concerned with is public safety and to make sure that the animals are well taken care of. You also have to consider the quality of life that these animals are receiving when they are in the shelter. Just because they're not euthanized doesn't mean that they are having a good quality of life. And we've seen that. We're seeing that currently within the shelter. So we haven't, first of all, Second Chance's current contract doesn't stipulate it being a no-kill shelter. I think that was a determination that the organization itself made as part of its own mission because they are an animal rescue group. But we're not looking to contract with an animal rescue group per se. We're looking to contract with a service provider that can address animal control, spaying, neutering, microchipping, and just general public safety within the
I don't think
community.
that was clear. What I mean by no kill is euthanizing for space. There are always going to be issues where the animal is sick, and there are always going to be issues where the animal constitutes a danger to the public safety. That's another story, and that's when the animal is put down, unfortunately. But what I mean is putting down an animal just to make room, just because there's not enough space. And I mean, if Second Chance could be faulted for something, it would be having too big of a heart and trying to keep the animals around too long. I mean, that's a good fault to have, and I would rather see them counseled. I'd rather see them, have help given to them rather than just have the contract expire, so that they could continue their mission as people who care about the animals, because I've seen it the other way in the past. I've seen when the Selma PD has had it, and there's no knock against Selma PD. I think that could be relevant to any PD, but back in the day when the economy went bad and Selma PD was responsible for animal control, they wouldn't come out because they couldn't. They didn't have enough people. So that's the beauty of having and the wisdom of having a separate animal control organization that oversees your animal care and people and has volunteers who are not just doing it for a paycheck, but who are doing it out of the sheer love of the animals, and who can have, when they have a city that is looking over them, will provide the resources for additional training if that's what's needed.
And I agree with the mayor. I just think that we've had this workshop 2 months ago, and we had a lot of questions there as well. And one of the questions was given to our chief of police, and he clearly stated he did not want any part of the animal shelter. And myself, being an advocate for public safety, I believe we need our officers on the streets protecting us, protecting our safety, than having to chase dogs. That was the number one thing that we all talked about. The other issue is we're paying out money. And we clearly stated, I know that there were some issues that came up that we gave Second Chance. You gotta come up with these items. You gotta fix these things. But I have to agree, because I know what it is. I know what it takes to work at the animal shelter. I've done it. I've volunteered. I know what it is to go clean shelters. We used to do that. It takes time. And when you don't have a whole lot of volunteers to go out there, it's gonna look a little bit excuse my language, crappy, because that's what dogs do. They crap. But are they loved? Are they being fed? Of course they are. Is it better for them to be in there than being out in the streets and possibly get killed? I mean, I'm sure if they can talk, they would say yes. I just think personally, we've already admitted, I know the city manager has stated, and he stated this 2 months ago, he went to go see Delano's animal shelter. And they pay $200,000 a year for their animal shelter. And he admitted that the animal shelter here in Selma is underfunded. I strongly believe that we have to work together. I agree. I think that we can work together. We need to give ample time because it's not easy to just get rid of 60 dogs. We have our people, and I used to see them drive their vehicles and take 6 to 8 dogs all the way to Montana, Oregon. They did that out of the kindness of their hearts. So I would like to see the Selma people here support the animal shelter because you guys do it with love. Humane, we don't know what Fresno Humane's gonna do. They're gonna collect a paycheck. We don't know what they're gonna do and care about our dogs. That's what I personally think. I think that we need to go back to the drawing board and let's look at how we can come together and clear some of this stuff up and give ample time. Because it's not right. It's not right to give it to somebody that we have no idea how they're going to treat our animals. We don't. I mean, it's the truth. That's just what I have to say.
So to clarify, as far as the how much money we've paid out since the last contract to now, if I did the math right, it was $9,000 at for 6 months. It's $54,000. Plus, we gave $55,000 in a one-time emergency fund, and then $30,000 from July through at least November. And so that's $259,000 this year, correct?
This year, correct. Sorry, I was calculating from July to this point.
Okay.
Correct.
So $259,000, which first of all, I want to say I commend everyone that helps out at the animal shelter. I think that I am a responsible owner because I don't own a pet, because I would not be able to care for them the way that I should care for them. So that's the reason why I don't have any animals. I did have them when my kids were younger, but I know that it takes a tremendous heart. And I know one of the citizens personally, and I remember working with her and going out there, and she'd stay out there after hours trying to find, a home for the animal that she found, her and another coworker. And so I know her passion. I know that, and I know the passion of, because I see her passion, I know that that's the same passion that everyone here has as well for the animals. It's hard for me to sit here and say that we're paying we've paid out $259,000 already. Looking at potentially, another $30,000 in December. So we're looking at, 289, almost $300,000 to the animal shelter. It's really hard for me to see that number. And during the workshops, during just meetings and things that we've had, to hear over and over and over and over again that they keep bouncing payroll checks. That is where my heart hurts, because these individuals that are putting all of their time and effort and their lives and to not be able to get a paycheck for doing what they love, but we're also responsible for public funds. This is citizens' tax, or this is taxpayers' money. That's almost $300,000 that has been paid out. And at least for, I don't know, I want to say 4 or 5 months, they've bounced checks. If they have employees you should be able to know how much your employee salary is and your benefits and all of that. You should be able to know and set that aside so that your checks don't bounce. I get it that food's expensive, I get it. But we're not the only resource that they have. $300,000 or close to $300,000. We're not even counting their fundraising money that they get and the volunteer money that they get. Or donations that they get. We're not even talking about that money. So for me, my biggest concern is the fact that the dogs are not being cared for properly. Yes, there's a lot of volunteers. They don't get paid, great. But the people that do get paid and they can't even count on their employer to give them their check because they're not properly accounting for what they need to do. Like the priority should be their employees and the benefits and not, that should be the number one so that there's people there to take care of those animals and do their job properly. So for me, it's not that, that I don't want to see the shelter succeed. I do. But it really is concerning when I'm sitting here month after month or however many times I've heard that they're bouncing checks. And that ruins the credit of the employee, that ruins the credit of the Second Chance Animal Shelter, that ruins just a lot of things. And so good practice for accounting practices is, you know, if you don't know how to do an accounting budget, if you don't know how to budget, period, there's Google, there's TikTok, there's all kinds of resources out there to be able to know how to do a budget and account for things like that. Period, for any business. I'm not talking about just the animal shelter. I'm talking about when you're receiving funds, especially from a public agency. If you don't know how to manage the funds, then you shouldn't be taking care of a business. But again, this is citizens' money, and I feel for those animals, especially because of the fact that they're not being taken care of properly. And so, yeah, we probably do need to do ordinances to make sure that all the dogs or animals are being chipped and the proper licensing and all of that. But all of that also takes money. So all of that still takes money and still takes staff time. And so, you know, we do need partnerships, and sometimes maybe we do need to have another party come in and help us do it right. You know, help us to do that. Again, it's not saying we're getting rid of the animal shelter, period. It's not, it's hard for me to make a decision on giving another chance to to a business that has already been spending, you know, almost $300,000 and they're bouncing checks. That's my biggest concern, is that they're not paying their employees.
Any other comments from council before we open it up to the public for public comment?
Mr. Mayor, I have some comments. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. And I apologize. I had hip replacement, so I'm in my third day, so I apologize, but I really welcome all the community's input and I appreciate the community's input. But you know, one of the most striking comments in regards to all of us here in regards to this issue is, you know, we get personal and we start thinking, you know, we personally don't want our animals to, you know, we don't want to euthanize them. We don't want things to happen to them. I have two big Great Pyrenees, Max and Maddie, and I love them. I'll do everything in my heart to take care of them. But you know, I also have a responsibility, and I took oath for this municipal government to make sure it adheres to the responsibilities of an accounting practice. And I also understand that, we as representatives, we have to make sure that we hold everyone, nonprofit, profitable agency, accountable exactly like every other one. I can't find it in my heart to say that, you know, for this agency, I'm going to hold you accountable and make you cross your T's and dot your I's. But for this agency, because you haven't followed the accounting practices for your financial aspects to the city government in order for you to get a check, we're going to go ahead and look away. We can't do that. But aside of that point, my biggest point is this. When I look at my and I can only relate this, and I'm not relating it personally, I'm looking at my two dogs. They can't talk to me. When they're treated bad, they can't respond. When they're treating good, they can wiggle their tail. But one of the biggest criterias that I've been watching in regards to this item go through for the last 6 months is, you know, the community's been getting a lot of social media hits from the animal shelter that I believe don't respectfully represent the city to its par. Going back, and I have a question for the city manager. At any given time, do you believe that the animal shelter has gotten all the tools, specifications that they need to be prosperous and the tools to be representative of, to represent to you the information that you required, that the city council has required you to ask, to get, to provide for the city?
If I understand your question correctly, Councilman Trujillo, yes, in my opinion, the shelter has received all the information necessary to give us the information that we requested to assess the shelter properly.
And you know, the reason why I asked that is because, you know, we you know, these are all joint relationships. These are all you know, we want to create this vibe where, you know what, hey, the city, you know, the animal shelter's been doing an excellent job. I've been a proponent. I've been happy to provide. Yes, I haven't been there, but I've been supporting the animal shelter. Every time we approve a budget, I've approved it. But the thing about it is, you know, we're moving to another direction where, you know, we get information where the animals are not being treated correctly, not being treated properly. And my first, as an elected official, my first assumption is to make sure that we put them in good hands that are qualified hands, not just a good hand. You can be a volunteer and be the best volunteer in your life. But if you don't have the licensing or the structured education that goes to represent the well-being of an animal, you should not be doing it. Or if the financial obligation is too much to make sure that that animal has the proper being taken care of, then we need to step away from that. That's where we as an elected official have to make the determination that it's in our best interest to move away from an agency that cannot financially fit. And think of this, if we've spent $259,000 and we still can't take care of our employees, then we really need to cut our losses and we need to look. But I really appreciate the city manager saying that there is some way where we can probably entice or get the animal shelter involved with it, Humane Society, if we move that way. But I want to make sure clear that, you know, this has been going on for almost 6 months, and we've been talking about it. We've been getting all the intel. This is not something that, yes, it looks in public like the city hasn't been helping out, and police department, we haven't been helping, but in reality, you know, I want every resident to know that every dollar that we have given to this animal shelter has been spent on your behalf to make sure that this animal shelter does their due diligence to make sure they maintain the well-being of the animals in Selma. Now, if they're not taking care of the animals, we need to step in and make sure we get the proper agency to handle that. Now, if an elected official wants to sway and let laws be changed or given somebody another, that's on them. But I want everyone to know that my vote is to make sure that that animal is represented properly also, so they can be getting good health. And if tomorrow morning they need to, the Humane Society comes and gives us a report and tells us we need X amount of money and we need this, then we'll go with that way. But right now, we need to keep doing what we have to do. And at the end of the day, our recommendation from our city manager sounds like a sound decision, sounds like it's been vetted, sounds like they've been doing some good intel. And you know, I really commend you guys for all the hard work that you guys have been doing. I see a lot of social media, or I hear some negative, but I know that we've been trying to work with this agency. And you know, all kudos to everybody else, the community. And I understand this is a very touchy subject, but at the end of the day, we need to, at the end of the day, take care of our animals before we make a decision that's going to be, you know, it's going to cost our residents money. So for that, I thank you.
So public have any comment at this time? Come on up.
Lorena Betancourt, 1326 Goldridge Street. It's, I know that me being here, as well as a lot of us in support of second chance, is really not gonna matter at this point and not gonna do anything because you guys have made up your mind. It's clear and it's obvious. The comments that have been said, it's really upsetting, really frustrating, and really disappointing as a member of this community to hear everything that is happening and what some of you guys have had to say here. The fact that you're saying that Second Chance is mistreating the animals, that's BS. That they're living in deplorable conditions, that's BS. I can tell you for a fact, because I have been there often. I was just there last week, making sure that my latest rescue that was running around, a dog that was running around in my neighborhood for a month, I picked him up, I gave him a home, and I went and got him chipped right away. So I was just there about a week ago. I walked around, I can see everything that these people are doing. They're constantly cleaning the kennels, they're constantly walking the dogs, they're constantly out there making sure that the dogs get playtime outside of their kennels, that they're being fed properly. I have seen that myself. I have gone, I have taken supplies that are needed. I have done a little bit of donation. I do what I can. I work with them regularly. I try to, because of my love for the animals. So for people to say that they're living and that they're mistreating the animals, that they're living in deplorable conditions, that's BS. I want to know who of you have gone to the shelter and volunteered personally? Who has gone and seen what these people are actually doing with the animals? Because I think none of you guys, especially the ones that don't have animals, for the exception of Mayor Robertson and Councilmember Guerra, you guys are the only two people that are in favor and seem to know what you're talking about. I want you guys to go and see what they're actually doing, because it's ridiculous. Last meeting that they talked about this, wasn't it stated that their checks bounced because the city didn't provide the money on time? Because you guys didn't give them the money? How the hell do you want them to pay the employees if they're not provided the funding? Now you're gonna bring another agency to come out, and what is that gonna cost? Because I can guarantee you that they're not gonna be cheaper than Second Chance. And what are they gonna do? They're gonna be better just because they're gonna euthanize the animals and have 60 animals like you guys want? It's just ridiculous. Like, come on, we're all trying to make a difference. We're all trying to plead here and say, give them a chance, give them the opportunity to do. They went from a no-kill shelter, from a kill shelter to a no-kill shelter, and that's not enough for you guys? You guys think that they're just doing a ridiculous job with these animals? I can tell you that I have worked with many rescues around the area, plenty of people. I am now networking dogs outside of town in San Luis Obispo, in other towns far from here, to make sure that these dogs are getting housed. So I can guarantee you, the manager is saying that he's reached out to other agencies. If that's true, then he has not gotten anything from anybody else, because
Thank you for
everybody
your
is
comment.
full.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Irene Prieto, Selma. What I have to say is, you guys are talking about money, okay, that's an important thing. You're gonna have to spend money wherever you go next. I don't care if you go to Humane, you're gonna spend way more money. My issue here is City of Selma needs to have a huge program for spay and neuter. People think spay and neuter means, oh, you're gonna have less animals. You're gonna have less animals on the street. You're not gonna have this problem with animals on the street if you have a lot of spay and neuter. The reason they're on the street is because there's dogs in heat, and mostly males are in the shelter because they're the ones busting out to get the females. So you need to have a huge program for spay and neuter, and that will help a lot of the problem. That will help whoever is gonna take over. The city takes over, it's gonna be the worst thing ever. They're not gonna care about the animals. The people who volunteer, they care about the animals. We care about the lives. So I wish people would just grow a heart and care about the animals. Do a big spay and neuter program here in Selma. Selma needs a spay and neuter program. That's your main problem. That's where it needs to start. All these rescues, everything else is a Band-Aid. We're trying to help, we're pulling our hair out. The city has to have a spay and neuter program. That's where it starts, is spay and neuter. So please, please, bring up the funds to do your spay and neuter, and you'll have to have less funds to take care of animals in shelters. There'll be less animals. If there's less animals running the street, you'll have less animals to take care of. Thank you.
Lizette Hurtado. I want to know what the difference is in the contracts. You're saying you reached out to Fresno Humane. By what I understand, they are a kill shelter. So what's the other option? There's going to be, you said that there's going to be other options. What is the other
Direct
option?
your comments towards us, please.
Okay,
Thank
what
you.
are the other options? Euthanizing the animals? Because if you guys have like a specific date to only have a certain amount of animals, what's Fresno Humane going to do that's different than Second Chance? Kill them? None of us want to see that. And we're all willing to pay whatever we have to pay to help because that's what we've already been doing. And what's the contract difference? Is it a huge difference in the pay? You keep saying that they've been paid out all this money. How much is Fresno Humane going to expect? Is it going to be the same? Is it going to be less? Is it going to be more? I'm pretty sure it's going to be more. They're going to be, I'm sure, coming out from other places instead of being in the area. So I think that those are different things that we all want to know because you are talking about there's going to be different options with all of these different contracts, but what are the other options other than killing these animals, which is what none of us want to do. And it is clear that some of you, I'm sorry, don't have animals because of the comments that you guys are making, but it means a lot to us. And that's why we are here till what time is it? Like 8 o'clock? No, nobody wants to be here this late. I'm sure you guys don't either. So we talked
9:30.
about the last meeting, I was here for the Second Chance, the same thing. And the whole budget thing was they hadn't received the check because of a form that you thought was wrong, was completely filled out wrong. If you guys have a problem with the accounting, why don't you appoint somebody to take care of the accounting? Do that part of it. You don't have to take away everything else and contract somebody else. Take charge of the accounting part. Why don't you start with that?
On up.
That's so hard in insecticides. You said, what are you gonna use when the cops take the
Right here.
dogs?
Right here, Hector.
Yeah,
Thank you.
were they gonna take them to the same animal shelter? Are they gonna take them to the same spot? And how much is Fresno gonna charge for consulting? How much are they gonna charge you to take care of them? Hey, do you know the price? Is it 30,000, 40,000 to give a consultation that you can give to the animal shelter now? Now, if the police are gonna take care of it, where they gonna take them to the same spot, the same that shelter has? It's not gonna get any bigger, it's not gonna get any better because you're gonna have to pay money. And then you take them out of what they gotta do for the citizens. Now you're gonna understand. Now, where they gonna take those animals? It's the same place, it's too small, right? Why don't you get a bigger space and maybe you have water conditions? And you know what? We actually don't need your money, because you know what? Everyone else could start a GoFundMe. And if you need some property, because it's too small, get a bigger space. And then get the money from GoFundMe. Everybody that loves animals, hey, will do it. $1 too, you collect $1 million from somebody from GoFundMe from the whole area. Hey, people will literally give $1 because, hey, there's people that love animals. Now, Blanca, you say you don't have the time, that you don't have time for it. Well, maybe that's why you don't know what it is to love a dog. You know what? I would do anything for my dog. I would lay my life down for my dog because I love that dog so much that I love that dog more than I love myself. That dog, that's a doggy dog. I got solar air conditioning for her, and then here in the winter, hey, when she comes and looks, she wants to go out. She can go out, but she comes and looks at me. She wants to go out. I'm eating. I said, what do you want? She wants to go out. She wants to. My food get cold, but I take her if I have to bundle up, or in the summer just go out and then bring on because I got air conditioning since I got solar from 9 to 11 to make sure she's cool. And that house belongs to her. I live with her. She doesn't live. That's her house. She got her pillow in the kitchen, one right to here, and then she stands on my foot when I go because she cries when I leave home. Now, she can go by herself, but she wants to. So she got me wrapped around this because I love her to death. If anybody would hurt that dog, I would give my life for that dog. That's how much I love. You don't know what it is to love them. You make time, but apparently you don't have time because you're too busy doing other things. So you're too busy. Like, you don't know how to love an animal because if you did, you will make time. Because you know what? The first thing I do in the morning, I feed my dog because she loves chicken, and that's the first thing I do before I go walk 2 miles. And then she comes, she wants something else. when I eat, you know what? She comes before I do. She eats before I do. And you know what? If somebody comes to my house, and they can't handle that, then we talk outside because that house belongs to her. And nobody will hurt.
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank you.
Arvine Sandy, 2477 Country Club Lane. Earlier, city manager said that he visited our shelter, the tour that was thoroughly planned. From what I remember, that tour was about almost an hour. We showed him every single inch of the shelter. Granted, it was raining that day, so we couldn't take him out to the play yards because it was a little muddy. Police chief came out and toured the facility unannounced. Tours are scheduled for 15 minutes. Not really sure exactly. He saw everything, on all aspects of our shelter and what we do and our shelter and what we provide. Staff was intimidated. They were afraid, but they gave a quick tour because, our ACO did have to stop working to provide a tour that was, not planned. As far as budgeting is concerned, when we came for emergency funding back in May, we had no money. We couldn't pay our staff. We had no money because we were receiving $8,100 from the city every month, and that was not making payroll, clearly. So when we receive our funding late, yes, checks will bounce because payroll's ongoing, right? Staff refuses to show up now. Hey, why are we going to show up if we're not going to get paid on time? Dogs have to be fed on time. Do we fundraise? Absolutely. We ask for donations. People come donate supplies, food, all of that. And that is a part of our organization. However, if we don't receive our funding on time, checks will bounce, things will go to the wayside. But we have to continue because we are a 365-day operation, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Those dogs need to continue to be fed. We can't stop not doing that. Then it would be inhumane and cruel. So we are trying our very level best, and we are providing everything, that is requested of us. Is it enough that you? Not, but city manager and his accounting staff, all of that is more than well equipped to decipher all of that information. All of the information requested is being presented. So if they want it in a specific format, in a specific way, that can be done as well. But we are trying our level best, but there are lack of resources, just as the city manager said.
Thank you.
That we're requesting.
Jane Ono, I'm from Selma, and I'm also on the board at the animal shelter. We have a really good friend who is a transporter. And yesterday at church, she used it as a God moment to talk about the animal shelter. She's always talking about the animal shelter in a good, positive way, because if you know Janice Baker, you know that she loves animals. But when she was talking, I said, after she spoke, after church, I said, write that down because I want to take that to the city council. So I'm going to read to you what she said. She took a puppy, a German Shepherd puppy, to the coast. She said she was able to get a rescue in Scotts Valley. She is a hardcore transporter of animals. She loves them. They required the Scotts Valley shelter rescue required that she be spayed first. She called 5 vets and they were all over $400 and none could do her soon. One vet had no appointments until February. It costs a lot of money. They charge so much money to get these things done. I called a friend at a rescue at the coast. She helped me get her a spade. She got her spayed today. She got her in she took her yesterday after church. She drove this dog over to the coast, stayed overnight, took this dog in today. It cost $200 because her friend at the rescue over at the coast, because she's developed a lot of relationships with these different rescues. So tomorrow she's driving this puppy to Scottsdale or Scotts Valley, excuse me. So this dog has a chance. And I thought, that's what it's all about, man. It's second chance. I'm so mad right now. I can't even think. She said she had to transport. I have transported Second Chance for years and in my car and decided to keep track of how many animals I transport. Since January of this year, 2023, I have transported 187 animals in my car, put 80,000 miles on my car in the last 2 years. This is all volunteer people. She does this because she loves the animals. It has been a lot on my car and myself, but it has saved lives instead of just euthanizing and eliminating the current problem. And it would continue that way. It seems a task force should be developed to figure out ways to deal with the overpopulation of dogs and cats using some of the people that do rescue to find ways to educate and to find ways to save the animals instead of just euthanization and nothing changes. Selma has a chance to set an example. It's a shame Selma, Fowler, Kingsburg, and Parlier couldn't put all of their funds together and make it a really nice facility and offer more education and low cost and spay and neuter and a
Thank
few.
you.
Santiago Osguera, 2209 Thompson, Selma, California. I wasn't really going to speak on this, but I have a question. Somebody said that the shelter wasn't doing due diligence, but do you mean they're not doing due diligence because they're not killing the animals? I tell you one thing, Fresno Humane, it's a high-rate kill shelter. You look on social media, nobody wants to take their animals. They do not take them. And why? Why do we want to go to Fresno Humane? As a matter of fact, I think I read just recently, the Fresno Humane was taken over by somebody else. And you need to do a little more diligent work to get your sources straight, because if they got taken over, and like she said, how they're gonna control the animals? They're gonna they're gonna come in and do mass killings. Is that what you guys want? Remember, this is gonna be on your conscience, not ours, because you're gonna make decisions to kill all these animals. If that's what you wanna do, then do it.
In 57 Mill Street, Rose Robertson, God bless Cal Water. They charged $1 a year to have a place in Selma that senior citizens, disability kids, veterans, we citizens, and Councilmember Cho, you have a lot of friends that work in that shelter and connect with you all the time about this shelter. So hopefully you will make the right decision. But overall, here we go. We have all these people, us citizens, it's our money, not your personal money, our money. Us citizens pay for what we want. It's been something successful. And here you go. Here's the three that want to kill something that's been successful. Why? Because they're jealous. They're jealous that they haven't done anything outstanding for the citizens. They don't listen to the citizens with their taxpayer money. So when we have our senior citizens, disability kids, veterans, us citizens who are telling you, we love our animals. And yes, we are okay with our taxpayer money going to take care of our animals in our community, not in Fresno, not when they get out of the gates and we have to go search in Fresno for our dogs for getting out. In Fresno, think about that. Think about that. Senior citizens getting to Fresno for their loved one because they're lonely and they need their companion. think about that. Stop having a black heart. Stop having a black heart. You got rid of our lights in downtown Second Street and High Street. Those were the lights for the people to see the light. You know, the quotes you always do on social media about God and seeing the light, Miss Blanca, you had no problem spending $160,000 on tables and chairs. Tables and chairs, $160,000. We're talking about citizens funding, $160,000 for tables and chairs. No problem. The attorney stated, get another quote, didn't get another quote. So stick to what we want to do with our taxpayer money. Second chance, our taxpayer money. Do not get rid of second chance. Thank you.
Anybody else? Come on up. Mr. Solis.
I just got one question. Okay. Close to Christmas. Okay, it's close to Christmas. How many of you guys donated to that place? How many have you guys donated
To the shelter?
to the shelter? Okay, 1, 2. No, not from the city, out of your pocket.
Personal account.
Personal accounts. Okay. That's it? And you guys telling everybody here that we have to do more? Why don't you guys donate a piece of land to the dogs? Do something.
Anybody? Online, on the phone? Oh, go ahead.
Hi, Sarah Tong from Fresno. So yeah, I just want to kind of explain how funding works for some people who don't know how nonprofits work. I'm not saying you guys don't, but I heard some comments that just seem a little, people aren't familiar. From my understanding, having worked for nonprofits and knowing a lot of people who have, nonprofits, for one, are not a business. So we need to stop saying that this is a business because it's not, and you can't hold them to the same standards or expectations because they're structured differently, they operate differently, they're funded differently. Nonprofits rely on contracts, right? So they have a contract with you. And from what I understand, Second Chance, like that's their only contract right now. Their other funding can come from grants, right? So maybe Second Chance, I don't know what their history is with grants, but oftentimes nonprofits do that, but you need someone who's knowledgeable about that and has the time to apply for grants to get other funding. And then the things like fundraisers and other donors, that's pennies, right? I mean, unless you have like a bunch of rich people in Selma, I don't know, or the Valley who are contributing to this one particular shelter, I'm willing to bet like we can't really expect them to rely on fundraisers or individual donors to supply what they need. Every position at a nonprofit needs to be funded. So if we're talking about asking Second Chance to be accountable with their funds, I'm all for that. I think everybody is in favor of accountability and transparency, right? I propose, maybe, I don't know if this is in the contract already, why doesn't the city specify we are allocating this amount of money for this position in the shelter, right? Like you would creating a position with the city. This is the job description, this is the salary or the hourly wage. Why don't you do that with your contract with Second Chance so that you're giving them the tools and the structures to really, right, follow what you need and helping them keep track of the money. Like somebody said, right, you could have someone at the city in the accounting department help with that or help fund like an HR position or something to do with payroll. Because what I'm hearing from the shelter is that if people are concerned about the conditions, it's because the shelter doesn't have the capacity to take care of the animals in their care, continue taking in 50 to 60 animals a month, you know, get those dogs out, and then also meet the administrative demands that the city is putting on them with the time and staff that they have available, because a lot of them have other jobs as well. Yeah, it just sounds like the shelter is kind of burning the candle at both ends right now because they don't have what they need to be able to meet all these demands. So I think it's about being realistic. If you are contracting with a nonprofit, you need to be understanding and patient with how a nonprofit works and the challenges that come with that, especially for a small nonprofit. Bigger nonprofits might have the capacity to have an in-house accountant, to have an in-house, HR position or operations manager. I don't know what Second Chance has, but my impression is that they're pretty small. And it's been a lot of community members leveraging their own power and time and resources to fill these gaps.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody on the phone?
Hi, my name is Diane Ewert. I am from Kingsburg. I am an welfare advocate and a founder of a local animal rescue called FART. FART is an acronym that encompasses the main 4 pillars of animal rescue: foster, adopt, rescue, transport. All of the talk about spay and neuter programs, that is great. That's not why we're here, to my understanding. It seems like the council has a little bit of a misunderstanding of what animal rescue is. All you're talking about doing is taking animals from one place and putting them in another place that can euthanize them. $259,000 for a facility that houses currently 150 dogs is pennies. That's not including anything. Can you guys still hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, you're going in and out.
Oh, I am?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So you talking about $259,000 that have been given to this facility. That's about $1,700 per dog. I, again, am a small animal rescue, and I have 13 grand into one dog that still has not been adopted. And we don't charge adoption fees, but even if we did, what is that, $300 maybe? You guys need to go get your hands dirty at this shelter. Go spend a week there shadowing these people that put themselves in a position of heartbreak every single day. That's what needs to be done before any decisions can even be made about pulling any contract from a facility that does their best with the resources that they have. Who's going to start taking all these dogs from Selma up to Fresno? Who's going to do that? How much money is that going to cost? It is such a small rescue. Shelter. This isn't Fresno Humane. This isn't CCSPCA that has $7.5 million in grants per year because they have people working on that. You guys have to give a little bit of leniency to people who are trying to do their best. And instead of attacking them, give them the resources that they need so they can do a better job. Also, to whatever councilman said that you're looking at your 2 Great Pyrenees wagging their tail. That's not an indication of a dog being happy. That's a natural response to an environment.
Thank you. Anyone else? Done with the folks on the phone? Okay, you want to go ahead, Mr. Franco? Can't hear you.
It's on. Louis Franco, 1064 Mill Street. I understand, I feel a lot of emotion. I wasn't here to speak on the matter, but I do understand that what council has a dilemma with. I understand we have people who love animals and want to rescue them, but at the same time, as being on council, you have a due diligence, as Councilman Intro said, to provide a service. And how much you love an animal to rescue, the truth of the matter is that Second Chance has not been able to provide the service that Selma needs, and they haven't been able to provide for it for quite a length of time. And the answer is, well, you got to help them, you got to do them. I says, well, I understand they're a rescue, but the city needs to support staff and bring in a provider that can provide the service that the community needs. But I also believe that by doing that, Second Chance can transform themselves and just be 100% rescue and not worry about administrative costs, and not worry about, um, you know, reports to the city, and just focus on rescuing animals because that's what they do here. They rescue. And I understand somebody said, they think, I thought they had contracts with other communities like Kingsburg and Fowler. Selma is not their only funding source, but I do believe that we're probably the largest. But you guys have responsibility to provide that service to the community. And you can say how much you love animals and you can say how many great things we're doing, but the proof is in the pudding is that the services aren't being met. And the answer is, well, you gotta do it for them. You gotta help them. You gotta give them more money. And you might have to look in the mirror and say, maybe Second Chance isn't at this point in time capable of providing that service anymore. And let them focus on their passion, let them focus on their rescue. So I would hope council would support staff and move forward with this decision. Thank you.
Anybody else on the phone to speak?
Hi, caller ending in 381. Your line is open. Please use *6 to unmute your call.
Okie dokie, I'm on. Hello, it's Isaac from Selma, on Mitchell Street. I remember there being an incident back in 2013 when I believe it was the city that had taken over the animal shelter off of, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was on McCall Street out by Harris Ranch. But I just wanted to say that there was an incident that had happened over there, and I think it was because the city was running it, and there was somebody that went into the shelter and ended up killing the dogs. So what I'm trying to say is that if you guys do take over, I think another incident like that would happen. So with everybody in the community of Selma, even on my own page on News Around Selma, I do see a lot of people going back and forth with dog posts and, you know, finding dogs and doing what the community is supposed to do on their part. Why don't you guys just leave it in our hands to where we could just take control and do what we need to do, since you guys have opened up the new facility in 2014. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else?
Oops.
For the other callers on the line, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. If you are calling in, please use *9. Be added to the meeting queue. Hi, caller ending in 147. Your line is open.
Caller? Have anything to say?
Hi, caller Maria Gonzalez. Your line is open.
Hi, Maya Gonzalez from Fresno. I just want to say that as of right now, Fresno Humane is so impacted that they are telling people that are finding dogs that if they do not want that dog to be euthanized, then they will have to figure it out on their own. Any dog that is brought to the shelter and is not picked up within 72 hours is euthanized. So if we impact Fresno Humane even more, then more and more dogs will get euthanized. More and more animals will get euthanized. So I urge you to, instead of doing this, why do we not educate our community more? Why do we not increase fines or even allow fines for owners that are not spaying and neutering their animals, owners that are not, or that are dumping their animals illegally, dumping their animals in rural areas, on McCall, on Adams. So many of our community members that live in these rural areas get dogs dumped on their properties daily. Dogs that are starving, dogs that are dying on the side of the road because Fresno Humane is so impacted that they cannot pick them up. Thank you.
Robertson, I see no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you, City Clerk. Anyone else here in the public like to say anything before we refer the matter back to council? Come on up. For topic.
You got your hands full tonight, trust me. No, second chance is a wonderful program. I'll be honest with you. You know, when we first brought it into this city of Selma, it was very challenging. We were kind of concerned, but it turned out okay. I mean, as time went on, you know, conditions, you know, when you get more dogs, I understand. If you work a second chance and help out, yes, there's dog mess. If anybody's got a pet, they understand. They totally understand. They had to clean up the mess and everything. Is, you know, sometimes, you know, it smells, but people that volunteer and do that, I commend them totally. And second chance people, they're volunteers. Even the kids from the high school, whatever, and from the programs volunteer and they learn about value of life. And it's in how to take care of animals. As you get older, they understand about animals, not just, you know, but it's a good quality of life because when you understand animals, you understand about people as well. They go hand in hand. And, you know, second chance, I mean, they've had their ups and downs like any part of life. There's ups and downs. Even the city of Selma has some issues, ups and downs. There've been some hard times and tough times. I know. I was a part of that time frame. I understand that. But things get better working together as a team and collaborating and finding solutions together, not pointing fingers and saying, hey, you're doing this wrong and doing that wrong. In the long run, you create negativity in the city. You don't want to do that. You want to create harmony. And the way we create harmony is working together and find a solution together. And I think Second Chance needs, you know, help. I seen it from the deplorable conditions, very bad, you know, and I see where it's now. I mean, do I say it's 100% perfect? Nothing's 100% perfect, but pretty darn close. It's good. But you guys up there has to make a tough decision. And I have a dog. I came a dog from Second Chance. I turned the dog in, believe it or not. I turned the dog and I went back the next week and got the dog that I turned in. Huh? No one claimed it. I turned on and claimed it, you know, because I grew up with animals and I understand what animals are about. They are part of your family and pets become part of your family, but they're also good medicine and remedy in life. Quality of your work calm. Anybody's got an animal, hey, they're pretty calm. How many people have animals? Can they raise their hand? Hey, everybody's got animals. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Brenda Prado, and I'm from Kingsburg. I can already see how this vote's gonna go, so it's kind of pointless what I'm gonna say. I can just hope that now that Fresno Humane has, I guess their focus is gonna be more on the county shelter since they're no longer in charge of the city of Fresno shelter. So I'm hoping that these euthanasia numbers will go down. But it's a never-ending cycle. No matter how many dogs you kill, there's always gonna be more. No matter how big you build your facility to hold more dogs,
That's not a solution. There's still gonna be more. Does the city have a grant writer? And if so, have they attempted to seek grants as far as spay and neuter? Everyone says they can't afford to spay and neuter their animals. Well, how can they afford to keep having more animals and more animals? And then it's the rescues and the shelters that get stuck with that problem. If you want help in your city, help yourselves. Get spay and neuter going so that the population can decrease. There is no other way around it. No matter what you do and who does it. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? That will bring the matter back to council. Does council have any more input before we take a vote on the consideration of this amendment number 2 to the City of Selma's agreement with Second Chance Animal Shelter? Okay.
I don't think, from my point of view, I don't think the city wants to close Second Chance Shelter. Basically, all we think, somehow the money thing is a major, of course, so we do need to get a handle on it. A few years ago, you guys were working on a $9,000 a month and it worked. Now, all of a sudden, now you're at $30,000 and it's not working. So what made the difference? Okay, that's fine. There's other things, like there's payroll. How much payroll do you do each month? How much money do you spend on food? That's what we need to see, I think. I haven't ever seen anything like that. So we're not questioning you, because why is it all of a sudden you have to bounce payroll checks? You shouldn't have to. Even if they gave it to you on the 18th, that should be enough money from the 18th to the 18th. How many payrolls do you do in the 1 month's time? Okay, you spend from the 18th to the 1st, you spend $30,000 on what? See, the money thing is not working for me to think about it that way. I mean, you're right. I like that, your lady's point right there. Maybe we should have somebody from the city manage the books, or at least take over, see into where it's going. And, so you shouldn't have a fear for it, because you say, where everything goes. So basically, I think we need to see where it goes. And then, it's not like it's not trying to shut it down. We're trying to make it more efficient so it works, okay? Because I don't know, like you do get donations from people, like say all the animal lovers in the world, of course. And then you got a concert that usually gives you some money, and I mean, that's what I heard. I mean, they do their concert every year, right?
Tiano.
Yeah, and they give you money. So, we just need to see how it's management. You're right, like, Congressman Navarro said, and that should be no problem getting somebody to go in to help you with that. You see, I mean, if that's the start, and I can't say you're right. I don't have an animal, but that doesn't mean I don't like animals. Okay, I just don't have the time to be there with them, so it wouldn't be fair to have an animal. And man, I was just called a black heart. And anybody that knows me in Selma, there's no such, not in my heart, okay? I do, I'm involved in the community so much. So sorry that you had to say that. Thanks.
Okay. So just let's clarify this, because it seems it's kind of changing shape here. When we started out, this agenda item was to let the contract run out with Second Chance at 12/31, or is the agenda, is the agenda item to extend it to 3/31? Or what are we actually voting on right now?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So originally, when the staff report was developed and the agenda published, the recommendation was to extend it on a month-to-month basis until 3/31. However, because of recent developments and our ability to procure Fresno Humane, the recommendation has changed to allow the contract with Second Chance to expire with the additional service being provided by Fresno Humane to go on site for the month of December with Second Chance to assess the operations. And then we would, come back with a longer term contract with Fresno Humane, depending on, that assessment. So that is the current recommendation of staff, to allow the contract with Second Chance Animal Shelter to expire as it was intended on December 31st, and not what's on the current staff report, which was originally to extend it to March 31st.
Could I offer an amended motion to extend the contract for Second Chance for another 12 months tonight? Could I do that? Could I make that motion? Mayor Pro Tem Cho, I mean, if we go with the recommendation, that closes Second Chance, that ends Second Chance as the animal care provider to the city of Selma 12/31. It just does. That's a reality. So I would,
Now, okay.
No, I have,
Until we figure out how the money is, I would not extend it. I would still stay with the month to month, because we need to find out where is that money going to the point that we don't have enough. So why are we extending it? Okay, to me, month to month, if you just show us, should be able to run it. 30,000 is quite a bit of money, isn't it? I don't know like how other shelters do it.
So Mayor Pro Tem, just to clarify once again, so the recommendation is to allow the contract to expire 12/31. And Fresno Humane would take over, and to be fair, the Second Chance Animal Shelter has provided a certain level of, expense reports. It's not, anything that the city can say, okay, this is what you're, carrying over every month from what the city's contributing, what you're making from donations, it's not in a coherent format where we're able to immediately decipher kind of what the current position is of the shelter at any given time. And part of that is because of the lack of accounting knowledge and capacity within the organization to be able to manage $30,000 a month. I mean, to your point, that is a lot of money, and they're bouncing checks every month. Because we're not getting the information that we need to assess the fiscal health. What we're proposing is, they don't have the capacity, it's clear. So we need to find a better solution. And Fresno Humane, for example, they may not be perfect. I'm not saying that they are, but they have the infrastructure required to be able to operate a shelter to the degree that the city of Selma requires in terms of its standards. They ran, Fresno for a while, and there's just been a lot of, there's a big difference between that type of service provider and a rescue group like Second Chance Animal Shelter. And part of it is in the capacity to manage public funds in an effective manner that can be transparent. And so that's why the recommendation to let the contract expire. We would take no action, and just allow that to expire.
let's not. It's just, we've had public input. Thank you. So Mayor Pro Tem Cho, you're the swing vote. Obviously, these two are going to vote to shut the shelter down at the end of the month and to move the contract over to Fresno Humane and out of city, right? You're always talking about how Selma is, you are Selma, right? You're involved in everything in Selma. Here's your chance to show that you're connected with this too, because these are Selma people. I don't mean to put you on the spot, Mayor Pro Tem, but these are Selma people. Look at the input
I don't think
tonight.
that's right.
There's a lot of heart out there. They're not doing everything right. But I mean, you can continue it and get them some help where they can get some accounting help, but they've got the ingredients there to be successful to take care of animals. They just need to get their accounting down, and they do need to get their dog count down, not by euthanizing, but by placing them and by getting them out, and they need a little more time to do that. So I'm appealing
So,
to
Mr.
Mayor
Mayor,
Pro Tem Cho to give
have a
them
question.
a little more time
I
rather
have a
than
question.
to pull the plug on 12/31.
I think Councilmember Trujillo.
Yeah, Councilman Trujillo, do you have input?
Okay, so I have a question, and I'm not gonna badger a council member or get them to start. I'm just gonna say this. We've got 2 years where we've had organizations come to the city and we've been asking them to hold them accountable to make sure that they hold their books in order. And you're asking a Mayor Pro Tem to look away from those numbers, those accounting systems that we hold every nonprofit or profitable company. I'm not here for anything else but to say what's good for one is good for all. If they cannot hold their accounting and they don't have an accounting process, we should not accept any contract. Let it mature to the end of this month. gather our findings, let the Humane Society and our city staff do their work, and then come back to the council. If the animal shelter and Humane Society and the city of Selma come up with a plan, that's their plan. But for right now, to tell a council member to look away from their obligation to have an organization, to look away from their accounting abilities, what they're supposed to be doing to represent the city is not correct. And I apologize. I don't want to get personal, but if we're looking and we're asking people to look away from somebody's personal practice, that we've given them 200 something $1,000, and all we're asking for, it's not about, we can say, oh, John's a bad guy because he's got a bad heart. He doesn't understand his animals. But at the end of the day, I've been elected to make sure that our community is represented well, to make sure that there's an accounting, and our city staff has done a great job to entertain to us that there's a need for representation of an adequate accounting system. Now, if you and the council members and Mayor Pro Tem want to go away from the accounting practice and allow someone to not do their accounting duties, then we're going to be doing that for the rest of our life when we're sitting on this council for everyone else. We don't hold nobody accountable, because that's what you're saying. You're saying it's okay for them not to bring an accounting system to this city hall, but it's okay. You're going to pick and choose when you want to give somebody the authority to not have an accounting system to some organization. You're giving them the authority. The majority is going to do that. And I'm not saying that that's what I'm here for. What I'm saying is that the city staff has recommended, city staff, the people we pay to do our fact finding, is saying to let this contract dissolve to the end of this month, and let's go back to the drawing board with the Humane Society, Selma secondhand chance. But at the end of the day, what you guys are voting for, you guys are voting to set precedents. I just want you guys to know, if you guys vote and you guys give somebody an ability to give them more money and they're not holding their books right, then get ready, because everybody else is going to be asking the same thing. Thank
Councilman,
Okay, I have a question. I do. Now I have a statement. Councilmember Trujillo just brought up a good statement. We're going to hold people accountable. For the last 3 years, I've been asking for financials from the Chamber of Commerce to provide their financials, because they get public funds every year. And
But
to
that's
this
what-
day, we
that's what-
still
but
have
right now
not
we're talking,
received
yeah,
any financials
Councilwoman Guerra, I
from the
agree with
city.
you 100%.
So if we're not going to
Okay,
hold
but right
one
now,
person
we're-
accountable,
I
how are
agree
we
with you.
going to hold these other people accountable?
I
Boys
hold-
and
I'm-
Girls
I-
Club has
I
to
agree with
provide
you
us financials.
I agree with you
The
100%.
Second
I
Chance
agree
has to
with you
provide us
100%.
financials. So why isn't
I agree with
the
you.
Chamber of Commerce
One good is
having to
not one
provide us
bad.
financials?
council member.
I agree with you
And for
100%.
3 years, I've been asking for it. And to this
agree with
day,
you 100%.
still have not received it. And the citizens
you 100%.
demand to know where
I'm
their
with you.
public funds is going to. We have events that are not profitable. So why are we having them?
So the question right now for
Why are we
me is
having
this.
them?
Right now, the
We need
question
to
I
be
have
profitable.
is if we're going to
So
go
if
and
it's okay
allow
to throw
agencies-
money that way and not be profitable, our taxpayers are saying, I want my money to go to Second Chance. I want my taxes to go to Second Chance.
I've stated my claim, and if the council
So we've had
majority,
this debate now. We've talked with Mayor Pro Tem Cho. Are you ready to give them a second chance to prove themselves? What are you gonna give them? What are you thinking about? 6 months?
Okay, I thinking that somehow or another, we should take over the books, okay? And then at that point, we'll know where the money's going. And then I would say, if you're gonna do anything, keep it month to month. If we can't find anything, something's wrong already, okay? So we have people. This is only a $30,000 books, okay? That's nothing compared to what our accountant could do. I could even do that, okay? So it's not that hard. So to me, we need to know, that's really important to me.
That would consist of
to that
the
effect-
city taking over, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
city manager. That would consist, I'm just trying to flesh out what the Mayor Pro Tem is saying.
Yes.
The city would take over the accounting function for Second Chance and would cut all the checks for Second Chance on city letterhead, city
That's
checks,
not what
or
the staff is-
authorize the
no.
disbursement.
No.
So
Let the
the,
city take over the
you know,
accounting
it's,
function.
yeah, Councilmember Trujillo mentioned, that's setting a pretty significant negative precedent because there is no other contractor. I mean, we don't do, waste management's books. We don't do the city engineer's books. We expect any contractor that we have a contract with to be able to manage their business or their nonprofit organization on their own. We don't have the staff time to be doing the accounting for an organization that says that they have the capacity to provide a service to the city. So from that perspective, it'd be setting a pretty bad precedent for us.
And I just have something else to add to that. I've sat on this council for the last 3 years, and what I've heard, and I'm not picking on any organization specifically, but because Councilmember Guerra did mention that, she's been asking for books for the Chamber of Commerce. I've sat up here and listened to a couple people on this council asking for proof that they're a 501c company, demanding proof before we even pay for them. So what's the difference between asking for accountability on certain things when, 501cs, those are pretty important because those, determine what your nonprofit is. And it's like you're asking, or C3, whatever it is, but whatever that you're asking for, 501c3 documentation, and holding those companies accountable, or those organizations accountable, but you're only picking and choosing because it's from Selma Legacy, it's from the Chamber of Commerce, it's from things that you really don't support. So we can't be picking and choosing. So what I would recommend is that we let this contract expire because of the fact that that's the only way that we're able to, as a city, take over and do what we have to do and go in there and, do the partnership, which is something that the mayor did mention earlier, was that partnerships were very important. And so this letting the, can I please finish?
Pardon me, I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Letting this contract expire then gives the city the opportunity to do what we have to do to help them and to partner and to bring in the staff that needs to be contracted or what have you, and then figure out what partnership. And then at that point, then we can open it up for bid and see who can come and do the services for that, whether it's the city, whether it's a humane society, whether it's Second Chance or whoever else comes in, then that gives the opportunity to do that. But we can't do that when we're holding, when we have a contract with a specific agency or specific nonprofit or whatever. We can't do anything because, correct me if I'm wrong, council, a contract is binding, right? So we have to abide by that contract. And so we cannot get out of that contract unless it expires or there's a notice or something. We can't take over because there's not anything in that contract that says it. So for me, it's letting it expire and working with the parties that we have to work with.
You've
I have
got
a question.
all these room, just a second, council member, please. You got all these people who have a heart and want to volunteer and want to join this, want to join in saving our animals here. They are going to be much better and more hands-on and more knowledgeable than an out-of-town, humane society that is not tied to Selma, doesn't know our streets, doesn't know our area, doesn't know our houses, doesn't know our dogs, doesn't know our cats. If you spin it out, short term, it may look like that's a better viable solution to get some more control over the financial impact. Long term, it's not. It's not the solution. And you're killing Second Chance if you let the contract expire. Everybody goes away, all the employees go away. They can't go back to the shelter. They will expire. They will go away, and our community-run shelter won't cease to exist. It will have been, if they're euthanized, Second Chance tonight. And I don't want to see that happen. They have so much more to offer. They have better to do, they can improve, but that's part of growing and that's part of living. And look at all this input tonight of people who are here and who want to keep this going. And I think they should be given that opportunity to get better and to improve because they're providing the core functions right now Of course, they need to improve on their accounting and on their reporting, but why not have Fresno Humane come in and help them instead of come in and put them out of business? That's a partnership that I'm talking about, council member. That's what we need to do. And that, in the
Question.
end, will allow us to retain our shelter, our local shelter, and it will help Second Chance to benefit from the expertise of true professionals out there. Council member?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And maybe after this, we could take another, a little break because I have to.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
But you know, Mario, I have a question. And I forgot you. I don't have your last name and you're sitting in for Miss Dodd, so I apologize. Question I have is, you know, I understand what we're dealing with right now. And if we don't take any action and we just leave it, and we get our staff and the animal shelter and the Humane Society to get together, am I correct that that contract is void December 31st, and the animal shelter and the City of Selma and the Humane Society can start negotiations in some kind of in some kind of conversation? But what I want to get to is really, if we're deciding and we have a recommendation from the staff saying that we, you know, we don't approve the contract or we let it expire at the 31st, we can't just not vote and then get back on the next city council meeting, or probably, and have some people all get, you know, rally around and start having the bigger minds get together and start huddling up and talking about ways of solving this. Is that correct?
Councilman Trujillo, if I understood your comment, so the contract wouldn't be void, it just is gonna expire.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's just, if we don't react to it today and we don't do anything and it just goes, then we can get our staff and the Humane Society and the animal shelter people after this meeting. They can, you know, set up meetings and start dealing with this and come back to us in the next city council meeting. And then we, you know, the contract now it's up, you know, the renegotiation, a new contract and renegotiation, new talks, and come up with some fantastic ideas. But here at 11 o'clock at night, I think that I'm just trying to come to the agreement that, you know, we'll both meet in the middle, being in the middle, that we don't make a rash decision that's going to set the precedence of our city council for organizations and contracts. Two, it's going to let staff get to the drawing board and meet with the animal shelter and meet with the Humane Society. Three, we take no action and the contract ends, but January 1st, you guys should have already had some contact where we can have some recommendations and some conversation.
I see what you're saying, council member, and I mean, I appreciate you're moving along. I think we're trying to find some middle ground here, everybody here. But I think that also has to, and I appreciate that, and I think that has to consist of the shelter getting an extension on their contract, because if we just do nothing tonight, the shelter doesn't get funded effective 12/31, and the city can go ahead and move forward with plans with Fresno Humane effective 12/31. That was
But
what
Mr. Mayor,
the city was going to do.
with all respect between you and I, and having a conversation, all of us here, you know, you said it best that, you know, the animal shelter fits in our city in some way. We don't know what mechanism, what part of what facet they're going to fall in at the beginning of the year. But I think that, me personally, I would rather give our city staff the ability to get with the Humane Society and to the animal shelter so they can all get together and have conversations, come back to the city council. Because, I mean, what you're also stating is that for us to look away from the books and for the last 6 to 8 months, what we've been giving them, and they haven't been, even if they feel that they've been doing their right due diligence and right information, we don't see the information that's needed. I mean, some of us, we all have businesses, so we understand the checks and balances of an accounting system. So we see that, you know, it's not adding up. So when you look at it in my part and you look at it on your part, I'm looking at it saying that, well, I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I'm giving the lighter. I'm giving the animal shelter and the Humane Society and the City of Selma get together, but also understanding that, you know, I don't want to give any contract because, like Mayor Pro Tem Show says, there's no accountability of the money right now. That's the key issue right now for us to represent the city of Selma. Our issue is that we need to represent the city of Selma to make sure that we're giving everybody a dollar, and they're representing that dollar well for our community, because it is taxpayer money. So I'm just, that's my pitch to this. I'm just trying to resolve it to move forward so we can move to the next item. But you know, it's
Gotcha,
all, hey,
Councilmember.
you guys, thank you.
So why not bring, keep Second Chance going and then retain, just keep Second Chance going for another 12 months on a month-to-month basis, and then have Fresno Humane come in and assess the situation and give their guidance to Second Chance, make their recommendations, which the city, with its big stick of being the big funder, the only funder of Second Chance at this point, could make binding on Second Chance based on those decisions. So then you're having
I
Fresno
vote no
Humane
for
come
that.
in.
I vote no for that because that sets the precedence that we are giving an outside contractor the ability not to show their accounting system and not to follow with what the city asked them. Remember something, we sat here 5-6 months ago, and we requested this information. We all sat in a workshop and we said, let's get together, let's work together. This was not, yeah, it was a little bit argument, but we agreed, all of us together, to have them bring this. Here we are 6 months later, the end of the year, fighting to give them the authority to keep on doing what they've been doing in the past. Is that a true outlook to our
No.
community?
But that's not it,
My
council
own-
member. I'm not saying that. I'm not listening. I'm not saying that. I'm saying keep Second Chance going, keep funding them on a month-to-month basis, effective 12/31. You're not endorsing them. You're just keeping them alive. And then you bring in Fresno Humane to take a look at the operations and make their professional recommendation, because you don't know how many animals they should have. We're saying 60, but maybe Fresno Humane comes in and says it should be 45 or it should be 75. And here are our recommendations and here's why. And at the same time, Fresno Humane also has to account to the county for their budgeting and for their money. So they have probably accounting on staff. They're a big operation, or they utilize Fresno County accounting. So, I mean, they could be very helpful in that regard too. So that's gonna take commitment on both sides. You're not bailing anybody out. You're just helping them to get better. It's why the city brought in a consultant for the new trash hauler, because the city didn't really, they were not experts in that. City's not an expert in animal care either. That's why the city would be bringing in Fresno Humane as a contractor to review Second Chance's operations and to make binding recommendations. Did you hear what I said? Binding recommendations. So Fresno Humane comes in and says they got to do something, they got to do it. Right? Second Chance, and I know, I get it, you're double paying for a while, but you're bringing in a consultant to make the operations better so you can retain that independent, you can retain that local animal shelter that people, for all its faults, they've come to identify with and see as something that makes Selma what it is. Selma's very unique. We got our own theater, right? No one, who else has that? We got our own animal shelter. Who else does that? Community-run animal shelter. Let's stay unique. Let's try to find a way to keep that going. That would be my solution. And as long as the animal shelter agrees with it, we can move forward on that basis. Mayor Pro Tem, what do you think?
I have a quick question before you answer. So because we're on the 4th, how soon can the Fresno Humane Society come on board to assess everything?
I think as of this week, they can start.
So we're looking at 5, 10, 11, maybe 15 working days that they'll have to assess. Okay. So the other thing is what I'm hearing also is, there's a lot of animal lovers here, and anyone can open up a nonprofit. So if someone is wanting to open up a nonprofit to help this, to come in and, then they can apply for taking over the animal shelter as well. I mean, there's a lot of different options, but this gives us the option. But go ahead, you want
Yeah.
to say something?
There's nothing, to your point, Councilmember Mendoza Navarro, there's nothing that prevents us after January 1st to contract with anybody else, including Second Chance or another group that wants to be able to provide some level of service. I think The goal here is to be able to free the city from any commitments that we have to any specific agency so that we can properly assess the operations from an objective point of view without paying $30,000 every month to an agency that we know is not managing those funds well. The purpose of bringing another agency that's done this before is to identify those opportunities for improvement. And then whoever comes in, maybe it's second chance again, then we know how to make that operation better through a procurement process like a RFP or bidding system. But our hands will be tied for 12 months if we go down that route.
Okay, so with that, I'll make a motion because we're on item 4 and it's already 10:30 and we still have 13 items. I mean, this agenda is for 13 items. So I make a motion to let the contract expire, but bringing it back on our first meeting, which is the 16th, to give us a report as to what the findings are and then also what the solutions are. Because we don't want to go without any shelter or, we don't want to put the city in liability or anything like that. So is that enough time for you to make the assessment and go to the next steps?
Yes.
Okay. That's my motion.
Yeah, what happens effective 12/31?
President Humane can
Mhm.
take over.
Where's the contract with President Humane?
So it would be part of the consulting operational contract.
Under your purview, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's within signing authority.
How do we know? I mean, we haven't seen the contract.
Not only
I haven't
that, we
seen
don't
it
even know what they're gonna charge us.
Hold on,
I mean,
hold on, let's ask for a second. Let's do it right. Is there a
Yeah.
second?
I'll second it.
And then, so now it's open to the floor. My concern is that 12/31, second chance is over, they're out, right? Contract is done, the contract runs out. President Humane comes in, and I have no idea what that contract says with President Humane. So I would like to request a copy of that contract from the city manager to see what the terms of that agreement with Fresno Humane are when they come in and take
and the
over.
cost.
And could the whole council be copied on that?
Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely.
If I have a question, city manager, I have a question. From today's date, what is the expectation date that the Humane Society can get us a proposed bid and a proposed, list of their, what they're willing to provide to the city of Selma?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the scope would be basically everything that Second Chance at this point is supposed to provide with additional services that they're uniquely qualified because they have a bigger operation. Speaking to Terry Rockford from President Humane today, they can continue to provide the operations of the shelter at the same cost that we're paying the Second Chance. And then we can bring a longer term contract. They've already given us that assessment, but to Councilmember Mendoza Navarro's point, the operational assessment can come on January 16th.
And then, so somebody has a pit bull running through their yard on January 2nd, who do they call? They call 896-SCAS 7227 and they get doo, that number's been disconnected. Who do they call? How do they know who to call? I'm asking city manager. So who would the folks call in Selma to take care
you
of
wanna take that?
animal care?
Sure, they would call 896-252-2525, much as what they're doing now.
Oh, and get the voicemail for the Selma PD and select, will there be an option
Well,
on the voicemail for animal calls?
If there was an emergency, they would call 911.
No, I'm saying if they have a dog running through their yard and I don't think that constitutes an emergency and they just want to talk to animal control to come pick this dog up or to, they want to help this dog. Or they find a dog that's in distress on the street, who would they call?
The Selma Police Department, much as what a lot of our citizens are doing now.
How will they know that?
We use social media.
We'll get the word out. We'll make sure. That's part of the process between now and January.
So that's 27 days from now and the city is dark the last week. So the city doesn't even work the last week. How is the city gonna have?
That's
city's
not
busy.
accurate, Mayor. I apologize. The city hall is closed to the public, but the city is still operational.
How's the city gonna get that information out to the public? other than social media during a busy holiday season? I guess that's what I'm asking. Will there be other outlets than the city's website?
Yeah, there will be extensive communication. Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, there's a motion on the floor, first and a second. I think that we need to do a roll call vote.
According to Robert's Rules of Order, there can be discussion, Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
I
After
think
the
we've had plenty
second,
of
so
discussion.
there's discussion on the floor. Counselor, is that permissible? Okay, thank you. So we'll call for a vote. City Clerk?
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Okay, with that, we'll take a 5-minute break and return for our
This
next
meeting.
8 council.
We're done. Can't this
Agenda.
meeting go on? I mean, the rest of us go on to another meeting? This
The
is
next meeting is
ridiculous.
January 16th. The council voted
We're
to
talking
have only one
10:34.
meeting in December, and that's why
34.
we have so many items today. Apologies, Councilmember Guerra.
We shouldn't be canceling our second meeting in November.
second half of our meeting. Thought it was funny and sad. All right, we all here? Councilman Trujillo? Councilman Trujillo, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay,
Thank you so much for the
absolutely. Thank you for the request. That was time. All right, number 5, Selma Kingsburg Fowler Sanitation District update.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As you might recall, the council had previously asked for the general manager for the Selma Kingsburg Fowler Sanitation District to come to a city council meeting and provide an update as to SKF's activities with regard to Selma's wastewater collection system. The general manager asked her board, the general manager of SKF asked her board to, for permission or basically for direction to come to the city council, which, to my understanding, she's never done before, or the previous general manager. As a result of that item on the SKF board's agenda, requesting that direction, my understanding is that the SKF board, which Mayor Robertson is part of, voted to create an ad hoc committee to discuss the matter. And so at this point, we have an email from Supervisor Buddy Mendez, who's the chair of the SKF board, requesting a joint meeting between the SKF board and the Selma City Council. So currently, we don't have the general manager willing to come to SKF, to the city council to present an update, but we do have an offer from the SKF board chair to have a joint meeting. And so that's kind of where that is right now. But yeah, we don't have an update from SKF at this point.
I could give an update if you want, from my perspective as our representative on the city of
If
Selma.
that's what the council wishes.
Anybody want to hear from me? That's the city of Selma SKF representative.
I'd like to know the results of what we directed you to go and ask.
Yeah, you directed me and per the JPA, with SKF, I took that under advisement because it was the right thing to do. I'm of course under no contractual or legal obligation to do so, but I did go down to SKF that meeting and transmit your instructions to the SKF board that you wanted information to be provided that the city had been requesting for, I believe it consists of closed circuit TV footage. The second request was to have the SKF general manager, Veronica Casares, come to a meeting to discuss these issues. It appeared that the Selma City Council just wanted to have, more knowledge and more input in terms of what SKF is really, what they do and what their role is. I believe Councilmember Mendoza Navarro said that the future of Selma is in the hands of SKF. So, that Selma's looking at SKF, and maybe it's time to get an idea of what SKF's roles and responsibilities are, as it relates to SKF and SKF's role as the wastewater treatment facility for the city of Selma. Just to let you know what the board said when I related your orders, they said the response from the board, which is 3 out of 5. I don't rule that board. I gave my input and said I'd be in favor of the city of SKF providing that information and having the general manager come to a council meeting. The board majority decided to have an ad hoc committee to consider the item. That ad hoc committee consisted of myself as a Selma representative, the board chair, Buddy Mendez, is our representative in the city of Selma for Fresno County Area 4, and the attorney for SKF, Hilda, used to work here, and then also Veronica. She was also part of that, the GM, and it was said there that, yeah, that information will be provided, but it was also discussed that the city has been bombarding. That was their verb that they used, bombarding SKF with requests for information. Not requesting, not sending an email, bombarding. And then apparently it's resulted in a PRA for this CCTV footage. So that's put the relationship on somewhat of an adversarial footing. And I believe could account for why SKF didn't just send the general manager here to a Selma City Council meeting, which I believe they viewed some of our council meetings too, and have seen that they can get a little rugged. During the ad hoc meeting, it was also, discussed for the, city of Selma with all the council members, everybody, to have a meeting with the SKF board so that all the council members can have input. At the ad hoc meeting, it was also requested from the general manager of SKF that she have a more direct relationship with the city manager, Santion, of the city of Selma, because they're peers, right? You know, they talk, our city manager is actually the chair of the policy committee there, the PAC for SKF. So, I mean, he meets with the other city managers on a regular basis on these very same issues that the cities that the city has been requesting from the board. It was also noted by the board, the SKF, that the city went to an SKF board meeting and requested the capital budget be amended at a board meeting during oral communication. So usually that would go through the council representative. But in this case, the SKF board said, why don't we just have a joint board meeting and we can talk about all these issues? So that's your update. That's what I'm bringing back to the council. And if the council would like to have a joint meeting, staff can definitely, the SKF staff has offered to meet with or discuss with Selma staff days and times when we can all get together and discuss this. And they also said, the general manager said that SKF would produce the information that the city is requesting, right? And they also, and as a council member, that asked the question, that I would ask the question, it brings up other questions, like who can look at that information? Who's technically qualified to look at that information? Does it have to be the engineer? But SKF told me, Veronica told me, the GM, that they're willing to release it in a legal way, as the city would if they were requested, if they had a PRA from SKF, that information that the city is requesting.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of things to say. I guess being one of the council members that was accused of saying that we wanted to get rid of SKF, and I spoke to Buddy Mendez, our supervisor, and I reached out to Hilda after you guys were set to meet the ad hoc committee. One of the most interesting points, capital improvement projects for the city of Selma are a thing for our SKF, and one of the main factors why do I bring up capital improvement projects? It's something that will help our city, but you're right in a statement that Buddy also said to me that we have to have a joint understanding of our roles, so we understand what our really role is, what the city of Selma's city council role is, governing over SKF. And SKF does have a contract with the city of Selma to supply its sewer. And I think where the disconnect, and there is a big disconnect here, because the way I hear it, I'm just talking as myself, a council member that has sat on that board. There's 3 of us that have sat on that board. Myself, I was appointed by the mayor, Louis Franco. Yourself, you appointed yourself, and you appointed Sarah Guerra. But there's a big disconnect, because how you're reading the interpretation of what SKF is interpreting this to our city staff or what our city staff wants is totally a major disconnect because I would have to acknowledge to our council members that why would the City of Selma's council members want to meet with the board? And it's a great meeting. I think it's a good, first I thought, and I said, why would we want to meet with SKF board? And I said, you know what it is? It's a good, it gets us to feel, we can feel each other, we can understand each other of what our concerns are, what our patterns of understanding is for SKF. So that's a great, but one of the biggest concerns I have is, think of this. We have new leadership. There's a new leadership. There's a big direction. The last 2 years, everything that's been going on in Selma, it's because we have a new leadership. There's a new direction. There's a new direction in our community. New city attorney, new city manager, new city staff. We have a totally different new staff that's asking questions. And the disconnect that I find is that our city mayor doesn't have a good communication with our staff to understand the request that our staff is asking. We have staff going to the SKF board meeting asking questions because they can't get the product that our contract stipulates, that we should be able to get all the information. I'm not talking down to no one. I'm just saying the disconnect as a council member and a board member with SKF. One, I approve of that meeting. I approve of it, but I approve of it that we should set some boundaries, some information, but meet with our staff. Our staff is doing everything they can, due diligence wise, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, trying to get the information that they're trying to get. Right now, I don't know how you guys see it, but I see it that my mayor is representing SKF more than representing the city of Selma. And that's just my opinion. Right now, what I need our city staff to get all the information that they've been asking. We just had a conversation 4 items ago that it took us a year to get information from SKF. So why would I not be surprised that they don't want to furnish more information that adheres to our city growth patterns? So what I'm asking the city council, the city of Selma is, one, approve the meeting, get with city staff, and let's set some boundaries. But number two, we need this disconnect from our staff to our council. We need to get it together and we need everybody to be talking, because right now the city staff needs more information than where they're getting. They're not getting the information. And the fact that we have to go and talk to a board of SKF to ask them for information that our city is requesting is just, it's a sad thing, but it's okay. We'll play that game. And I just think that it's in our best interest that we dot our T's, we get our information, we get the meeting out there, we approve the meeting, we meet with that board, and we explain to them what we want and what information we want furnished. But at the end, but at the end of the day, we should make sure that we make it clear that their time-sensitive issues that they're not providing to us is costing us money. That's all I
Yeah,
gotta say.
Councilman, thank you. Thank you for that input. I appreciate it. I take to heart what you're saying, that you feel that I am more representative of SKF than the city of Selma. And I take that as a compliment because, you are so off base and you're so wrong as usual. But you're using this situation to attack me when you're actually proving my point. When we talked about the Clarkson lift station, the reason we were able to move that along is the city manager got me involved and got the board involved. And so we're able to stop the back and forth, and it came down to having more communication. Now, what's happening with our city, and I think you're right on the disconnect, but you're wrong on the agency of disconnection. The agency of disconnection is Selma. Selma is trying to bully and batter, following your example, how you do things, of getting people to do what you want. And SKF is simply, they are simply standing up to that. They are simply not going to give in to that. So they're saying, let's have a meeting between the boards when we can actually get the real story out. about what SKF is doing and about what the city of Selma is doing. And you can bash them all you want. You're the
Mr.
one
Mayor,
who
are you
said,
saying, are you
staff,
saying that
we
our,
should set up plans to
are you
take over.
saying
I
our
didn't
staff?
interrupt you when you were talking. Don't interrupt me, please. So you actually said at a meeting, you told staff to set up plans to take over SKF. I'm sorry, to leave SKF. That definitely SKF, they watched the meetings. They saw that. And then you also said that Veronica or the GM told you that SKF didn't have enough capacity to handle the city's growth. No, that's not true. This SKF is at 50% capacity. So SKF is just reacting, and I believe our city is reflecting your style in the way they're negotiating with SKF, and it doesn't have to be that way. Our city manager can have a perfectly civilized adult relationship with the general manager of SKF, following the opposite of how you do things. You can do what you want. And we can have that council meeting where you rant and rave and you go off on your tangents and say what you're gonna say. But we want to get things done. And I am the city representative. You can continue to try to insult me that I appointed myself, but that's the contract. That's what the contract says. The mayor is the representative for each city. And that's what I am. I'm the city's mayor. So I represent our city at SKF. There shouldn't be any bashing on that. And if the city wants more information, we can all meet together and communicate. And it sounds like you're saying that. You're in favor
Mr.
of
City
us,
Manager.
our two boards meeting, and I'm in favor of that as well. Let's get this all out and let's
Mr.
discuss
City
this in a
Manager.
civilized way.
I have a question for Mr. City Manager. Do you consider the city of Selma bombarding the city SKF emails? And do you consider our staff bullying SKF?
No, from our perspective, we've made very basic requests for information that our agreement with SKF stipulates they should be providing. We have the right to request and inspect maintenance records of our system. The issue has been that they have declined to provide those, and then when we specify or when we follow up, we get no response or we continue to get pushback. And so the reason that we've had to resort to a PRA is because we haven't gotten any of the information that we've requested. And it's not bombarding because we're following up on the original requests. So it's a difference of perspective there, but I absolutely would not say that we've been bombarding SKF. We
Okay,
just have been following up.
Okay, I thank you for that. And city attorney, is there an obligation under that contract that stipulates that SKF should adhere to requests from our city staff?
Councilman Trujillo, so I'm not familiar with the contracts. I'm sure there are, and like there are in many contracts, obligations to provide certain information. You know, that would be pretty standard, but
Okay,
I can't guess
okay.
for you right now.
Thank you. City manager, what does the contract stipulate when you request as a city? And I have another question after I ask you this. Does it require that you have X amount of days, months, years? What's the requirement in regards for SKF to providing information to our staff?
It doesn't get that specific, Councilman Trujillo. It just says that the city has the right to request and to inspect the records, and that's about all it says.
Okay. So in regards, they've been used words battered, bullying. Can I ask you just in general, if you can give me a brief description as to reason why you, the city engineer, the city assistant city manager, has escalated emails, requests for this SKF board? Is there reasons for that development? What are you going through in the last year to foresee this information? Because the perception is there's bullying going on, there's people attacking, but what's in your eyes, what's the staff doing that is just in general needing this information, and what's your practice been?
Yeah, no, I mean, from our perspective, we're asking questions that I don't believe have been asked before. Beginning with a budget, we scrutinized the budget document that SKF proposed to their board as far as their CIP, how they're allocating repair and maintenance and rehab funds, what they're using that for, how they're planning their CIP projects over the course of 10 years. I mean, we've asked a lot of questions, a lot of things that have been pointed out. For example, you know, we pointed out during the budget process, when you're planning for CIP projects, why don't you build an inflator? Because when we get down to actually building them 8 years later, you're still budgeting the same cost from 8 years ago. And so the city's is stuck footing the difference in the inflation cost. And so those kinds of questions, we recently went to an SKF board meeting, Deputy City Manager Keen, and asked about, you know, their operational plan says that they're going to be allocating a certain amount of money towards CCTV, yet the budget, their actual budget doesn't reflect that. And so they're not following their own operational plan. And it hurts us because now we don't have a good idea of how our system is being prioritized in terms of the repair and rehab. And so a lot of those questions have never been asked and they're not prepared to answer them. And they give us kind of the same responses, I think, that they think that would satisfy us, but it doesn't pencil out, it doesn't check out. And so we keep digging and digging. It's like peeling back the onion. As we get more into it, we ask more questions naturally, right? And that requires more data, more information. But it's simply an investigative process for us. We have new staff. We have staff that truly, really cares about getting into the details of our relationship with SKF to understand how SKF operates and how it's operated in the past, and whether they're serving the city of Selma as efficiently as possible to sustain our growth. And that's really it. I mean, there's nothing nefarious about it. It's just, hey, you have these numbers, you're doing master planning, our contract with you says you should provide those to us. Can we have those? And, you know, we keep running into walls with them. And then it's not until we, you know, involve the board members or involve, you know, the council members or other folks, their attorneys, to be able to get that information that we shouldn't be working so hard to get.
And I really appreciate you answering the questions, how I asked them. You know, we can go back and forth in regards to things, but what you're really saying is that in regards to the leadership in Selma, there's a new leadership, there's a new majority, and they're putting pressure on you as a city manager to make sure that you move this ship and you're moving it, and maybe you're getting a little aggressive, and but they're calling you know, abundance, and you're bullying them, and maybe my reflection of what I've been saying in the past carries, because I carry Selma in my heart, and I feel that, you know, there is some time sensitive things that we have in our community. But city manager, I really thank you for all the information you've shared. You've given us some good input. Again, you know, it all goes back to like you said. I mean, we get with them and document some things in order to, we can ask them to get some information. So
That's all I can say. I can't go get the CCTV footage, but I can ask for it. And I did, and they said they'd provide it. They want a meeting. I asked for it. They said they'd do it. So now we're gonna do it. I'm not gonna get in the weeds on this because that's not my role, but you know, I am representing our city there and trying to help out here. So, you know,
So Mayor, I
we've
wasn't
got the
done.
political component and then we have the component of what we're hearing about in terms of operations, where you want to get to the bottom of it. It may come down just to a stylistic thing, but how do we get to the bottom of that? We just have a meeting, you know, where we all discuss it, and hopefully the general manager and the city manager can come to an understanding about them working together, because she's new in her role, right? She hasn't been in this for a long time. Our city manager is fairly new to his role, second year. So, I mean, it's a great opportunity for you both to really hunker down and come get down and into the details. And we're here to help. You know, we're that set of eyeballs, or I'm that set, I'm that, you know, person who's going to go to the meeting and represent and try to help our city. But I'm going to be fair about it. And I'm not going to bully them. That's not my style. That's not the right way to do it. And I'm not going to do that. And so we're going to have a council meeting where we can all, you know, I think, bring up these ways in our own styles, and we can move our city forward. I mean, there are various theories out there in terms of SKF, and I would, and I've thought about why you want that CCTV, and there's some very interesting potentials there in terms of the CCTV results in terms of capacity, right? McCall and Dinuba, for instance, is there really capacity there? Does the city actually have to put in a new line along Dinuba? Or, will that CCTV footage show something that there is all this extra capacity there? I don't know. But I'm trying to think about these issues right along with the city, and I'm trying to represent them, and hopefully we can make some progress here. I don't think we're gonna make progress, though, by going to being adversarial with SKF. I think we can be collaborative, and I think this meeting will start. This is an informational item.
Yep.
So, do
Mr.
you
Mayor,
need
I wasn't,
consensus from the board,
I was
or-
not done. Can I just finish something real quick? City Manager, thank you for all the hard work you guys have been doing. Assistant City Manager King, you guys are doing a great job. Our engineer's been doing a great job. All the legwork you guys have been doing, you guys are doing a great job. For all the projects that we have coming up in the next 2 years, you guys need to stay on it because this is our path. This is our path, and we need to set the tone. We need to set the meetings. We need to make sure that we get all the information, and if we have to do requests, then we have to do them. But I thank you guys all for the hard work, and Mr. Mayor, thank you. Done.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councilman. Did you need consensus or direction from the council on whether or not to set up this meeting?
Sure,
Amen.
yeah, if I have consensus from the council, I can reach out to Supervisor Mendez to begin coordinating the meeting.
I'm good with that. Is everybody
good.
else good with that? Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for that. Item 6, consideration of a resolution awarding classification and compensation agreement to Ramos HR Consulting.
Mayor, council members, in December of 22, staff or council directed staff to undertake a classification and compensation study in this fiscal year. And the importance of the classification and compensation study is to ensure that the classifications or job descriptions are accurate and current, and the compensation or the salary is not only competitive, but also similar to other cities or agencies. RFP went out in November, and it was one to where we received 2 proposals. The proposals were evaluated in accordance with the grading criteria that was in the RFP. Staff is recommending that City Council award the professional services agreement to Ramos HR Consulting. The total amount of the contract is not to exceed $155,075. This would require a budget amendment as city staff. In the HR budget, we budgeted $120,000. So it would require an amendment of $35,075 in order to approve. Questions?
Council have questions?
I have a question. Okay, you said we did this study back in December 22?
No, staff, council directed staff to undertake a study for this fiscal year.
Okay, but what was the study that we did to bring our staff, which was PD, fire, admin, all to, a higher standard because we were apparently low compared to the other cities? So what study was that?
So I'll have to defer that one to the city manager as I was not on board during that time.
Right. Yeah, if you recall, Councilmember Guerra, the reason we updated the master salary schedule back in last December was because we were losing a lot of employees defecting to other agencies, particularly in the police department. And at that time, we also realized that all the other positions were, because we hadn't undertaken compensation studies for the recent past, we were very far behind in terms of compensation. So the council at that point decided, let's get everybody up to at least the 60th percentile relative to the communities around us, the 20 agencies that we surveyed. And then we can come back and undertake a full class and comp study that looks, as Administrative Services Director Venegas said, at all the positions, all the job descriptions, making sure all the job responsibilities align, and then align the compensation at that time with those responsibilities that we've looked at. And so it's very possible that the master salary schedule does not change a lot, but we also didn't look at department head salaries at that time. We also didn't look at other, salaries, and between now and then, salaries have, or excuse me, the wages have gone up, minimum wage is going up in January, and so we need to look at that. And so what that means for us is that in order for us to be able to stay competitive with our recruiting and with our retention, this is a study that's going to set the foundation for that. What we did in December was just to stop the bleeding per se. Now we need to have a really solid study backing up any changes to the master salary schedule.
Well, Mr. City Manager, I think we did a great job on getting the number. I think being off $20,000 or $30,000 is was great because if you remember correctly, when we had this conversation last year, we said in order to make sure our staff is going to be competitive, we need to add this in and budget this item, because in order to be true to our staff and hold them, and it goes back, I commend our council for doing this. It goes back to holding our staff accountable, bringing in good people, bringing in qualified people, but you know what? Sharing with them, having this plan, right behind, the following year, and having them do a wage analysis and start doing this right behind what we just, lifting them up. And you're correct. I think if anything, we'll probably just move just a couple of them. And I think it's going to go more to department heads rather than the staff. But I think our council needs to be commended for actually budgeting this last year, and being off at least $20,000 is a great move. I think this will set the tone. People really like to see the fact that we're holding a competitive rate. Understanding what our rates are out there against other cities is a really good competitive tool for us to wave that wand to different cities. So for that, thank you.
Where's the funding coming from? The additional 35,000, is it a grant?
General fund.
General fund. Anybody else? Anybody in the public have any comments? Bring that back to council. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Item 7, consideration of a resolution awarding contract to Miracle Play Systems for new Brentlinger Park playground equipment and installation. Amy Smart.
Hello, everyone. How are you guys doing? Good evening, Mayor.
We're tired.
It's only 11:15, so hey, we've got plenty of time, right? All right. Ray, is there any chance I can share my screen yet? Maybe.
Bear with me 1 minute.
No problem.
Okay, you should be able to share your screen now.
Perfect. All right. How's that looking, guys? All right. Can everybody see my screen? Can I get a thumbs up from somebody just so I know what's going on? Awesome. All right. Well, good evening again, Mayor and council members. It's good to see you guys. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there. This was a presentation that I was obviously very excited for, but unfortunately COVID had other plans. So I am coming live from my dining room in Hanford. I'm here today to talk about Brentlinger Park. As you guys know, we took out the playground equipment back in June. It was very old, very unsafe. So we removed that playground equipment with the thought of wanting to expand and build a new play area for our youth. So I want to kind of walk you guys through a few things. I don't want to take up too much time because obviously it's super late, but some things that I considered before we granted this or before we were ready to make these recommendations. Obviously, anytime we're talking about building a playground, we're looking at community health and wellness. Obviously, we all know what they do for our kids: outdoor physical activity, social interaction, a safe place to play, inclusivity, and accessibility for different people, and then just well-being and mental health. In addition to that, I didn't want to just put a playground structure on a park like we've done maybe in the past or like some people do. We really wanted it to become a place that was a place where imagination could thrive, a place where kids driving by would beg their parents to stop and let them out to play, something that could take them a little bit beyond what they're normally exposed to. So I wanted to tap into their imagination. So I met with my team prior. We kind of talked about some different ideas, and we wanted something again that was just going to be a wow factor for these kids. So it was important to us that this playground be have some imagination to it. In addition to that, for me personally, inclusivity is also incredibly important. We want every child of every any ability to be able to play. So one of the things that we look at within like the National Parks and Recreation Association is what can playgrounds do to foster that? And what we have found, and this is a survey that was done by NPRA last month, and it just basically asked, do playgrounds help children be more inclusive of the others, including different abilities, but also within different backgrounds? And 52% strongly agreed with that, 40% agreed somewhat. So what we're finding is that playgrounds really are an opportunity for children to not just be creative, to not just be to burn energy, but a place for them to really kind of get out there and get to know other children with different abilities, different backgrounds, et cetera, et cetera. And then also finally, obviously, you guys know me with the Heart for Economic Development. Our playgrounds and our parks do play a critical role in economic development. According to NRPA, 84% of adults say that the proximity to a high quality park, it plays a factor when they choose where they want to live. That says something. That says that as our city grows, we should be providing areas where children have the best options to play, but that their parents really are considering those things when they look at where they want to live moving into the future. So obviously to infinity and beyond, because who doesn't love a little Toy Story here? Incredibly important to us. So what you guys have in front of you is actually the proposal from Miracle. This is, it's got everything here for you. We can see an overview of what that park's going to look like. We included the rubber pour and play so that children of all abilities can play throughout the park. We also included some inclusive, like the inclusive wheel, some swings, the transfer station, so that kids from a wheelchair can have access to a slide, and then obviously some other features here. So we'll kind of swing through it, these for you for a minute. Again, we wanted highs, lows, places that would spark that imagination, creative play, and also just include, again, children of all abilities to be able to play throughout the entire play equipment. We tried to remove as many barriers as possible to play, so that everybody within our community can come out here and just have a great time. This has been looked over by our staff. This has been looked over by our public works staff from a maintenance perspective. It's been looked at by our rec commission, who gave unanimous support of the project. A lot of fun little features here. Just overall a really fun project, something that we've really enjoyed kind of working on. Within there, it's also the quote, which, as you guys will see, the total for this project is, it'll come from two different funding sources. We're looking at Prop 68 grant and ARPA funds with a little bit of a contingency, obviously, given just, kind of where we're at. So I am open to any questions or comments.
Oh, Amy, well,
Yes.
this is a breath of fresh air. Thank you for the presentation. If we approve this tonight, when will the equipment go in?
So tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding. I wish I could work that fast. We will start beginning the process of ordering the equipment. The great news is that playground equipment has been coming in a lot faster excuse me, than it did 2 years ago. So we could start receiving equipment within the next 6 to 8 weeks, and start the actual build of it as soon as all the equipment is received. So as soon as possible.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
I'll second that. Hold on, we don't have public input. Would anybody from the public like to say anything? Wait, anybody on the phone or online? Just applause.
Okay.
Anybody online? Sounds good. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Great job. Thank you. Get better. Number 8, quarterly
Thank you,
development
everybody.
update presentation.
The city clerk pulls that up in the efforts of time. I will go over, council has the presentation, which is updated from last time with new information. So staff will focus on the updates more than rehashing all the descriptions of all the projects in the presentation. It went to sleep.
Got that one done.
Go ahead, go ahead. So McCall Apartments, no update. We are still going through building permit submittal. Amberwood Tract, there is an update. We met with a national home builder to discuss the acquisition of the phase 1 and phase 2 of the project, as well as them looking as a phase 3 component of the project.
Thank you.
Staff provided significant information regarding available reimbursements for background infrastructure, or I'm sorry, backbone infrastructure, and the structure for how they would be reimbursed over time as new development occurs in the area. So we're waiting to schedule a follow-up meeting with them.
Does that mean Lennar is out?
National Home Builder. I'm not at, they asked me not to mention the name, so it is a reputable national home builder.
But does that mean Lennar is no longer interested? Because they were the ones that did the presentation initially. Are you not saying anything?
I'm
Okay,
not
got it.
mentioning the builder's
You're not
name.
saying the name.
They
Got it.
requested that we use the term national home builder.
All right.
Reputable national home builder.
Okay, reputable.
McCall Estates, staff has met with the applicant as well as LAFCO's. Staff is putting together a scope of work regarding the coordination and the level of work needed for the applicant to go out and survey a disadvantaged community that's adjacent to this proposed project as part of their annexation. So staff is meeting with LAFCO as well as the applicant to come up with a scope of work and a time frame for that to be completed. Tract, staff has met with CID to go over some of the aspects of this project and what's needed to push it forward in regards to historic lands where CID has been discharging water for recharge. The applicant is in conversations with CID regarding how to mitigate that use of the project.
I don't mean to belabor the point. I'll be brief, but when the city was discussing the Detellian project out at Rockwell Pond, it announced, well, we're going to waive the development fees if they put in the infrastructure or graduate the development fees or lower the development fees. That represented a change in the city's position, which before, where at least as it relates to Amberwood and Raven, the city is putting in the infrastructure and then charging the developer back, and the developer has 6 years to pay it back. Is that a change in the city philosophy?
Are you talking about for Selma Grove specifically?
I'm talking about overall.
So
Is that just,
under-
do you just do it project by project?
So city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, under AB 1600, which is development impact fee legislation, if they're putting in infrastructure that's oversized for the community as part of new growth, we by law have to give them credit or some sort of reimbursement for the oversize of that infrastructure. And that's what we're talking about with Selma Grove as well as other projects. If Ravens Tract or Amberwood put in the infrastructure, they put in Dinuba line, they put in the Amberwood line, we would by law have to reimburse them for the oversize of that infrastructure because it serves more than just their project. They're putting in something that they may only use 25% of. So we need to reimburse them for the difference because they're accommodating growth that goes far beyond their project.
But in our case, the city is putting in the Raven.
Yeah,
and
there's nothing
the
that
line.
prevents us from putting in the infrastructure and then charging development impact fees to reimburse us for that, for their project. If conversely, if they put in the infrastructure, then we can give them credit towards their development impact fees, which are charged to everybody.
So the city's gonna do two different things with the Grove project, the Tutelium project. That is the other way around. The he's gonna put in oversized infrastructure and he's gonna get development fees lowered. The city in this case is going to put in the sewer line,
infrastructure.
right? Yeah, the infrastructure, and then charge back the developers
Correct.
for their percentage of what they're
Yeah, fair
actually
share.
developing.
And to be clear, there
Got it.
is a zone that goes beyond this project for the Dinuba line that other projects within what we call a zone of benefit would also have to pay impact fees for the construction of this line. So there are other projects that would pay into this because this project alone does not take up 100% of the capacity of that line.
So if that gas station went in at Dinuba McCall,
Would have a fee to pay as
or
part
that
of-
storage location across from McCall Village.
Be considerably lower probably because their flows are considerably lower, but they would have a fee nonetheless.
Got it. Thank you.
Casa de Villa Apartments, we are working on reviewing their CEQA document. So, updates are shown with in bold and black projects that have moved maybe a step along our little scale of, progress. So in this case, they completed their CEQA document. Staff is reviewing it, preparing comments to get back to them this week so that they can make revisions and then we can make that document available for public comment. Island in Nebraska Apartments, this project, the CEQA document was finalized and put out for public review through the Office of Planning and Research at the state because this project does have a portion that requires state approval along Highway 43 in terms of landscaping and some encroachment permits, as well as maybe some intersection improvements as well that will require Caltrans approval. So we're required by law to send that to the state for 30-day review. That has since completed and we are currently preparing draft conditions to review with the applicant in regards to what his obligations will be if he moves this.
Is this waiting on the Clarkson lift station?
I think this project has other improvements, but I think this would be within the Clarkson lift station discharge area. JNT Trucking, they have resubmitted their grading permit, which is in review with the city engineer at the moment. This project has some, I'm not going to say issues, but some challenges in regards to their elevation being below the road. In regards to stormwater, there's been agreements that they've had to sign to acknowledge that they are within an area that's prone to flood and absolving the city of those type of things because they want to. So they are in review currently with the city engineer, and we're going back and forth on comments for that plan. Gas station on 2nd Street. If you recall, this project has been a subject of abatement for a sign along the freeway, which was abated a couple of weeks ago. Their application for their entitlement still remains incomplete. Rose Avenue tract, I believe this project is currently incomplete in terms of an entitlement application. We've gone back and forth with the applicant regarding the needs of them to identify certain items in the map, such as storm drainage facilities, sewer facilities, as well as some design of the subdivision as well as part of the initial review of that project before it'll be accepted as complete and processed through staff. We've also provided some information regarding environmental. Thompson Estates, this is another project that would be within that area, I think, of the Clarkson lift station. We've worked with the applicant. They're still preparing their environmental documents for staff review. Bubble Wash at Whitson and Floral, their building permit application was submitted and is currently in review within community development, and that permit will likely be issued, I believe, here shortly. So you'll see work starting there on the northwest corner of Whitson. Raj apartment project, no change. We're still awaiting development plans, construction documents for that project. I think there's issues with that project in regards to overhead utilities on that corner that they're looking to address. Candlewood Suite, that project is still incomplete. The staff has submitted comments for the applicant to address, such as the consideration of Fancher Street along the western side of that project, which is shown in the Northwest Selma specific plan as a north-south connector between Floral and Still. Casitas development, this project, staff is meeting with the project team. They're going through their preparation of technical documents and in a CEQA document. But in regards to this project, the project has been deemed complete and they're just finalizing their environmental documentation so we can put that out to comment. Staff has responded to their traffic impact study, their admin draft traffic impact study, and provided written comments to them. Forwarding that information to Caltrans for additional comments given the proximity to Highway 99. This is the healthcare network, family healthcare network building on Whitson, which everybody has seen go up, and it's since I think our last update, they've jumped 2 steps on our scale and to the point to actually being under construction. So this is what it looks like when a project is under construction. Everything is green and you will see it out in the city being built. They are progressing. We're working on an operational plan with them to obtain temporary occupancy for the building while they decommission and demolish the existing building so that they can remain providing service to the community and there's no lapse in service to
Where's the
residents.
parking gonna be for that?
The parking is where the existing building is, and that's why we're having a discussion
where they're gonna
about
demo.
phasing out the old building, how much parking is gonna be available, where can they provide additional parking? So we're having those discussions and having them articulate how that phasing would occur. This project out at the industrial park is a long-standing code enforcement issue, where the occupant outsource provides services to PG&E on an emergency basis. We've worked with them and the property owner to get them an approved site plan review, and they're progressing through the permit submittal process. They have a proposed building office out on site, but really working with the fire department for outdoor storage and identifying clearances from property lines, how high can they stack their material, and all those type of things is really what's taking some time, but staff has progressed. You can see that it's moved since we issued the decision letter for the site plan review, that they have submitted their permits and the issuance of those permits is imminent. Selma Grove, this project has since gone to City Council where it obtained approval. We are working with the applicant to submit the LAFCO application for formal annexation of the project. Staff met with recently added representation for the applicant to discuss some of the planning aspects of future decisions, such as development agreement for infrastructure credits, timing, phasing, and the like. So they're preparing additional questions and following up on some of staff's request for signatures, fees, and like for the LAFCO application. FCRTA still under construction. If you've gone out there, you've seen a lot of work being done. Starbucks, staff has issued a final decision letter regarding the site plan review. We've talked to the applicant and project team. They've started preparing construction documents for that project adjacent to the Chevron that's also, finishing up construction. So we anticipate submittal of the building and grading permit. Macho Tire. We recently have had the building and grading submittals provided to the city for review. We've had a lot of comments and back and forth with the applicant regarding what they need to show in regards to a standardized plan for grades and, you know, the items that require staff to conduct a thorough review of the project to ensure it doesn't encroach or drain onto an adjacent property or have proper access to the site. Many people don't know, the map is correct that there is like a 3-foot gap in what they own. So the design of this project is was hard to get through. That's why staff asked for certain things, title reports and other things to ensure what they're applying for, they actually own. And so in this case, the original plan didn't show that portion. And they are therefore not legally allowed to cross that property. And they didn't own it, they thought they owned it. So fun times.
So on that project, real quick, I did have the owner ask me, like, I don't know if it's a language barrier, what it is, but he's really
He's
saying that there's a
frustrated,
lot
he's
of.
expressed his frustration.
Yes.
Staff has really reached out to his representation and kept him in the loop. Whether it's, like you said, a communication barrier or struggle, part of it is the experience of perhaps his support, his consultants is limited, and we've asked for certain things and they haven't been able to provide them. So we've tried to guide them, provide information to help it along like we should, try and facilitate where we can when we know resources are needed. Staff can't draw the plan though, and staff has done what we can to provide information to allow that. So we've asked them if they want to come in, they come in regularly, talk to staff at the counter. We're in constant communication with their staff.
As far as lighting, he's saying that we're requesting for him to put the sidewalk lights up. I don't know if that's part of.
I think the conditions of the project are where the spacing necessitates the lighting to be installed per standard. It is the responsibility of the property owner, no different than putting in sidewalk, curb and gutter, or a driveway.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Joseon Development, this project is still considered incomplete while we await submittal from the applicant of the various planning materials as well as technical documents that have been requested. As an example, this project submitted a parcel map, but because there's residential components attached to it, it actually requires a slight difference in the subdivision map act, but a difference nonetheless. There's different subdivision map than a parcel map, but that's just one of the simple things that sometimes is missed when applicants submit their projects. Selma Unified School District, no change with this item. We've gotten calls from the engineer as well as the district regarding status. There were some missing that were clearly articulated in the response letter item, so we've communicated. Warehouse Lot 5, this is progressing through our review. We're completing our compilation of departmental conditions for this draft conditions of approval for review with the Crestwood Wellness Facility. This is located on the south east corner of Dinuba and McCall. This item actually went to Planning Commission, but was requested to be continued by the applicants so that they could provide additional information regarding criteria for consideration by the city. Highland Park Development, this is application.
All right.
The Highland Park Development is still incomplete. We're working with the applicant to get a meeting to discuss some of their questions to comments provided by staff, some in relation to installation of fire hydrants and distances from buildings. Items related to the fire code, but we're working to organize a meeting to discuss their questions. I believe that's my presentation.
Quick question. We always get asked about the property or the project over at Cattleman's. Remind me, it says.
You might want to ask the Public Works Director about progress with that one since he was the project manager on that. But what kind of questions?
So remind me, it's a storage, no, it's a, like an office
Modular unit.
modular units, but it's like models, right? It's not
The
storage-
showroom. kind of,
Showroom,
yeah.
thank you. I was trying to remember what it was. It's almost midnight. Okay, got it. Showroom, and that's what we keep saying is that it's not a storage facility. So, okay.
It's not a Daryl's mini
It's not a
storage. Yeah.
Daryl, that's what the rumor is. And the rumor is it's Costco too, so. I don't know how Costco can go there, but anyways.
I wish it was Costco.
A showroom.
Yeah, it's modular buildings, like modular kitchens, school, modular school buildings. I mean, Mr. Han, would you like to clarify?
I would love to clarify. So I've been asked by every resident on a bicycle riding through Cattleman's parking lot what that was gonna be. Theater, strip mall, what's it gonna, Costco? This company is called Mobile Modular. They are owned by a holding company called McGrath Rent Corp out of Texas. McGrath is publicly traded, Fortune 500. I believe they hold 13 to 15 different companies. This facility is going to replace two other facilities, one in Merced, I believe, and one that was in Fresno. This will be the new Central Valley hub for Mobile Modular. And it will also employ a new company that was acquired called Kitchens to Go. Mobile Modular and Kitchens to Go specialize in temporary school classrooms, modular classrooms, and also really heavy hit the industry for construction job trailers. The 33,000 square foot unit that was going to be, that's going to be placed in the center of the property is their actual shop. That's where they repair the modulars when they come in. It'll have a welding shop attached to it. And then in the front by the ponding basin on the south end of the property, there will be a 4-piece, 4,300 foot modular office building that'll be like their main office. The entire area from where the row of trees was that was taking down the eucalyptus trees, there's an overhead power line. Everything from that point going north towards Caterpillar and all the way to the 99 freeway is going to be their storage area. That's where all the units will actually be staged in that back area. I've heard rumors that they have anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 units that will be staged out there.
So it is a storage location, but it's their storage location.
Yes, correct. That is correct.
Got it.
That's all I got.
Anybody have any issues they would like to bring up? Any input? Anybody on the phone?
Hi, Diane. Your line is open. Hi, Diane, your line is open.
Hello,
just-
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, motion to reconsider. I really hope someone takes advantage of that while this meeting is still going on. And that's all I have to say. And that's in direct regard to a second chance.
This is a different agenda item, but thank you for your input.
It can be done at any time, it says. So
Any other public comment at this time?
No other public comment, sir.
But that will bring this matter back. This is a discussion informational item. Does council have any input before we move on to our Economic Development Department update? That will move on to our next item.
If I may interrupt, Mayor, staff has ordered pizza that's available for the public and for staff and for council, if anybody would like to help themselves at any point. Sorry to interrupt, Mayor.
Appreciate that. That was a good interruption. Pizza break.
Help yourself.
Anybody wants a piece of pizza, go for it.
Go.
I'll take a piece. I'm just playing.
We'll save you a slice, Councilman Trujillo.
Deliver it to him.
Oh, yeah, maybe. It worked. Alrighty, if good night were ever a proper greeting, now would be the time, but good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here to provide you with the Economic Development Department update for quarter 4. I'll try to move through this pretty swiftly. Just there it is. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so if you'll recall, the downtown bid was established November 2022 through a city ordinance. We appointed members of the advisory board and they began meeting in January of this year. So they updated their meeting schedule to begin meeting twice a month to really get projects kickstarted. And just a few that I want to highlight include a downtown meet and greet that they held at a downtown location just to get input from the public. They also launched their social media platforms on Facebook and Instagram. And I don't want to get too far into the details about the projects that they have in their pipeline, only because they'll be up here in January giving a presentation on their budget and their management plan. So I will leave all the good stuff to them. But I do want to mention that okay, we're going out of order, but they're that they did launch their social media. They're on social media as Downtown Selma, and now we're going to bounce over to partnerships. Sorry, there we are. Social media. Okay, so they're on social media as the Downtown Selma. Yes, please. I want to take the time to just kind of go over the bid advisory board. They, as of now, have 7 members, and with the potential of adding 2 new members with the ordinance, but just kind of wanted to highlight how their terms are staggered, since this board is unique in that they serve for 1 year, so we have appointments happening year round. 4 in January, 1 in May, 2 in October, potentially 3 in May. Next slide, please. Now moving over into the Central Valley Training Center. Last time I was up here, they were at the end of cohort 10. Now we're almost at the end of cohort 11. Just some program highlights. There is a new billboard that is promoting the program. It was posted October 27th and it'll run through the end of this month. During the month of October, there were 50 unduplicated applicants. Applications received just expressing interest in the program. So we are noticing a trend of increasing interest. So in conversations with the EDC, they've identified that the program is growing, and we've noticed that in increasing cohort sizes and also evident in the increased of interest. So in that stack of 50 new applications, 35 of the applicants were from Fresno County, 2 of the applicants were from Kings County, 5 applicants from Tulare, 4 from Madera. Year-to-date trends show that most of our interest is coming from Fresno County. And since December 2022, the program has graduated 56 students. downtown strategic plan. So in October, we approved a contract with Ramey and Associates. Last month, we met with Ramey and their team for a kickoff meeting, discussed project timelines, strategy, methodology, next steps. We are currently in the preliminary research stage. Some deliverables include planning sessions with stakeholders, and all of this will be used to inform a market and a retail analysis. Really quickly, I want to highlight why a planning document like this is just important for the vision of downtown. The downtown strategic plan will provide for staff and community, will provide staff and the community with a roadmap to navigate growth, considering the prevailing downtown infrastructure, its strengths, its weaknesses, opportunities. Oh, no worries. And community enhancement. Next slide. Fantastic. The downtown strategic plan will be designed to enhance the general well-being of both residents and visitors alike. It'll concentrate on elements of urban design, public amenities, and cultural spaces to really just cultivate an environment in the downtown that encourages community engagement, social interaction, and instills a profound sense of pride. And then, of course, the economic revitalization element, something that's pretty exciting about this plan is that it includes a market analysis. So it's one of the reasons we actually selected Ramey. A lot of their recommendations or a lot of their methodology is grounded in this market research. So I'm super excited to see this project come to fruition. Slide, please. And this brings me to my last highlight that I'd like to feature. So I want to review some of the growing partnerships and the seeds that we are planting to foster new relationships. By collaborating with our neighboring communities and stakeholders, Selma is able to leverage shared resources and strategic initiatives to enhance the impact of economic growth efforts. And that really is the goal, just to leverage the ecosystem through partnerships that pool resources, including workforce development programs and business support services. Next slide, please. So the Central Valley Community Economic Resilience Fund is an investment initiative for California's 13 regions with the goal of fostering systemic change for a more equitable and resilient economy. SURF established high road transition collaboratives, and Selma is a representative on both the San Joaquin Valley HRTC and the Fresno County local table, participating as a member of the local government stakeholder group. Next slide. And then brings me to just a snapshot for the quarter. By no means is this an extensive list of our partnerships, but I just want to highlight that our partnership with the Fresno County EDC is growing through the CVTC program, and we are currently also developing the city's profile for their 2024 real estate forecast. Another partnership that is growing strong is the Fresno State Office of Economic Development. So they are a super responsive partner when it comes to one-on-one technical assistance for our small business owners. Some of our small business owners really require those sit-down meetings, talking about business plan development, how to market their business, and Fresno State OSED has just been fantastic in setting up those meetings, whether they be virtual or in person. And then lastly, CIVIC is the Central Valley Immigration Integration Collaborative. This is a recently established communication with this organization. I had the opportunity to meet with their leadership and learn more about their work. So through their Migrantes Emprendedores program, they provide industry-specific trainings. They are online courses tailored to a Spanish-speaking audience at no cost. So I'm excited about fostering these relationships and just ensuring that our community is aware about the resources that are available to them. And that is the end of my update. I am available for questions.
I was just gonna say, Civic, we just did the first cohort graduation in Madera. So I'm really glad that they listened to me and said, come to Selma, or listened to my invitation and said, come to Selma. So I'm excited to work with Juan again and Lorena.
Yes, I actually got to meet with Juan and What was her name? I think it was Daniela.
Daniela, I think so, yes. Perfect.
More questions from council? I got a question. Any more business, actually entrepreneurial businesses coming downtown? Any more restaurants looking at our downtown?
So we have Antonio's that's coming to downtown.
Saw
I'm
that.
sure we've seen that. And then I am blanking on their name.
There's a coffee shop coming there at the
Voyage.
corner.
Yes.
Is there any other restaurants looking for the downtown area? That would really revitalize our area at night downtown.
So, not any now that as I'm aware of, but I can provide an update.
I can add to that. We're always having restaurants looking downtown. It's just a matter of the available space. And so, you know, ever since I started here, we've had Mediterranean type restaurants looking to establish within Selma. We just can't accommodate them in any location that's readily available for restaurant purposes, right? So, yeah, we have folks looking all the time.
Remember selling that big building, that old high school over there, which the previous person cleaned up really well. Hopefully a restaurant will look at that down the line too.
What about the old, right down the corner of High Street and where the taco place, the Bomb Tacos used to be? Is that not available?
That's where the coffee roaster's going.
That's where, okay, perfect.
Anybody from the public have a comment at this time? Have anybody on the phone or online? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll now move on to item 10, introduction and waiver of the first reading of an ordinance to expand the Downtown Business Improvement District Board from 7 to 9 members.
I'm back. Okay. So the proposed changes of the ordinance aim to expand the bid advisory board from 7 to 9 members. The language also introduces establishing regular meetings through means of a resolution, which is standard for boards and commissions across the city. The attached ordinance which you have in front of you, should it be adopted, a subsequent revision of the bids management plan will be necessary to reflect the update. The bid management plan is also included in your packet with the amended language. And a public hearing for this ordinance is scheduled for January 16th.
Thank you. Bringing the matter back to council. Does council have any questions or comments at this time?
I'll make a motion.
Does anybody from the public have any comments at this time? Do we have anybody online or on the phone who would like to say anything about this agenda item? Thank you. That will bring the item back.
I'll
Did you
second
have a motion? Second, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho?
Yes.
Mayor Robertson?
Yes. So item number 11, consideration of the board and commission vacancies and appointments.
Alrighty. So in November of 2022, 4 individuals were appointed to the board. Their term of service technically began January 2023 and is set to conclude January 2024. To just continue the district services, we opened the application window up for applications in November of 23. And the board did review the applications and prepared a recommendation. They are recommending the appointment of Stuart Skoglund from California Water Service, Harminder Singh from London Properties, Shar Tucker from Bill Tucker and Associates, and Richard Braden from Kentucky Fried Chicken. I don't know that anybody from the board is in attendance anymore, but they were here earlier.
That will bring the matter back to council. Is there a motion to nominate well, first, is there discussion or any questions about this? Do we have any input from the public about this? Anybody on the phone or online would like to say anything? Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Is there a motion to nominate a particular applicant for the board commission vacancy?
I make a motion.
What's
I'll
that?
second it.
What?
Well, hold on. I make a motion to what the bid committee appointed, right? Which were the 4
Recommendation.
names that you just read to us, right? that correct?
Because there will be 4 vacancies in January.
In
that
January,
need to
so
be
those are,
filled. So the appointments are based on filling those 4 vacancies so that they have a full board
So
when they
that-
start business in January.
January 16th, when the,
first, I think.
No, their first meeting would actually be before January 16th. So the appointment of the proposed appointments would start their new term in January.
for these existing board members that
All
are
but
being
one.
recommended to
All but one.
continue their service? Got it. And then what about the new ones, the new
After.
applications? When will those be considered for appointments?
So the new applications were considered for recommendation for appointments by the bid committee. These were the 4 that they have for the current vacancies. We've talked about expanding the board to 8 and 9. That ordinance hasn't passed yet, so you don't have any appointments for those.
But there'll be 2 more vacancies when that, if that
Theory,
expands.
in theory, if the board expands,
January.
you would have 2 vacancies that would propose to be appointed for May, I believe. Or their term in order to keep them staggered.
Mhm.
These are the January appointments. And then the May would be next.
Correct. And I believe you would have 3 vacancies in May.
So then you're gonna go, if I'm correct, and I'm hearing you correctly, we're gonna go 5 months with just 7 people when we've approved 2 more?
Haven't approved 2 more. The ordinance hasn't been revised yet to expand the
Right.
board from 7 to 9.
So when are you gonna revise it?
So the first reading is tonight to consider the ordinance. The second reading would be January 16th, when the ordinance
Okay.
would be approved by city council, and then it would go into effect 30 days after January 6th, so it
February.
wouldn't start till February.
Who's the original member that's not, is it Phillips, Harold Phillips? He's not running again? Okay. So the new one would be Richard Braden from KFC. Okay. Okay, there's a motion to nominate
To approve the nominations at the bid
nominations of the 4 applicants based on the bid recommendation.
recommendation.
Yeah, then I second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Number 12, Schaefer Park block wall discussion.
Good evening, council, or good morning.
Good
Right.
morning.
Close.
Good
Morning, council. Before you, previously, there's been some discussion regarding Schaefer Park and the existing fencing along the northern property line of the fence. It was brought up by Councilmember Navarro regarding the nature of it being a good neighbor fence situation between the property owners and the city. Staff reviewed how that fence came into existence when it was constructed. However, under the good neighbor fence law, it's kind of moot at this point because the city is not considered a landowner under that law, so it can't fall under that provision where we would have to share costs with an adjacent property owner to construct the fence. In any event, the way the law works is when you have 2 property owners sharing a common property line, they can get together with proper notice by one of the property owners to construct a fence that is split between the 2 of them. In the event that one property owner wants to increase maybe the style of fence, maybe put a block wall instead of a wood fence, the other property owner would still pay the wood fence cost and the other person would pay the difference since they preferred to have an enhanced level of fencing between the 2 property lines. So, but in this case, with regard to the situation that was brought up with Schaefer Park, the city is not subject to this law because we are not considered a landowner.
So the city wouldn't be obligated to share that cost with the homeowner that wanted to repair or replace the fence?
Not under this law, no.
Is there another law where it would?
But
No,
not,
there's
they
no
couldn't be
other law.
compelled, couldn't be compelled to participate in the cost. Now, there's nothing saying that the city couldn't budget for repairs of the Schaefer Park fence in a CIP budget or allocate funds to do those type of things. But under this law or any other law, we cannot be compelled to participate in the funding for an improvement in that manner.
And I did see that they did put the block wall up already. So it's block, fence, block, and then fence. So the owners already did what I was hoping we could do, but if we're not under any obligation, then we're good. Thank you. Thank you for that.
And if we would do that, would that set up a precedent with other fences like that?
In
that are
which
that
aspect?
hybrid
I
nature?
mean, the good neighbor fence law, we're not subject to, so we should never participate in it because the law doesn't obligate us to. If we were to do CIP projects, we should do it on a basis of merit, and vetting out those type of improvements through a collaborative process during budget adoption.
There'd have to be a compelling reason, like architectural, it looks good, it attracts the public, but have to have some sort of social benefit, wouldn't it? And economic benefit to the city.
Yeah. And that's subject to the consideration of council on how they want to consider those type of projects.
Item 13, public hearing and approval of a resolution submitting a ballot measure to Selma voters at the next regular municipal election on November 5th, coming up, 2024, relating to an ordinance establishing term limits for mayor and city council members. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding is that the council has seen this previously. The kind of process for how it gets on the ballot is a little different. So you're passing a resolution tonight to put the ordinance before the voters. And so the resolution just requires 50%, but then the ordinance goes before like nothing happens until it comes on the ballot. The ordinance is put on the ballot. And then if the voters approve it with their majority, then it actually becomes into effect, but nothing really happens until that time. So how this has been drafted is there are two separate term limits, one for the mayor and one for the council members. So it would be technically possible for somebody to spend 2 terms on the council and then 2 terms as mayor before they would have to take a break. Otherwise, it just requires 2 terms of a break somewhere in the middle. But so the longest period of time would be a total of 12 years. Then somebody would have to take a break. It doesn't go into effect. If it's approved, it wouldn't go into effect until for those seats that were elected in the November 2024 ballot. So the existing council members and mayor would not be affected unless they were also elected at that time. Short of that, I don't think there's a whole lot more to it. I'm happy to answer any questions. This is a public hearing, so we do need to take public hearing from the.
Are there any questions from council before we open up the public hearing to the public? I guess hearing none, we will open up the public hearing to those brave stalwarts who are still here. Anybody have any questions or items they would like to discuss at this time? No? Online? On the phone?
As a reminder to the callers I see on Zoom, please use your raise your hand feature, and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor, I see no hands raised.
All right, thank you for that. With that, we will close the public hearing and refer the item back to the council for discussion. Does anybody have any input or would like to make a motion tonight?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Garrett,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Okay, that we'll move on to our departmental reports, city manager.
Yeah, just welcome.
I'm sorry, we have future agenda items. Pardon me. Does anybody have any future agenda items they would like to put on a future agenda?
Yeah.
Not so fast.
I'd like an update on the senior center in regards to the roof and the Salazar Center.
Are you okay with those being part of department updates rather than individual agenda items? If they're just updates?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any items? Where are we? This can be an update during departmental reports, but where are we on that trash assessment coming back on the supplemental tax roll? Okay.
I can bring that back.
Great, thank you. Anybody else with that? Now we'll move on to departmental reports. City Manager Santillan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just welcome our new staff. And reminder to the public that City Hall will be closed the week of Christmas through January 2nd. So we'll be open again on January 3rd. Yeah, happy holidays to everyone. Thank you. Oh, and sorry, because of the discussion tonight on Second Chance, we'll be issuing information about how the public can reach animal control services after January 1st.
Thank you. City Attorney,
So just thank you, council and staff for,
will you be joining us again, or
Putting
will
up with me.
City Attorney Dodd be coming back for our next one in a month?
no, she'll be back.
Okay.
For those of you who don't know, she just got married, so she's on her honeymoon right now.
Congratulations.
She's covered plenty of late meetings for me, so this is probably the best I could do for her.
She owes you now.
Yes.
All right.
So she will not be, Attorney Dodd.
Correct. I think well, I don't know.
Oh, we'll just,
Um,
we'll
she-
figure
she-
it out
yeah,
then.
She might be Attorney Crouch.
Crouch.
Okay. Or Dodd Crouch.
Yeah, I'll leave that up. to
All
her.
right, we're
We'll-
getting
we'll
punchy
see.
here. Deputy City Manager Keem.
In the effort to expedite no current updates, if you have any questions, just give me a call.
Sounds good. Administrative Services.
Ditto.
Sleep.
Community Services. I don't think she's, yeah. Fire Chief Jordan Webster.
Parked up front is ambulance 554. That is a brand new ambulance. Out of the ambulance fund. Exciting for us because it's 5 in our fleet. Out of service for mechanical reasons and an ambulance being serviced and us to still. Question asked earlier this evening regarding $1,000 check. We were at a point when we only had, and so when we needed to brakes or change oil, we had to drop to 2 ambulances, which has a huge impact to our operations, and so we're excited.
What's the lead time for a new ambulance? Does it take longer to get a new ambulance than
Yeah.
just a street vehicle?
That particular model, the actually manufactured here on the West Coast. Chassis and chassis availability. And styles with the big boxes, those are probably.
Oh, jeez. Glad that wasn't totaled. Glad that you got that back.
Sure. The last things, Merry Christmas to everybody.
Clerk, Public Information Officer. Got a long report, don't you?
I do, but I will provide this information to council in an email.
Thank you.
Yes. Good choice.
Public Works Director.
I have a lot to talk about, but I'm gonna be nice and play fair, and I think there's a lot of stuff to touch on. I don't think we have the time tonight. I would like to touch on one point, if I may, Mr. Mayor and council members. I don't want to rehash where we were to where we are now, but I want to reiterate, I've been included in some of the discussions for information that we're wanting from SKF. What I want to bring up is a point that we are discovering right now. We are going through and doing CCTV to all of our storm drain infrastructure because there has been lack of maintenance for many, many years. We have infrastructure that is half full of dirt. It's not functioning properly, but going through that process, we have found 2 locations that our infrastructure has been compromised. And I mean compromised meaning we have for example, off of McCall, we have a residential area with a 24-inch concrete storm drain pipe. And right through the middle of it is a brand new telephone line that somebody has directional drilled through our pipe. I could go on for hours telling you the history of why we're at that point, but encroachment permits, having eyes for the city that are keeping an eye on what's going on is crucial to maintaining that infrastructure. And one of my concerns, being a civil contractor myself, is that we probably have compromised infrastructure all over town. And it's because of the way that companies have, and I'm not putting any blame on anything. Things are changing in the city of Selma now for the better. We're making it legitimate where contractors are pulling permits. We're getting USA locates down for them. We're having site meets, which is what we need to do as a city. If we don't have buy-in from the other agencies, we're left with situations like this. I've gone back with Assistant City Manager Jerome. He's looked into it. We're having a hard time finding an encroachment permit for the work that was done. I'm gonna probably have to literally go knock on the door of the homeowner where the service was ran to and try to get information about who did the work, and we have to try to rectify this. I see a huge impact to the city long-term if we aren't identifying these locations immediately and rectifying whatever the problems are. That's just two examples of what I've seen in a week and a half that I've been here. I think that it's probably pretty extensive, and so I would definitely like to further this conversation at a later time and discuss what my real concerns are long-term for the city. So that's, besides the other stuff I need to talk about, that's my big thing right now. We've identified it, it's happening, we need to stop it. It could be catastrophic depending on the location and what the infrastructure is that's been impacted. So with the stormwaters that are being predicted for this winter, I'm very concerned about this, just with the storm drain right now, but falling back to the SKF stuff. Another reason why we really want to see that CCTV video, we want to see not only the condition of the line, but is there intrusion somewhere? Has there been work done that has compromised that infrastructure? Especially lines that were mandated to maintain, like the McCall line. That's a big one. I'm trying to understand the system, Mr. Mayor and council members, but it's going to take me some time to get in and figure out what's going on. But these are real valid concerns. So to validate a little more of what we're trying to get information wise from other agencies, Cal Water, SKF, that we don't control, there's some very foundational reasons that we're asking for that information. We need to understand what is happening to our systems right now. So,
And you realize fiscal constraints, right?
I
The
do.
CCTV money that goes into CCTV has to come from some other account, or the ratepayers have to pay more. So that's what we're here for,
Sure.
to look at that big picture part, not the engineering aspect, not the detail stuff, which is very valid what you're talking about. But we have to see what it costs a ratepayer, and we have to be on top of that and at least represent that, make sure that's.
And I agree with that
comes out.
100%, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're hearing more. And welcome to Selma. Thank you. Good stuff. Okay, Police Chief Alcaraz.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So just a quick update, we just found this out today, but our police officer responded to a residence here in town for an 8-year-old child that was not breathing. They were able to render CPR to that child until fire could get there and get that child to the hospital, who is, I think, stable now and breathing on his own. So just want to shout out to our officers for being quickly to respond and getting into action quickly and saving that child's life. So I just thought it was important for fire and police to recognize it's not just arresting people and, all the other things that we do. It's, they have a wide variety of things that our officers have to perform. So I just want to recognize them. And then secondly, this Saturday, we'll be holding our annual inspection at the police department. So we're pretty excited about that and plan on making that a tradition at the police department. So that's all.
Thank you. Any update on crime stats for the year? Will those be coming out pretty soon?
We report to DOJ every month, part 1 crime stats. I'll get with the city manager. And
Don't those usually come out on, is it a calendar year or a fiscal year basis?
so we report every year and then to the Department of Justice, and then they will publish our UCR crime stats nationally. However, we can pull crime stats that's dependent on what stats we want to look like. Once we have our crime analysts on board, my plan is to get a very detailed graph for everyone to look at and stats that we feel are pertaining to our issues here in the city of Selma.
And then body cams are moving forward as well?
Yeah, so we actually started bringing body cameras into the building. It's just standing by for Axon to send their instructor out to actually train us. So, but they are playing with the equipment just to kind of get an idea of how it works, and then they'll get those technical questions answered. Believe it's going to be January, mid-January.
Awesome. Thanks. Thanks for that update, Chief. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Just a couple of things. Just first of all, Merry Christmas to everyone. And then welcome, Michael, to our team. And I'm really excited because you're actually seeing things as, when you're in property management, city management, you want to know where all your infrastructure is at and where your lines are going and things like that. That's very important. So that's like your emergency shut-offs, whatever it is, right? Or emergency. So that's awesome. I just wanted to, attended a mass for Thanksgiving over at St. Joseph's, and they actually recognized and prayed for the city council and the safety personnel. So myself and Chief Uristi were there to represent the city. And then we had a tree lighting. Mayor Pro Tem and Santa and I were able to light the tree, and it was a really good turnout. And so it's really good to see the community come out, and so us being able to participate and seeing good things that Selma's actually doing. So thank you. And that's it.
Councilman Trujillo.
Just want to wish everybody Christmas, Merry Christmas, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Guerra.
I too would like to welcome Mr. Hahn. You're a breath of fresh air with the information. Thank you for that. Also, I just want to thank all the staff for all your hard work. I mean, this is, been a tough year, but you guys have done a great job. So really proud of all of you. And police chief doing a great job, with our officers, getting us all, hired up. So hopefully we're up to par, and starting the new year, we'll be staffed. And, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, a blessed day with your families, and I'll see you next year.
Mayor Pro Tem Joe.
Yeah, hi. Welcome again. There was a few things happening. I was involved with the senior Thanksgiving meal. We plated 300 plates. We were able to deliver 100 plates out to seniors that couldn't come and veterans this year. So that was pretty exciting. It took 9 agencies that donated $250 each. My budget was $2,100. I spent about $1,700. So there will be a check to my name again coming in that register. We did a senior breakfast by the Kiwanis Club. We served about 60 seniors. And of course, the parade and Santa arrival, that was really exciting to see all the kids was really happy. Chamber of Commerce gave 4 gifts out, $200, cash prize is $100 each, 2 for girls and 2 for boys. So a little boy, 5 months old, won the $100. So the dad was very happy. And then I did a project yesterday with the Blue Star Moms. That was a neat project. And these are moms that has kids, sons and daughters in the service. And they were able to package about over 400 boxes. And they get a lot of donations and stuff. And then they lined it up, and they sent a box around, and they package it, and then they get ready. So it was so many people that volunteer on this thing. 400 boxes, they did it in 1 hour. That's how many people that was there helping. So that was an amazing feat. And I would just wish everybody a happy holiday and a safe one. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Thanks everybody for sticking out the meeting, staying awake for it. It was a long one, but it was, we got a lot done. And just wanted to say that, I would like to dedicate this meeting to my shelter dog Bunky, who passed on Thursday after 14 years with us. So made tonight's discussion, some of the discussions even more poignant. So thank you to staff and everything that you guys do. Welcome, Michael. And I wish everyone again a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. With that, we're adjourned.